Yeah, like that champ could become useless if they don't get some value out of it in the early and mid stages.
Yep, so what we want to see is early action as we dive onto the Rift for game number 1, G2 versus Gen G. This is one that G2 has won in the past. As Vedi already set up, they often win a game in a best of 5, right? And so it shouldn't be another sweep. We've had a few too many of those so far this tournament. Hopefully this one is going to stay more competitive as Gen G. This is a very Gen G draft as well. I mean, I've always been a huge fan of Ruler's Ashe. I think he just glides on this champion. Chovy's Galio needs no introduction. Yeah. Keen is on his Renekton, and he's a top laner, and so obviously that's a comfort pick. And Canyon Zinzao is pretty amazing.
You know, Renekton is even comfort for a lot of people that autofill top lane, speaking from experience.
I think Chovy even played it when he was filling in top lane when he was playing on Griffin back in the day.
Yeah. Okay, Skumon here, since they had the early... you know, saw that Raptors and Blue are not started by Canyon.
รู้สึกเกมนี้ Gen G ได้ตัวทีเด็ดไปนะครับ Seraphine Ashe
Splitting the map against Ashe Seraphine is part of this plan that we talked about in Champ Select. We want to kill it. You pick a Nautilus and you want to kill this lane. So this is a very common like solo queue jungle path where you go your own Raptors into their blue Gromp to get your level 3 and then gank bottom. And now the gank bottom is coming. Skumon as soon as he finishes Gromp, he'll be there.
Yeah, there's the hook as well. They did get the information that Skumon wasn't in his own jungle, so they have an idea that this Pantheon's making his way over. But the flash in, as he does get the stun onto Ruler, flash out already used from the bottom lane of Gen G. Looking a little worse for wear.
Yeah, so the thing is the timer for the wave and the timer for finishing the Gromp were a little bit different there. So Lebrov just saw the angle to go in. So he starts it then just because the angle is there and because the wave is going to push in further.
We can run up
Skumon obviously had not quite finished the Gromp to get to his level 3, so he wasn't quite at the perfect timing to actually complete the kill.
แก้เกมแต่ว่าเจอไม่ทันสกิลมอน
Canyon with great awareness, seeing the gank from Skumon on the bot side, sees that there's a window to steal away his red buff thanks to the Ashe E. That Ashe E completely changed Canyon's plan, and he's kind of adapting on the fly now to the situation.
ให้ใครเกมนี้เหรอครับเกมนี้คิดว่าน่าเป็น Gen G นะเพราะได้ตัวของ Ashe กับ Seraphine นะครับตัวโกงอะSeraphine Ashe คือการันตีชนะเลยอะ
เครื่องหมายสี่เหลี่ยมคุณพีทอยู่ไหมคุณตีด้วยเฮลโล
อยู่
ก๊อกคุณแจมมี่ด้วย
อยู่หมดเลย
ลืมรูปไปทักคอวอยอนะครับจัก
I find that I always have to like from the very beginning type out to the bottom lane the plan and like keep the timing very well aware so that they don't do anything early. Otherwise it's really hard to keep up with the camp respawns when enemy jungler gets the early information. So good response from
in the meantime Ruler is still taking a whole bunch of damage here towards the bottom side of the map. Surround sound will be helping to keep him alive. But G2 certainly standing their ground here in this lane.
And while the scrapping was happening, you can see running at the side of your screen the history that's happened between the two organizations. Initially, right at the start, when they did meet, G2 was kind of at its heyday as an organization, but since then, JG has come back with a vengeance, largely at MSI internationals, but also in the world's group stages. Gen G have really G2's number, and things aren't expected to be as they come in as the heavy favorite.
ตั้งนาฬิกาไว้ประมาณนี้ครับขี้เกียจรอไงเราก็เอาตอนเริ่มเกมเลยแล้วกันตั้งนาฬิกาปลุกไว้เลย
Gen G immediately afterwards. Often they talk about that best of 5 series and saying what they can do to try and mitigate it. They had a lot of respect.
วันนี้ให้แม่นไหมเหลืออะไรล่ะครับให้แม่นแน่นอนครับ
Gen G certainly not going to be taking this match.
เกมนี้ Gen G ครับ
Even if it has been a few best of 5 since then.
Yeah, I like the past tense, the had.
Yeah,
probably still.
I mean, I think that it is still like those types of like 3-0 unexpected victories. They stick with you, absolutely.
Yeah.
And I mean, G2 do, like, in the West, they are kind of just the most winningest team when it comes to playing against teams from the East. So I just imagine that a lot of teams, especially from the LCK, have that respect because they know the history is there. And Caps is always a player that can always show up on the day. Right now, though, you look at that mid lane matchup, Chovy, I mean, his Galio is just always so impressive to watch because I see him losing half his HP constantly in the lane. But you look down at the bottom of your screen, oh yeah, even in farm. No difference in
ปล่อยคนดูรอเหรอคุณตี
often these very difficult
ก็นี่ไงผมมาแล้ว
Yeah, very even game here in the
3-0 ไหม
solo laners using their teleports right back
โอ้แต่ G2 ฟอร์มเดือดมากนะ
junglers here finishing up and coming right back to the bottom lane. I don't think there's going to be any further action, but remember that the flash from Ruler is still on cooldown, as is his barrier. So in their attempts to push in this lane as well, there's a little bit of a dangerous timer. That's why Canyon is hovering here on the control ward.
เอาโดนฮุกนะโอ้ยโดนรูเลอร์ด้วยชิบหายแล้วโอ้ยเจมจีโอ้ยจีทูมันเล่นดีว่ะ
And yesterday he was certainly the linchpin of this squad. That's going to continue here.
จีทูมันเล่นดีว่ะ
Great hook from Lebrov, and Ruler's got a position more towards Duro there a little bit to ensure because that hook lands, you're just so dead. You are so dead. They know that it's possible that Skimon comes from that rush. That's why Canyon is camping there on the control ward. But if you get hit by the hook, Vedius, doesn't matter if you know that he's there.
Lebrov had a great performance yesterday in the series versus BFX.
รอบอสมาซินทุกวันโอ้ยจริงไม่ได้คุณตี
Landing that hook, I was kind of surprised that it connected, to be honest. I thought that Ruler would be safe, but he finds the angle, he gets the connect, and they just one-shotted. Punishing that flash to Ruler.
รอสนับสนุน
G2 are looking to try and take advantage of these summoners and are continuing to find advantages through bot side.
Skirmish over Crab, yeah, level 6 is big.
Very nice
G2
pick up there.
เล่นดีมากเลยอะ
Over and grabs the smite. Nicely done, as the hook this time is going to miss thanks to the Justice Punch out of Chovy, who's now just going to be rotating down towards his Hex Drake.
แต่ทีมไฟไม่น่าไหวเจนจีมันทีมไฟแบบ
One of the best things about the bot lane play for G2 as well was that Skimon didn't have to flash follow to be able to follow up on that hook because the timing was so good, and so you still have your flash stun on Pantheon to set up the next play, and now
Caps just looking to kill Caps, not going to be able to flash because he does not have it. Isn't going to invest in anything else, but still that was a little bit dicey.
Yeah, I would say the next possible repeat kill could be on Seraphine on bottom. What?
Well, speaking of which, Duro just caught in rotation. Really nice.
How does the rest of the script go? Does this look good for you? Positive?
It was happening yesterday too, and it's actually, I mean, it's easy to follow the like no flash on squishy targets and then still having kill buttons on Pantheon, right? And I was thinking about Pantheon's flash, but Pantheon's ultimate also, and so just right into the river there, Lebrov sets up another one, and they're just chaining these the summoners on bottom lane here. G2 just destroying the Gen G bottom lane throughout the map and earning themselves this big gold lead.
I mean, I'll be completely honest, like this seems like such a basic concept, but it's one that's often lost in the LEC where you burn a flash and then you just keep attacking that same lane, and they're doing such a good job of Skimon just investing his focus on the bot side with their netting advantages.
And I'd say I would also blame multiple supports for basically this sin of you burned your flash on bottom lane and then you're just like right back to your duties as usual and you're like, oh, I'm just gonna go get some vision now.
ผมว่าไม่ค่อยอ้วนนะ
You don't have flash.
อวบนะครับ
We saw an Alistar do it. I don't remember which one it actually was, but right after burning flashes in bottom lane, then getting yourself in dangerous territory. Ash Arrow.
Arrow gonna connect there. Let's see whether Trophy does have enough damage here. The Justice Punch comes through and there's the colossal smash. And Gen G are on the board. Duro is going to be punished for it though, as Hansama takes him down with some bullet time and gets back to farming.
Okay, so Ruler with great accuracy sets up a play in the mid lane, so Chovy gets himself a kill. But the same thing happens in the bot side as Lebrov catches Duro out and he finds himself at 0-2-0 on the Seraphine here 9 minutes into the game.
This is why a lot of teams
เฮียชับบี้บ่นในดิสทุกอาทิตย์รอจนไม่มาแล้วใช่เหรอเฮียชับบี้ไปแล้วเหรอ
when they go for Ash Seraphine because Nautilus is so good at looking for
คนจะไปก็ต้องไปแล้วครับ
onto these squishy targets like
ห้ามไม่ได้หรอก
and that's why you expect this pick but Lebrov also props to him for playing it super well.
G2 เล่นดีมาก
The champion has so much versatility. I think hook champions in general against squishy targets.
G2 เล่นดีมากๆอ่ะ
squishy range support just because once that CC does
อย่าบอกนะรายการนี้
also prone to dying. The Ash Arrow
G2 เขามา
Caps did this exact play with Hansama yesterday.
คือถ้ามันไหวกับ Gen G เนี่ยมีสิทธิ์ลุ้นแชมป์เลยนะ
Gets an easy kill. Flash over the wall from the Bravos. There's a bit of a contest over the vision. Ruler is not in the area, and it results in a kill on the bot side. So 1-for-1 overall.
Yeah, they are just blasting this bottom lane here. We'll see too, because it's an early bloodthirster. Is the results of these early kills here for Hansama. And that's a huge power spike for the champion. You
ไล่เฮียชับบี้ใครไล่ครับไม่ได้ไล่ครับ
And I will say, like, so far at first stand, or at least the
ใครจะกล้า
first
ไล่
2
เฮีย
games, Broken Blade I think was underwhelming compared to what we expected of him. But since their approach to we're just putting you on tanks, bro. You're playing Ornn, you're playing Sion, you're playing Cassante. Like yesterday, he was extremely solid. I would say his Ornn performance was carry levels of performance as well. And now against Keen, he was behind about a wave, and now he's pretty much kept it dead even against a Renekton matchup, which can get quite ahead early. Keen has continued to try to proxy, but he's been that steadfast tank on the top side, being a pillar, while G2 invests more resources in the bot side of the Rift.
Yeah, it's been such a cool story for G2, where even though Caps hasn't been having his best
ทำไปเล่นแบบ G2
honestly, the rest
ทรง
of the
ดี
team
นะเนี่ย
has been doing so well around him.
แต่ว่าทีมไฟขวามันโหดอะดิ
Broken Blade as well.
แอสเซลฟินกาลิโอซินเจ้า
a lot of these tanks and kind of playing the role. G2 really feels like they've identified the way that they want to play the game here at
ทีม
first
ไฟโหดจัดนะครับ
and are succeeding with it. Skewmond especially with the Pantheon ultimate available.
Another arrow coming down here. Caps
คนดูมุมใกล้เท่าไอเติ้ลละถึงเวลาเลิกสตรีมได้ยัง
ใช่เหรอ
but not going to be getting kills this time.
You know, we've been talking
ก็
a
ค
fair
งใกล้แล้วล่ะครับ
amount like G2 have been rising up, but it's because they are such underdogs in this series. The reality
ถ้า
is
ไม่มี
that
คน
Gen G
ดู
just
แล้วก็
accept- and you only have to
ผ
look
ม
at
ว่า
some
ค
of
ง
their
ไม่อยู่
stats.
อะ
They're undefeated so far at this tournament. They're
มันอยู่
first
ไม่
in
ไหวอะ
almost every single stat. Their average gold lead at 14 is 3,000 gold.
ไม่ต้องห่วงนะครับ
So they are unbelievably dominant, and the fact that G2 actually have a gold lead in this early game is one of the biggest surprise factors going into
And it's
this
quite
Gen G
considerable.
matchup.
Like this is not a nothing lead. 1.3k is certainly snowballable, you could say.
งานเลี้ยงมันก็ต้องมีวันเลิกลา
Broken Blade going to be finding each other one more time. One, I guess, hesitation I would have is that Gen G's composition does 5v5 very effectively,
absolutely.
and their bottom lane is a large
Ui,
amount of utility for this squad.
โอ้โหถ้าโดนโซโล่นี่คือแบบ GG เลยอะเดี๋ยวแพนที่ก็โดดลงแน่เลยว่ะด้านบน
We got to emphasize the utility here with the early deaths because the damage.
Yeah.
The
โดด
damage
ไม่
might
ได้
not
นะ
be
โช
there.
วี่รออยู่โชวี่โดน
Does not quite find a taunt there,
Oh,
and another
shibahai.
one from LeBron. It's fantastic. They could be
Shibahai
able to take the
jing.
Gargoyle down, and in fact,
Oh,
they
tai ba,
absolutely
sai.
will as Caps manages to get that last hit before the heroic entrance comes down.
An uncharacteristic catch onto Chovy. Generally someone who's very stable, hard to catch out, but caught in the river, no support from the rest of the team. G2 find another pick.
And it's made possible
ไอ้ยะ
because
ดู
Hans
กด
can
โดนกดดันทุกเล่นเลย
with
ฮะ
his early bloodthirster here.
Gen G
The Ash Seraphine are in no position to punish him at all. You can't poke
แล้ว
and
ถ้า
chip
มีคนดู
down
หนึ่งคนละบอส
misfortune
จะ
when
ยัง
he's
อยู่
got
ไหม
full bloodthirster this early. He just heals back up.
มีคนดูหนึ่งคนบอสยังอยู่ไหมครับโอ้โหอยู่ก็แย่แล้วครับ
Because Skewmond's ultimate on Pantheon always threatening if Ash Seraphine are too far up in the lane, and that just means G2 they get priority everywhere. They're going to
เจนจี
grab
รอ
another
ไฟท์
objective.
อย่างเดียวเลยครับตอน
And
นี้
the Galio death meant that the bot
เดิน
side
เกมสู้ไม่ได้เลย
very scared. They had to back away.
เล่นดี
That's
มาก
the
ครับ
the
G2
jungle on the top side of the map as well. They have to go back to base early. They're playing safe underneath the tower. Keep getting very low.
Yeah, has to Dominus actually just to avoid death from Broken Blade. Really good positioning there to catch him out of position after that slice had come on into the wave. And BB is going to stop him from trying to get home there as well. Keen going to be delayed a little bit on his return.
But keeping my eyes on Skewmond. I thought there were a couple times where they would actually threaten a dive onto top side just because of how low Keen was, but they're sticking to their game plan, playing around mid, playing around bot. After that kill, Caps has definitely closed that gap against Chovy. Second dragon in their favor. I'm cautiously optimistic about how well G2 are playing this early game. But as you highlighted, Atlas, it's those fights. Well, hang on now. Hang on now. It's the fights with which Atlas did warn us about, and it is the team
วันนี้
fighting
สนุกเฉยเลย
that has been the undoing
ผมนึกว่าจะแบบเจนจีโถมต้นเกมยับๆแล้วจบเกมไม่ใช่นะเจนจีโดนโถม
is already completed. Could certainly just be a front line to play around here for G2.
ทรง4กรนั้นเนี่ย
Front to back, keep it honest.
คือเจนจีไม่สู้ไม่ใช่มันยังไม่ถึงเวลานะมันเลยแบบสู้ไม่ได้
If it works, I'm like, oh my god, look at the hype. And then if it backfires, it
แล้วถ้าคนที่อยู่หนึ่งคนนั้นคือเยโชโกะละบอส
โอ้โหถ้าเฮียโชโกะอยู่พี่ก็อยู่อ่ะ
Yeah, I'm,
risk free from me.
right
ยัง
now,
อยู่
I'm,
ครับ
I'm
อย่างนั้น
cautiously optimistic. Herald's going to be spawning in 30 seconds, and you can see that's what the swap has been for. So Broken Blade being sent to bot lane has the TP available. Caps now with control over top, and Lebrov is just hovering here to make sure that his mid laner is safe. MF moving for the dive.
Yeah, they're looking
1 ต่อ
for
3 ไม่ได้นะ
because
ลี
of
เล็
the
กตั้ง
flash out
ใน
from
ป้อม
Kane avoids a whole bunch of the extra damage as well. As the arrow does go wide, clears just up the wave. and Keen will survive, but no flash for the Renekton could be a big deal.
Yeah, honestly, well played from both parts. You know, G2, they don't make the mistake of taking tower aggro after the flashes were traded there, and you know, they're happy to trade LeBron's flash for the Renekton flash. Despite not getting the kill, Rift Herald is spawning. That's why you go for that play on this timing anyway. All right, Gen G, is this the moment though? Chovy, look at Chovy from bottom lane. If he roams a little closer, then he can threaten Galio ult, but sounds just going to teleport now.
Yep, they're teleporting in. Let's see where the Canyon can get on towards this Rift Herald, as I don't think it's going to happen. It's secured there by Skewmon. Now Broken Blade gets into that front line, but he's taking a lot of damage.
ไฟนี้แพ้ก็แพ้เลยอ่ะแต่น่าชนะนะอันตีสวยจัดเลยแอชเซนฟินฟรี
but it's eaten by Chovy's heroic exit. Just escapes the situation as Canyon looking to try and escape on the other side. It is still a win for G2, and we'll see whether they can take down Canyon as well.
ทันเหรอโอ้โห
He's
วิ่งเร็ว
chasing, but I think Canyon should be able to walk his way out of this one.
เกือบ
He's got his tier 2 boots as well.
Yeah, tier 2 versus just the brown bags or the free ones.
They're going to trap him. Teleport here.
All right, Caps should be able to make his way forward. Just needs an auto, and in fact doesn't need anything at all. Going to be able to lock down that kill onto the jungler as Chovy moves on over, but knows there's a man advantage here for G2, and it just everything keeps coming up G2 in this game.
Yeah, even with Seraphine ult hitting like 3 people there, you know,
Seraphine
Hans is able
pick
to
game
cleanse it and backs off, fires off the Misfortune ult, and still has enough power to chase off Canyon from the other side. So G2, they get the Rift Trail, plus they get a bunch of kills after.
Keep your eyes on the Scion here, because Broken Blade goes in super deep, but then he uses the Rift Trail to actually get out of the
อยาก
situation.
เพิ่มยอดคนดูก็แค่ให้คุณพีทคุณตีแจมมี่เดพีนี่มาเล่นพีชโชว์น้ำแตกก็เรียกยอดได้ละ
อะไรวะน่ะ
เกรง
ใจเขานะ
Look on me.
And
Hans wanted them to look on him.
That he did, because he was cautious of Canyon and Chovy threatening him on the backline. But I mean, yeah, impressive
อัน
stuff.
นี้รายการอบตหรอวันก่อนเสียงก็ช็อตวันนี้ภาพกระตุก
รายการระดับโลกครับ
The ruler has successfully been able to shrink.
Yeah, I love it. The Broken Blade driving, spinning donuts there in the middle of the river. And as the team is killing Keen, Hans is like, okay, yeah, finish killing Keen, and then look at me, okay, I got 3 people over here. So
now, 40 seconds. That'll be the next big point of contention. Items looking good for G2. Skewmon really the biggest threat on G2's side.
อุ้ยกระโดดด้านบน
Yeah, Grand Starfall is going to come on through here as Chovy does have to flash, but I don't think it's going to save him as the Aegis comes out. Caps is going to lock down a killing spree.
ทรงโดน
Himself off the back of Skewmon's great plays.
Great
ชิบ
stuff.
หายแล้วไง
Skewmon's here, still 0 deaths. He's only missed out on participating in a single kill. And that was the bottom lane one where they flashed on the Seraphine and got that one.
G2 มันเล่นดีจังวะน้อง
Another really good game from Skewmon himself as well. And with Pantheon, it's very easy to keep up the pace. When they start to get these outer towers down for G2, they're the ones that can now continue to pressure side lanes and then look to collapse.
That spear from Skewmon definitely hurting.
ต้องเปิดนะครับเพราะว่าเสียกรนี่ยาวเลยครับ ต้องเปิดแล้วก็ให้กาลิโอ
Galio has the ulti to arrive.
Broken Blade has ulti too. Broken Blade can sign ult down this river.
ตัดสินใจดีอยู่ครับเจนจีถ้าปล่อยกรตัวนี้น่าจะแพ้เลยอ่ะอุ๊ยยิงมืด
This ruler does not quite find his mark, and Gen G will successfully take away the Drake, stopping that soul point.
Yeah, Caps was coming from base, so Caps was just a little too far.
เฮ้ยเอาจริงเหรอ G2 จะชนะจริงเหรอ
from G2 because they realized Cap stayed top, they tracked his TP, they knew he couldn't arrive. Chovy matching him, even though he was dead, had the ultimate to
แต่
arrive
เจนจี
in time.
ดูแบบ
But also G2 saying
เดินเกมสู้ไม่ได้เลยอ่ะ
force a 4v5 when we can just save our stuff for a play like this.
Well, that is going to be Keen taken
Hey.
down once again. Caps is just picking up kill after kill here as he goes towards the bottom lane to do the same thing. Hansama just holding onto the wave here in this mid lane. The Bloodthirster meaning that all of that poke just does nothing at all.
And Broken Blade has teleport, so he can actually recall and then go teleport to top lane to try and catch the top lane that Chovy is putting in.
G2 ชนะจริงเหรอ
G2 showing some good restraint during a timer where we're close to a play, but just not quite because Caps is a little bit too far. and then they get the follow-up play instead. Yeah.
5 เกมใจเย็นโอ้โหมาได้สักเกมก็โหแล้วอะ
Because it was one of those things where, like, yeah, on instinct you'd want to fight that dragon. Normally I would expect G2 to fight it, but yeah, they recognize this is a bad position and we can just concede it. It's okay. It's all good. But they'll get a kill. They'll get a tower. Hans did lose his flash in mid lane, which could really hurt him as we get later into the game. But
Ruler is very dead.
อะไรรูเลอร์
Oh, actually able to barrier that last little bit of damage.
มั่วนะ G2 มั่วนะ
Charm is fantastic underneath that turret there as well as Zabrov trying to get his way out. Canyon really wants to punish that positioning as Wind Becomes Lightning is not enough to do anything at all, and G2 managed to walk it off.
Yeah, Hans did not have vision on Ruler as he walked away through the brush and didn't remember that the barrier was still there. So he knew, okay, it's just a couple of waves of my ult to be able to kill him. But because of the barrier, he does survive. And Hans canceled his ult early just so he could go back to mid lane and continue the pressure.
Okay, Caps having a much better Aurora performance. Aurora performance.
Yeah, better Aura too.
The Aura's looking pretty good as well.
Yeah, you guys are right.
His Aura.
I mean, I'm honestly just shocked by how proactive G2 are being and the fact that they just keep punishing Gen G. This team that genuinely felt so infallible based on what we've seen all split long. For G2 to playing with this level of confidence, like, it really does feel like they've turned the nameplates off and they're just treating them like any other team, which is exactly what you need.
ไอคุยนี่ใครยังดูอยู่ก็เหมือนคนไม่มีศักดิ์ศรีอ่ะคุยโง่เจ้าของช่องมันไม่เห็นหัวก็ยังอยู่กัน
เฮ้ยอะไรเจ้าของช่องไม่เห็นหัว พูดเกินไปหรือเปล่า
Still, even being able to walk away from that great encore out from Duro, they just seem to have all of the answers, and it feels like it's preparation for each of these plays that's really benefiting G2 in this game.
Yeah, Hans was feeling benevolent. He was like, you know what, fine. Ruler, world champion, I'll let you walk away this time, buddy.
You can have one.
Remember that.
I mean,
how kind of him.
Ultimately, he got what he wanted, though, which is the long-term play of no sums on the bot lane. And that Pantheon, we know that Skumon, he's got a homing missile with that ultimate, and he's going to be locked.
รูเลอร์นะครับ2 ชิ้นอยู่นะ
And now he will for
ต้องรอรูเลอร์ประมาณ 4-5 ชิ้น
He's like, all right,
ทีมไฟท์น่าจะแบบลั่นเลย
it's
ของ
kind of
ขวา
the luxury that G2 are in this game that they still have the massive priority.
They have 3 towers to 0, gentlemen.
Yeah. I mean, this is
บอลรักทุกคนใช่ครับบอลรักทุกคน
I'm not excited yet. They could still throw this. I still fully believe in their ability to throw this game.
I don't. They're looking, as we said, really disciplined.
Say the caster curse thing again. Do it, Max. Stop this man. Stop him right now.
Nope. Not this time. I've been told that I should not do that anymore. I'm a changed man.
And Gen G are looking really sluggish, honestly.
Well, I mean, it's true, and I feel like this has been a thing for Gen G, but not in 2026. It was a 2025 thing where it felt like they just pick a very slow position,
ให้ Gen G ครับ
and then
เกม
just
นี้
try and play to stay even throughout the game.
ผมคิดว่าทีมไฟท์มันน่าจะโหดนะถ้าสมมติว่าครบ 4-5 ชิ้นน่ะ
this style, and that is looking like it's what they're continuing to do here today. Not a great sign.
เครื่องหมายสี่เหลี่ยมจริงไหมครับที่บอสที่จะแจก IG คุณพีทถ้ามีคอนอพิมพ์ในแชทว่าอยากเสร็จกับคุณพีทครบ 0.50 คอนอ
ผู้เลเจนด์ดูอะไรเนี่ยเหลือนเกินนะครับผู้เลเจนด์
You can see he's very close, but if he can get that gold, he does have the teleport available and could regroup with the fight. If he can secure that, his kill threat onto Ruler significantly increases. And remember, those flashes still unavailable for Ruler and Dura if they want to contest.
Ruler also taking a big chunk there from Caps.
สวัสดิ์ขยะหัวคุยหน้าโง่ทิ้งแม่ไม่ไปงานพ่อเกาะเมียแดดแต่พี่บอสก็ยังเป็นอันดับหนึ่งในใจผม
ได้ครับยังเป็นอันดับหนึ่งใช่ไหม
Yeah, you don't want to fight this at Gen G. You're so far behind right now that just try and get some gold in trade for a dragon. Singular dragons are not that big of a power boost, but actual gold from turret plates if so King got the top side turret and one turret, the little baby turret off the turret plate off the secondary turret here. Just try and get as much gold as you possibly can to fight your next completed here.
ช่องนี้ใครยังเขียวอยู่นี่เข้าไวจัดโคตรโง่แย่ยิ่งกว่าไอ้พวกชื่อเทาจนดูฟรีไม่มีเงินอีก
โอ้โหอย่าไปว่าคนชื่อเขียวครับชื่อเขียวนิสัยดีทุกคนอะ
with a goal deficit like this, as you're highlighting, they're going to need a big team fight to swing the game in their favor.
And I just want to take a moment to talk about jungle again.
Okay.
Because this is why I'm always such a big fan of deviating.
ใครชื่อเขียวได้บอกได้เลยนะครับเป็นคนมีบุญวาสนานะ
Like a lane will super benefit from it. And there isn't that much risk to doing it. Remember back to the opener. Nah, we're gonna have a little bit of a fight here. Does have ulti. Pantheon
พี่หล่อขึ้นปะครับพี่บอสผมไม่ได้มาดูนาน
หล่อขึ้นเลยครับ
And will be able to get out with the heroic.
ช่วงนี้อารมณ์ดี
That does mean that ulti is on cooldown, but still manages to escape.
But
พั
remember
กผ่อน
back to
เต็
the
มที่
opener.
นอนเต็ม
Okay,
อิ่ม
so
หลับเต็มตื่น
you see this clear decent amount where
หล่อ
you
ขึ้
go
นใช่ไหม
your
น้อง
Raptors into separating bottom lane. When you've got an Ashe Seraphine that's going to be a very vulnerable but heavy pushing lane early, go for the 3 camp attempted game.
อุ้ย
Get the
ชิ
flash.
บหาย
Wait a
แคป
second.
โดน
Arrow going to
โดน
connect
ไปดิ
there. There's the encore. Genji
โอ้
do not want to waste
ยหยาบ
anything
งาน
here.
ใหญ่
Making sure
ชัดดาว
that
ใหญ่นะครับ
they take down the Aurora. So Caps lying on the floor. There
ได้
is a bit of
700
extra
ได้
money going over to Keen as well.
Yeah, very good pick from the side of Genji, punishing Caps as he's trying to clear out vision. They even got the flash out from him as well.
ชื่อเขียวมันไปทำบุญให้งานพ่อมุงหรือเปล่า มาบอกเป็นคนดีมีแต่ชื่อเทาอยู่กับมุงวันตกต่ำ
ชื่อเขียวครับมีสง่าราศีทุกคนน่ะเป็นเจ้าคนนายคนน่ะคนชื่อเขียวช่องพี่
Man, Genji just constantly standing on wards here in their own jungle. Finally, some sweepers going to be utilized. As Duro might be able to find this one ward as well. As there's control ward in the back of the pit, and immediately Broken Blade says no, you're not allowed to see.
Yeah, they have to rely basically on the timer of Hawkshot and the
อุ้ย
2
มันเปิดเลยว่ะเฮ้ย
and try and rotate those. So Hawkshot used now.
จะวัดเหรอวัดสไปค์คันยอนเหรอ
Use a blue trinket. Control ward actually back in the back of the pick.
อุ้ย G2 มันโลกปะเนี่ยหรือว่ามันตัดสินใจดีวะ
Don't flip versus Canyon.
Well,
Canyon will steal those.
it's a bit of a scary situation here. It looks like they are going to pull away though as Keen makes his way
สายสติล
into
นะ
the teleport. I imagine that's what
โลก
G2
นะ
are
ครับ
looking
G2
for.
เริ่ม
Right?
โลก
Make
นะ
sure that the
เริ่ม
crocodile
คอโลกนะ
does not have that in the side lane. And they get it, and they back away.
And that's that discipline again, Vedius.
น่าจะเห็นว่าของนำแล้วก็แทงบาลอนได้
Get your side lane teleport there. Of course, Caps, no
ล่อ
teleport on
ซื้อ
Aurora as well.
แต่แคนยอนน่ะอย่างชอบอ่ะ จังหวะ 50-50 ที่แคนยอนโหดจัด
So they have TP advantage with Broken Blade, so they can do this exact same play again. Put Broken Blade bot, draw pressure towards that area of the map, then TP, guarantee the numbers advantage, but they're kind of forced to have, you're seeing it now, Chovy has to match, because he's the only person that can get within range to ulti to then join the fight. So G2 just have a lot of leverage right now, and finally the death cap is completed for Caps. It's taken him a little bit longer than he had planned, but a big item spike for the mid laner of G2.
Meanwhile, the Lord Dom's done for Ruler, so he can actually do damage to the Scion now. And if they are able to get a good like initiation, maybe a little bit of someone sectioned off from the rest of the team, then you do have to be wary of the Gen G CC.
ของมาแล้วนะครับ Gen G พร้อมไฟ
completely exploded at the moment. It's still teetering there.
เฮ้ย
There's
แคป
chances.
Ooh, unless
อุ้ย
Ruler
มัน
just
เอา
gets
ตาย
one
เลย
shot,
นะ
the answer is not just yet.
สูงเรื่องนิ่งนะ ไม่
There
เสีย
from
แฟลช
Caps, but I think fear of death certainly there for Ruler. Mid lane has always been.
วันนี้จะอยู่2ชั่วโมงอีกไหมวันนี้มี2คู่ใช่ไหมครับน่าจะดู2คู่เลยถ้ามันแบบนี้
It's just around beneath the
สนุก
round
มาก
right there. You guys might remember.
Yep. I believe
มันเหลือแต่ตึงๆแล้วไงไม่เหลือแบบพวกไก่กาละ
well, the Dragon's spawning in 30 seconds, and I don't think Caps is going to have his ulti. I can't quite see the cooldown on it, but it's going to be just short. Maybe if they can buy a little bit more time.
30
Genji actually invests a lot of time around Baron. They've cleared out a lot of vision, and I think they're starting this objective off.
Yeah, they do.
เปิดไฟนะครับบังคับไฟนะ
Is going to bring Broken Blade into the fight, but this Baron is going down extraordinarily
ไม่งั้นเสีย
quickly.
กรนะครับเสียพื้นที่ไปแล้วด้านขวา
Into it, Lebrov making his way over. And Skewmont off towards the back of the pit, but it looks like they might just be rushing this one down. Can the steal actually come on through? Skewmont waiting to get on in there, flashes forward. Who's going to get the spot? He's going to go to G2. As Canyon with that Crescent Guard just desperately trying to stay alive.
แทงได้เป็นปีอะ
Broken Blade gets into the back
ชิปหาย G2 ชนะว่ะบุกเป็นเบสแทงประมาณปีหนึ่งอะ
As he goes golden at the same time, Genji still kind of alive.
GG ว่ะ
Says no, they are not alive in
G2
this
ช
fight.
นะว่ะ
Down they will go as he wipes out the bottom lane.
มันเล่นดีมาก
There as well. And G2 may have just stamped this game in game number 1.
They don't lose a single champion in their efforts to take the Baron and take down Gen G.
Excellent discipline, excellent execution. G2 are living up to the potential that this
เล่นไม่
organization
พลาดเลยอ่ะ ไม่ให้แอสเซนฟินได้เล่นเลยอ่ะ
over 7k gold lead. They're going to secure the soul, and they are dominating Gen G.
The discipline from G2 here. You know, it's Gen G that felt like they were boxed into a corner, and so they try and get a miracle Baron play for themselves. But G2, nice response, and Skewmon hits the Q plus smite. I believe I'm gonna have to look at the replay for the combo of damage, but he is able to secure it for G2. And that should secure the game for them.
Yep, Mark's got a priceless moment as well as we have a look at this Baron being taken. Bit of desperation.
โบเกนเบดเล่นแบบเพอร์เฟกต์จัดนะเข้าไปมุมนั้นคือไม่สามารถลุมตัวของไซออนได้เพราะว่าต้องโฟกัสบาลอนด้วยทำให้มันกลายเป็น2 ตอน
บอสไอชับนี่มันตายแล้วนะมือต้นเดือนเย็ดเด็กคอส7 คนในวันเดียวหัวใจทนไม่ไหวคุยระเบิด
คุยชับบี้ตายในหน้าที่เหรอ
And G2 again, like, I'm so impressed by their discipline. This level of play is the complete opposite of what we saw against BLG. This team is completely leveled up in such a short amount of time.
I even think that it's different from what we saw yesterday as well. I feel like they were playing more fast and loose in that series.
แพ้จริงว่ะได้เกมหนึ่งปะเนี่ยหรือว่าจะได้ทุกเกม
They are just playing smoke and mirrors. They're not giving Gen G any opportunity to get into any of these fights, and it's something that we've seen Gen G do all year long. That's why they're frustrating for a lot of teams to deal with. But instead, G2 just delivering a bit of their own medicine as Gen G losing all of their inhibitors at the same time. Top just going to go down in the bottom lane, the last one to fall as the hook is going to connect there onto Keen. Not exactly the optimal target there, as Canyon might also be taken down, but there are all 3 inhibitors lying on the floor. It's only a matter of time before G2 are able to take down these Nexus turrets. Canyon realizes that he goes in, but Skewmon is so tanky, man.
Caps working his way towards the Nexus towers, both will fall. G2 doing this tutorial style, not giving Gen G anything left in their base. The minions, I mean, the Baron buff is worn off, but they don't need it anymore as the hook connects.
Yeah, another hook is fantastic there out of Labrov as Canyon just realizes that he has to go in. Ruler trying to dance around the battlefield, but it does not work.
มันตบเจมจียับเลยว่ะ G2
as Caps is just dashing, flashing onto the fountain to try and get the last kill, and finally G2 are going to take down the Nexus. What a statement here from the European first seed as they go up 1-0 in this best of 5.
G2 just demolished the tournament favorites. Gen G in game number
ป่ามันตัวบั๊กเหรอเนี่ย
And that was brutal start to finish. There was no part of that game where it was, oh, that was a whoopsie play. No, it was a stranglehold.
I vote for Skewmon for player of the game because
I mean, yeah, absolutely.
ขนลุกเลยป่านี่คือมาใหม่ด้วยนะแล้วก็โดนคนด่าอย่างเยอะตอนนี้แม่งตัวบั๊กเลยว่ะแต่มุมนี้ไอโบเกนเบสสวยจัดเลยครับเพอร์เฟกต์ของเล่นบนอะเล่นอย่างเงี้ยแทงเสร็จแล้วแฟดออกอะซื้อเวลาให้นะครับซื้อเวลาให้เพื่อนแทงเสร็จแล้วแฟดออกโคตรเพอร์เฟกต์
They were patient. They came prepared today against Gen G, and it's just one game. But God, this game means the world, especially when it's against the tournament favorites.
โคตรว่ะที่ทูโคตรว่ะ
Cinema. No, not of that.
เดี๋ยวต้องรอโชวี่เปลี่ยนตัวผมว่าแต่การโอโชวี่นี่มันโหดมากเลยนะ
Because we came into this one really wanting to talk about it, and
G2
came in prepared like immediately, as you can see. Like the point that you
ตัวนี้
made,
มัน
Lord, be cautious
ต
of
บ
early
แคป
game
ไม่ค่อยได้
cross
อะ
paths. They were
คาริ
very
โอ
cautious of their timers. They hit that one.
มันเป็นเน้นทีมไฟท์
Like a straight up front to
แต่
back.
ทีมไฟท์ไม่เกิดเพราะว่าสกิลมอนมันเล่นดีนะ
Like Aurora can play it on an angle. Now the draft for strong bot lane was tough because Gen G banned the Karma, first picked the Seraphine.
The thing is, it's hard to get 2v2 prio there, but they went the MF, the Nautilus, the Pantheon, and they were like, we'll just kill them. And that worked so well.
And you know what? You're like, why don't we get a friend involved in this? So like, we got the Pantheon going bot lane. The early pathing from Skumon was very smart. We should just run the reel.
And that's what Caps was saying yesterday. You want to be cautious about Gen.G in the early game, and they took that by the letter, putting that pressure on the bot lane, helped by Skumon. This is what gave them the early lead, Ox.
Yeah, and I mean, Labrov was just so on point with these hooks coming in. They'd beaten that flash earlier from Rulus. They got a gank there. Duro's flash down here, get another pick here. And it just felt like that momentum built up so effectively. Here, Duro, trying to contest a ward, ends up getting caught out as well. And it just felt like the support for G2 was so decisive on these plays.
For how much praise we give to Skumon and to
ถ้าทีมบอสสู้เหมือน G2 ตอนนี้สู้ได้ทุกทีมทีมใครทีมผมเหรอ
I felt Labrov was completely on point, and I
ไม่
think
ไหว
a lot
ครับ
of
ที
people in
ม
the community, rightfully so, for this tournament have been giving credit to Labrov. But this one was just everything that we really had wanted.
Yeah. And what surprised me the most about this iteration of the G2 is that usually they thrive in chaos. This was meticulous. This was organized. They were patient time and time again, especially during these fights.
This Herald play was crazy. The value he gets with all the knockups and the fact that he survives in such low HP, just such a great read from Broken Blade and the comms to get the Herald set down there. And this is a point in the game where Gen.G have seen many times before, you know, they've had sometimes early deficits, but those team fights are usually so crisp. G2
BKT ใครคือจุดอ่อนของทีม
They're so clean.
ใครคือจุดอ่อนเหรอ
Out of nowhere. If you hear from Caps was like, well, goldfishes, right? Like they're talking about how the fact they forgot all of the things, the notes
คนดูก็ดูเอาเองแล้วกัน
coming into
ใครคือจุดอ่อน
and they just remembered it just like that, and suddenly they're cleaning house.
แต่ไม่ใช่ ADC อ่ะ
The hotel here today, honestly, I came so prepared against Gen.G. I know that it's only one game and I'm celebrating, ha ha ha. We'll see what happens next. But it's
ADC คือโหดจัดแล้ว
no team could do so far what they did today. They're the third team, Ox, to take them down this year in 2026.
It's been such a clean year in general for Gen.G, and again, they only dropped a couple of games. First time at this tournament, we saw the stats as well, 3,000 gold lead at 15 minutes on average for Gen.G. So when they got that early lead
สำ
immediately,
หรับ
it
คน
was
มา
a
ดู
game
ใหม่
we
ประ
didn't
วัติบอส
expect.
ใหม่ไปงานศพพ่อทิ้งแม่เกาะเมียเท่ากับแมงดาทำซาโมจิตายทำโชโกะหมดปูสเมียน้อยทีจัมมี่เดพีเอนี่
I mean, you want to look at who made the action happen bot lane.
ทำไมผมคนเลวร้ายขนาดนั้นวะ
I chose Skumon here, and yeah, I guess that's what we're going with.
I mean, that's fair. I think everyone probably ends up deserving it from the side of G2, and I'm interested in what the fans think on this one too, because Skumon, yes, Labrov second, we'll take it. We'll take it. I think I'm on board with that.
They got their priorities right.
I think also one of the criticisms in the past of this G2 roster has been the jungle support not linking up too well. They were interlinked constantly throughout that game, working so well together.
What are we looking at next? It's just one game still. You know what? I was on the edge of my chair all game. I was like, they have it. It's still Gen.G. They can still come back. You know that it's never done and dusted, especially against this team.
This one right here, as you saw it quickly, you already have mentioned it, the third loss that Gen.G has had so far this year, and the first in the tournament. So already that entire idea of them hitting a history, some records here, is not there. So for me, it's about Gen.G just resetting, right? Just chilling, just relaxing, Ox.
They need to wake up. That was my conditions. I haven't seen them wake up yet, so hoping for that in game 2.
Yeah. We'll see what happens in game 2, but so far G2 makes things interesting in that semifinals, opening up the score against the tournament favorite. Let's see what happens next.
เติ้ลไงโดน OLAF โซโลเป๋ทั้งทัวร์ไอเต้มาโอไคล็อกคีบนี่เป็น I007X ตามเกมจีนไม่ทันไอมอสตามเซนบอสไม่ทัน
โอ้โหคุณก็พูดตรงเกิน
Right after burning flashes in bottom lane and getting yourself in dangerous territory. Axe arrow. Arrow gonna connect there. Let's see when the Trophy does have enough damage here to just.
ร้องเพลงมาเล่นไปร้องเพลงไปวะ
Trophy does have to flash, but I don't think it's gonna save it as he just comes out. Caps is gonna lock down a killing spree.
Nice, guys. That's one, baby.
พี่บอสทำคนตายจริงหรอครับ
โอ้พี่แค่สตรีมดึกครับน้องพี่ไม่ได้ทำคนตายครับแต่อาจจะมีส่วนเฉยๆอะสตรีมดึกไงแล้ววันนั้นเขามาดูบ่อยๆไงตอนดึก
Red Bull gives you wings
คนดูก็ต้องระวังนะครับดึกดื่นนะครับพักผ่อนให้เพียงพออาการหัวใจวายมันเกิดขึ้นได้บางทีเราพักผ่อนน้อย
The greatest players in the world are here.
They can just burn this one down. Oh my God, forward by 9.
แล้วมึงนอนกี่ชั่วโมงเดี๋ยวนี้นอนเยอะแล้วครับ
You've never seen them before.
เดี๋ยวนี้นอน 6-7 ชั่วโมงแล้ว
누굴 만나도 이길 수 있다는 자신감 정도로만 생각하고 있습니다.
Every moment of your journey, crystal clear. Landscapes, absolutely stunning. Close-ups,
แล้วพี่บอสไปหลอกคนท่าไหนทำไมคนนั้นหัวล้าน
with detail.
ไปหลอกคนท่าไหนทำไมคนนั้นหัวล้านคืออะไรครับ
Colors so real.
คืออะไรไม่เข้าใจหลอกคนท่าไหนโดยหัวล้าน
Oppo Find X9 series. Hasselblad telephoto. Zoom into detail.
คืออะไรจานผมเป็นคนนอนยากมากทำยังไงให้นอนง่ายทำยังไงหรอโอ้นี่ยากอะดิการที่เราเป็นคนนอนยากเนี่ยมันต้องหาทริคสำหรับตัวเองให้ได้อะบางคนอาจจะแบบดู ASMR
เพราะนี้พี่บอสเลยจำใจยอมนานมาสตรีมทีมาทีก็อยู่แป๊บเดียวเพราะพี่บอสเป็นห่วงคนดูใช่ไหมครับ
โอ้ใช่ครับเป็นห่วงคนดูครับก็เลยมาสตรีมไม่นานมากก็บางคนก็แบบดู ASMR บางคนก็ออกกำลังกายอะไรเงี้ยมันต้องหาวิธีของตัวเองอะถ้าเป็นคนนอนหลับยากนะครับไม่ก็กินยานอนหลับแล้วแต่วิธีคนนะครับเลือกเอาอันนี้มันเปิดการ์ดอะไรเนี่ย
มึงรู้ไหมมึงไม่มาสตรีมกูเครียดไม่มีที่ลงเลยกระทืบเมียที่ท้อง5 เดือนไป
โอ้โหอะไรวะน่ะกระทืบเลยเหรอบอสการ์ดวันพีชน่าเก็บไหมหรือแค่กระแสโหแค่กระแสดีครับการ์ดวันพีชอ่ะคนขายรวย
Definitely feels really good, especially winning like on the 3-0 against like LCK. Like Europe has done this in like many years. I'm definitely proud of what we have done. But now that this is over, I will focus on like
คนซื้อจนคนขายรวยการ์ดวันพีช
If G2 will win this tournament, I think it will be because of like our resilience, going to the tournament. We've had like a lot of challenges, whether like it's being sickness or just like bad performances, but also yeah, like our determination and our like way of like actually adapting to the tournament. And I think it makes us like a really dangerous team going to tournament. I think this will be the reason why G2 would win.
กูดูช่องเมืองไปชักคุยไปเป็นการบริหารฮาร์ดเรทให้ยูในโซน2ตลอดเวลาเย็ดจริงตอกยับไม่หยุด
กระแสอะไรมันมีมานานละพี่ใช่เหรอ
Sorry about that. Yeah, don't DM me, okay? And if Pedro tells you that I have tickets, he's lying, okay? I don't know what tickets, but stop DMing me.
แล้วแต่คนครับแล้วแต่คนมองนะ
You don't need to. You've got a QR code.
Exactly.
สำหรับผมก็เปลืองตังค์ครับ
I hope you took a screenshot.
If you didn't, you can like just open up YouTube.
ซื้อการ์ดอะไรมาไม่รู้ซื้อกระดาษ
No, don't do that. Don't do that at all. Free packs for
แล้วแต่คนมองอะ
Anyway.
Thanks, Betty.
Let's get into the draft, shall we? Here is Champion Select once again. As we see Genji with first pick here in game number 2. Makes a little bit of sense there as they're already just banning away Labrov. I think they believed Daniel Orks Harrison in his player of the game vote there.
This man has shocked me. Labrov has come out of nowhere. He has been like the biggest point of criticism from fans pretty much ever since he joined the roster. And it wasn't until summer of last year that we finally saw him have that synergy with Skumon, that they'd been working so closely. But then even this split, everyone was saying Busio is the best support. Busio clears everyone. Busio by far way better. And now Labrov is just making a name for himself here on the international stage.
ราชาไม่หวั่นไหวราชาไม่โลเลราชาไม่พึ่งใครราชาไม่อยู่ไทยราชาไปอยู่เยอรมัน
ตอนเด็กๆบอสโดดยางบอสไม่โดดยางนะตอนเด็ก
We don't know. Not until we get onto the rift and see them do stuff, Kobe. That's when we'll be able to do the wake test. It is very easy to pick champions while you're asleep. Your coach kind of helps you out.
Talk to Golden Glue about that because we've had some teams in LCS.
ตอนเด็กๆผมไม่ค่อยมีใครเล่นด้วยนะ
Champions. Hopefully that does not happen here. Starting out with the Vi though for Gen G. Whenever you first pick this champ, now you're signaling, all right, we are definitely going to go dive, so G2 can already think about
บอสสะสมอะไรบ้างไหมสะสมหรอ
thinking about that ahead of time. They pre-ban the Bard, which is a really good answer into a lot of Vi comps because you can defensively hold with Bard, so they've got that.
นาฬิกาหรอมั้งครับ
ทีบอสครับทำไมรู้ว่าเล่นเหมือน BKT ลอยหรอครับหรือลอยเป็นคนปั้นลอย
ชอบนาฬิกานะ
It's kind of crazy as it could be 5 after this game as well, as the Varus is going to be locked in here for Hansama, certainly a favorite for him. I don't really like Varus at the moment, but that I think is just a personal thing, not necessarily a power level thing. And Skumon, let's see what he's going to be locking away.
It's also just,
I kind of share it when you're looking at a Vi, you know, and you're like, lock me that low mobility.
ท็อป5อันดับคนโง่ที่สุดมากกว่าคนดูช่อง iBoss
มีอะไรบ้าง
อันดับที่ 1 ได้แก่พวกซื้อการ์ดแพงมาเกรงกำไร
And the backline threat, but Zehen was something that, I mean, originally I saw it first from Blabber over in the LCS, and then a lot of other teams started picking it up in the LEC, and it became, at least in the LEC, it became like first pick worthy. Zehen jungle became super high priority, and then here at first land it's just
ญาติผมเป็นซึมเศร้าแล้วชอบสะสมการ์ดมีคนมาเหยียดแบบที่พี่พูดเลยตอนนี้เลยค่าตัวตาย
โอ้โหฆ่าตัวตายเลยเหรอ
When you get to play into low range comps and you get to just thrive in the middle of these long brawls where you can have the time to stack up your passive.
พี่ไม่ได้เหยียดครับน้องก็มีคนถามไหมว่าคุ้มไหมพี่ไม่รู้ไงแต่พี่มองไม่ค่อยคุ้มอ่ะคนขายคุ้มไง
รัชกาลที่ 1 รัชกาลที่ 2 รัชกาลที่ 3 รัชกาลที่ 4 รัชกาลที่ 5 รัชกาลที่ 6 รัชกาลที่ 7 รัชกาลที่ 8 รัชกาลที่ 9 รัชกาลที่ 10 ทุกท่านทำให้ประเทศนี้เจริญในน้ำมีปลาในน้ำมีข้าวขอบคุณ
ใช่ครับ ถ้าบอสเป็นนายกจะแก้ปัญหาน้ำมันที่ไทยตอนนี้ยังไง แก้ยังไงเหรอครับพี่ก็จะยกกองทัพไปอ่ะยกกองทัพไปช่วยอเมริกาจัดการอิหร่านนะต้นต่อทำให้น้ำมันมันแพง
That makes everyone an engaged champion though, so don't worry about it.
Okay, these are good bans though. You gotta ban
ผมก็คัดชายไทยไปนะครับ 90% ของประเทศบุกเลยบุกอิหร่าน
you know, you are going to be our front line for a lot of these games, and you're just going to pick a lot of tanks on the top side, so they don't want to deal with Ambessa.
Is Ari worth the ban? That's my question.
อยู่แคนาดาแล้วมีปัญญากินชานมแบงเฮาเหมือนกูเปล่าไอบอสหรือมุงจะไม่อยากกินน้ำล้างตีนนั่น
was kind of a bot back in 2023 combo that we've seen a couple times, which I think is also good. They're still banning away junglers.
Yeah,
I guess they're not entirely.
แล้วบอสไปไหนบอสไปทำไมล่ะครับผมบัญชาการ
That's a good point. You're completely right.
You got to respect the flex here. So
I like that though. It does eat up a ban. So G2 are going to benefit from that one.
เป็นนายกไง
Taken away as
บัญ
well.
ชาการ
Already off the table. And now can work into a bunch of different picks towards the top side.
ไอ้คุยรัชกาลที่ 10 นาทีละอาหารยังไม่ออกมาไปกินร้านอื่นดีกว่า
Are you talking about G2's perspective or Gen G's? Okay, yeah. Because I'm with Max that Ari would be great for Gen G's.
I think they want to pick the Ari. Absolutely.
Yeah, because right now with this G2 pick, that's what I'm debating. Is it worth just slamming the Ari now to act as a denial and also just getting
พูดถึงเรื่องดับหน่อยพูดอะไรไร้สาระไปเรื่อยเอ้าก็เขาถามผมให้ผมจัดการยังไงน้ำมันต้องจัดการต้นต่อ
could perhaps facilitate the comp more.
It's it is hard because like the Silas
จะส่งกองทัพเลยหรอครับ
ใช่ครับส่งไปทั้งกองทัพ
ส่งแล้วที่เป็นคนใต้หัวรุนแรงเหมือนพวกอิสลามหัวคุย
ผู้หญิงก็ต้องไปครับถ้าผมเป็นนายก
I think if they do that then G2 for sure just slam the Silas because Silas and Ari very
ชายหญิงก็ต้องไปหมดอ่ะ
very good so that's what they're kind of waiting for
ลุยอิหร่านอ่ะ
If they do it, okay, I think it's got to be a G2 Silas then.
It's weird though. How do you guys feel about the Ari Silas matchup? We've seen Ari picked into Silas all the time.
I think it's very Ari favored.
Yeah,
Ari early, but I like the scaling for Silas. Scaling for Silas later.
This is one of my favorite Kobe quotes of all time. The show us you Garen.
เกมนี้นะครับ
I know it's from 10 years ago.
They picked it on purpose.
โชวี่ตัวนี้แล้วอ่ะ
They're hovering it. I think it's good into Cassante.
Instead of Vayne talk from Keen is going to come.
ผู้หญิงท้องกับคนแก่ต้องไปไหนคนแก่หน่วยโดดล่มอายุ70 บวก 70 บวกก็ต้องไปโดดล่ม
ช่องนี้ใครเข้ามาฟังสาระฟังรักว่าไอเขาวายเข้ามาดูโดเรื่องกับยูแมนทูไอบอสกันคุย
I think G2 just pick a poke comp. The reason why I prefer Victor here is just because like so Vayne is short range.
โอ้โหเกมนี้นี่คือเจนจีแน่นอนนะ
Potential with the vibe, but Victor makes it much harder to get picked on because of the gravity field. You've also got a Braum to act as peel and any follow up. The Alistair could be heavily.
น้ำแบงเฮารสชาติก็เฉยๆแต่โฆษณาซะเวอร์เกินจริงไปกินชาตรามือยังดีสักกว่า
It's actually very difficult for them to close that gap if they want to be the initiators. They're very reliant on Varus's ultimate or Broken Blade finding a flank. But Gen G, they are a relatively short-range composition, and I mean, I don't think G2 is going to be happy if they close the gap onto you.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried about this. I don't think it's necessarily a composition that screams weakness completely. It's
หนีทหารอะไรครับผมจับใบดำใบแดงครับ
compositions that I would expect a team to pick up.
คือผมอยากโดนใบแดงด้วยซ้ำ
Because oftentimes you want to go back to comfort
แต่เสียดายได้ใบดำ
and just focus on the basics and get a win on the board. That is not what it's looking like. It's looking like slam the top lane, try and getได้เรื่องใหญ่แล้ว so that he is unanswerable.
ได้นายพล
บอ
ไป
ส
แล้ว
รักพ่อหลวงไหมบอกหน่อยใครคือพ่อของคนไทยทุกคนมีไรจะบอกพวกคนไม่รักชาติในช่องไหม
ต้องรักชาตินะครับเกิดเป็นคนไทยนะครับ
Let's challenge ourselves more with a harder to execute composition. But hey, would we not agree that Keen is considered the best player, or at least coming into this
บอส
tournament?
กูขอเอาข้าวเหนียวมากินตอนดูเมืองได้ไหม
ได้สิ
เห็นหน้าเมืองแล้วนึกถึงลาบพูดละขอเอาข้าวจิ้งจอ
โอ้โหข้าวจิ้งจอ
I think it's actually pretty hard for G2 to catch these carries.
100%.
Yeah, you were talking about the lack of engage.
Yeah, Sivir speed and Vayne
อยากโดนใบแดงแล้วไม่สมัครเอ้า
as much as it's
ถ้าโดนแบบจับมัน2
คน
ปีไง
แก่ไปโดดร่มแบบนี้ ET ไปโดดร่มก็ไม่ต้องพกร่มชูชีพเลยดิใช้หิ้วเหี่ยวกลางปีกบินเอา
on G2's side, and Keen has gone exhaust as well. So even if the Zehen
คือถ้าเราจับใบดำใบแดงอ่ะแล้วถ้าเราโดนเนี่ยมัน2 ปีไงแต่ถ้าไปสมัครมันปีเดียวอยากโดนนานนะแต่มันไม่โดน
ถ้า G4 มีคุยวิเศษสามารถรักษาคนดีแล้วแฟนที่บอสป่วยอยู่ได้3 วันพี่จะยอมให้ G4 เย็ดแฟนพี่ไหม
I think it does sort of show what Gen.G wants to do in that summer stuff. Because I think that if they were going to play for team fights and things like this, Cleanse would have a lot of value from Keen. But instead, I think in the 1v1 and inside lanes, the exhaust is extremely powerful.
They want to try and pick this G2 squad apart with an open map.
เวนท็อปนะครับโคตรขี้โกงอ่ะแต่เลือกดีนะครับเจอเคซันเต้เวนท็อปดีสุดแล้วอ่ะส่วนใหญ่มันชอบบายพิกกันอะเคซันเต้
can really outrange and just outpoke the Iron. In the bot side of the map, Braum is just making it very difficult for the Alistair to play, which should give a lot of freedom for Skewmon to contest that bot crab. It's likely that we'll have to see Canyon forced up towards the top side, but I am expecting that if there are going to be early ganks, they will be centered more towards that Kazante to help accelerate Keen on the Vayne.
Yeah, I think that Broken Blade is just going to continually have a pretty rough time. Silverbolt's now picked up at level 2 for Keen. That is why the Vayne is so good into these tanks. Max health damage.
And if the pain continues, it becomes really
โอ้โห
hard
เล่นไม่ได้นะครับผมบอกเลยว่าเล่นไม่ได้นะเคซันเต้
really want to go to lanes that are losing super heavily
แล้วป่าเป็นตัวอะไรป่าเป็นซาเฮนเรียบร้อยเกมนี้ Gen.G
I will waste a lot of my time trying to help you even close the distance to a Vayne, and if we fail that early on, then you are just in trouble the entire
เฮ้ยทำไมโชวี่มันแพ้เลนทุกคนเลยวะ
unless
ใช่ปะเนี่ย
Zehen can like prep a
วันก่อนก็โดนโฮม
on
คิว
something else and then come to your lane and do like a flash dash and try and get it there. But again, Kazante and Zehen failed to close the distance.
กูพอเข้าใจและทำไมไทยไม่เจริญมีพวกปัญญาอ่อนแบบอดโดนแม่ยึดเงินก็เก็บมาเป็นปมอบปัญญู
เอ้าอะไรวะเนี่ยไทยไม่เจริญมีปัญญาอ่อนแบบบอสปัญญาอ่อนตรงไหนครับถ้ามันมีคนถามถ้าผมเป็นนายกผมทำอะไรได้บ้างผมบอกแล้วไงว่าผมแก้ได้ทุกปัญหาถ้าผมเป็นนายกอะนี่สุดท้ายโอ้ดูโลกตายนะครับแบบนี้หายในล่างแตกนะครับ
And just a little bit of a whoopsie here for Gen.G. Once more here in game 2.
Dude, this is Han's tournament. I'm saying it, man. This is Han's Sama tournament. That flash, he is so ready for it. Duro, it's fully telegraphed, man. He starts his trample. He starts running straight at him. So Hans is like, are you really going to hands check me and think I cannot flash this combo? Hans immediately flashes it, and he pops his ghost. He's turning 100% of the time. He flashes the combo.
โอ้เล่นโคตรสวยอะ G2 อะ
LeBron puts the unbreakable so they know you win this return damage 100% of the time. And Hans Sama lays it down again in lane. They get the first blood, Vedius. You were trying to put Vikla as a North American player because he played in the LCS. I am going to claim Hans.
No, that's not what I did.
Because you did that. It's exactly what you did. And I'm going to claim Hans because he played in the LCS. That's my boy right there. I've always said it, Hans. That's my boy.
Do you want to claim Broken Blade as well?
แต่เกมนี้ผมว่าG2 น่าจะแพ้นะเพราะว่าน่าจะโดนพลังเวนอะเดี๋ยวเวนจะแบบกดยับเลยครับ
ถ้าบอสเป็นนายกแล้วพ่อตายบอสจะจัดงานใหญ่ไหมแล้วจะให้วันนั้นเป็นวันหยุดไหม
เป็นวันหยุด
And yeah, I was not expecting, I mean really, against either Korean team, I was not prepared to say Hans Sama and Lebrov would be winning those two versus
ถ้าผมเป็นนายกเหรอ
But they absolutely
work life balance ต้องมา
So credit to them, massive glow up from the bot lane of G2, especially when the conversation around G2 has been if Caps is playing bad, G2 cannot win. And so for so many G2 fans, they feel vindicated right now because G2 is not, Caps is not having an amazing tournament, but this bot lane certainly is. As Skewmon makes
it
making his way in, there's the flash out from Duro immediately. In the meantime, though, Canyon Trying to get some work done in the mid lane, get the flash out of Caps. Still a success, but flash is burnt on both sides of the map as Skumon will head over to this crab.
He's funneling the crab towards the bottom side of the map, which is his strong side of the rift right now.
Yeah.
Look at the positioning
โอ้
of
ทุเรศ
Brawl
มาก
as
เล่
they
นบน
threaten
ผม
the
ว่าจะแพ้เพราะเล่นบ
potential.
นเนี่ยมันไปช่วยไม่ได้ครับ
Back to base here.
สกิลหมอนต้องเดินเกม
They need to get here quick. Here comes Vi as well.
Yeah, Ruler. Let's see whether he can actually survive this one.
Maybe
I
not.
don't think he's going to be able to get a
ทำไม
shield.
นักแข่งเอเชียมีแต่อ้วนใส่แว่น ให้ก็ผอมกระร่องติดกระดูกเหมือนไม่เคยออกกำลังกาย
Twice in a row, that almost happened with the barrier.
I never doubted him. Don't worry about the exclamations there. They calculated.
That was just for the moment, right? Yeah. Beautifully done,
Tension
Kobe.
out.
Yeah,
Love the response from Canyon though. I think he's doing exactly the right thing. He sees that the bot lane dive is happening, but he knows that G2 have to recall. So there's a perfect opportunity for him to grab the dragon. He's going to steal that one away, and there's no way for G2 to contest. So even though
อีรินา
Ruler
ที่
does
อ้า
end
ขา
up
ให้เมือง
falling,
เย
at the
ส
very least, Gen
เมือง
G will
รัก
get
จริง
something
เปล่า
back.
ก็ไม่รู้
เฮ้ย
Always looking for the response plays.
อะไร
Dragon
วะเนี่ย
number 1, but 1,000 gold this early, and Skumon's on the attack again. He does have ultimate, but so does Chovy. Can Chovy?
อุ้ย
Yeah, that is 3 people moving on over towards this Ari. Does find the charm onto Skumon just to offer something back, but still does have to burn that Spirit Rush.
ตอนเด็กเวลามีคนถามว่า
Stacks. I
พ่อ
believe he should have
กับ
hit
แม่
100
รัก
by
ใคร
now.
มากกว่าบอส
Because
ตอบ
he's
ว่า
only
ใคร
sitting at 9 in the bottom left.
บอสตอบว่าใครเหรอ
Upgrade his Q rather than
ตอบไม่รู้แล้วกัน
early on, which I mean, I guess he's prioritizing getting that extra movement speed, especially after losing his flash early, and also just giving him that extra trading potential against Chovy by prioritizing the Q over the epoch.
Yeah, and Caps is going to scale so nicely with big team fight damage. So they've taken away the biggest danger to him, which is Chovy's
เล่น
ultimate
บนนี่
early
ยับ
on.
อะเล่นไม่ได้ครับ เจอเวน
Before Ari's able to get
น่าเกลียด
malignant,
มาก
it's an actual cooldown
แต่เลือก
right
ดี
now.
ครับเลือกดี
So-
ถ้าเลือกก่อนก็ต้องโดนอย่าง
They've
นี้ยนะ
taken
เป็น
away
เรื่อง
so
ปก
much
ติ
of the threat, and since he didn't have flash, I think that was necessary because it's a timer where Canyon is now level 6 on Vi. So
Wait, is this a
อุ้ย
kill?
ตายแล้วนะ
It's the charm to come on out there. That does keep Chovy alive still. Does possibly have to burn his teleport after that one.
Beautiful placement of the W. Like, he got Chovy right in the middle of it, and with no use, because he used his W at the same time, he lost his movement speed.
Yep.
So there's no way to get out of that, and then the charm connects, which ultimately, I think, mitigates a lot of the potential damage that Caps did have, but he'll get the flash, he'll get the TP. Caps playing the lane really well, which, I mean, considering his performance, he is the player that I had needed to see step up the most, and he's having a great series so far.
And he's going the tanky build so he can survive some bursts because you know you're by Ari, right?
Oh, yeah.
I need to survive is been kind of the #1 thing on his mind. But they take away the Ari ult, they take away the Ari flash just with individual play on the second time around. So G2 are feeling so comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a G2 fan, you just don't look top lane. That's all you need to do. Because, I mean, Keen is doing exactly
ทำไมถึงไม่สลับมาเจอเวนเหรอทำไม่ได้ครับ
Farmer picked up
ตอนนี้มัน
doing everything that he
มันต้องบังคับชนเลนครับ
to
บอส
survive
ดู
this
เล
lane
โด
as
เรือน
much as
หน่อย
possible.
คนดูหน้าใหม่เริ่มรับไม่ได้แล้ว
อย่าเลื้อนเกินนะครับ
คนดู
ถ้าเลื้อนเกินปิดโดนนะครับ
You
บอกไว้
cannot
ก่อนนะ
You are trapped in here with the Bane, no lane swap
อย่าเลื้อนกันนะ
at least for a while. And so he's just going to have to tank it for now.
And Kenyon continues to pick up the objectives on the map.
Ooh, Chains of Corruption here is going to get the Unbreakable Will out of Duro. So that is a big cooldown. Still Canyon on these grubs like you were saying, Kobe. Not going to be able to stop him from doing that.
Problem is, if he finishes the 3rd grub, they're going to know Vi is top for sure. They
เลื้
might
อน
have
เกิน
actually
ปิด
had
โด
vision,
นะครับ
and seen him
I
go
mean, they
there.
read the play. They can sense
So
it.
yeah, so they know for sure Vi just finished grubs, but nobody is really showing there. So just gonna
bot lane leads. The Hans and Labrov after that 2v2 kill and after the dive, they're in such a commanding position.
It's Gigantic is now Broken Blade looking to close the gap onto Keen. Let's see whether that condemn will come out. The answer is not quite yet. This is the problem. You can initially close the gap. It's just trying to walk away.
วันนี้ไอเนตเอเจนต์มันมาอวดความรู้อะไรหรือยังวะวันนั่งกระดกแว่นอยู่หลังคอมค่า BMI สูงกว่า 25
คุณก็พูดเกินคุณเอเจนต์เขาคนดีนะครับ อาจจะมีเลื้อนบ้างแต่ว่าแบบเขาก็นิสัยดีนะคุณเอเจนต์อะ
The problem with casters telling me where not to look.
ถ้ามีคนมาขอเข้ามาหลบหนาวในบ้านบอสระหว่างโฮมเลสกับแม่ดิสจะให้ใครเข้ามาในบ้าน
โอ้โหหลบหนาวเหรอ ก็อยู่แบบกาลาจไปก่อนแล้วกัน
I will say the way that you pick apart this G2
อยู่ด้วยกันทั้งคู่เลย
to be side lanes later. as we kind of went over, and neither the Cassante, who's extremely starved at the moment, or of course a Victor.
ต้องช่วยเหลือเพื่อนมนุษย์อะครับ
หน้าใหม่ใจบางก็ออกไปดูช่องอื่นที่นี่ฟรีสปีดเสรีประชาธิปไตยโดยเยอะๆให้บอสปวดปาก
You're completely right, actually. Like something that when in a very dragon-dominated meta, often it's easy to forget how difficult it can be. As Rula, he's having a miserable time down here on the bot side of the map. Skewmon continues to make his presence known.
Not a lot of vision available there, so I was a little nervous, but still, Hansama going to be able to get the push in. Has gone the on-hit Varus as well. Actually, really like this. We've seen some pretty consistent nerfs towards.
สกิลหมอนมันซ้อนนะครับตอนนี้แต่ปัญหาคือเลนบนน่ะมันจะต่างไปเรื่อยๆนะถ้าเวนได้ของ2ชิ้นเมื่อไหร่คือชิปหายเลยฮะ
potential also gives them a lot of ability to do neutrals, right? Baron is going to die very quick as Arcane Storm goes down and trade for the Spirit Rush, and it looks like that is just going to be that.
ดูอยู่เงียบๆชอบอย่างมีแสงอยากได้เฉพาะโดอย่างเดียวสินะคืออะไรอ่ะชอบอย่างมีแสงแต่ได้เฉพาะโดอย่างเดียว
I don't think you want to force anything on the other side of the map either. Just
ใจเย็นนะครับคุณเอเจนต์
He's going to get turret plate money.
อย่าไปทะเลาะกับโดเลยครับ
พวกเด็กใหม่เพิ่งเข้ามาดูช่องบอสนะครับเลิกทำตัวมือถือสากปากอเมกวอยอได้แล้วครับโตกันละ
อุ้ยเอาเรื่องเหรอแต่ไม่ไหวกับเวทปะ
does have to invest a lot just to escape the Cassante. And meanwhile, the gold grind.
ระหว่างพาแม่ไปอยู่แคนาดากับให้พ่อกลับมามีชีวิตบอสจะไม่เลือกทั้งสองใช่ไหม
Massively far ahead here.
I mean, his farm very much on pace. The 10 CS per minute, 135 at 12.
แม่มาอยู่แคนาดาอยู่ทำไมคนดูมันอยู่ไทยดีกว่านะครับ
I have enough armor now that you can't just one-shot me. And I'm Cassante, by the way. I can hear the riots being spammed in chat right now as Cassante is. That's how I imagine Broken Blade is saying it.
I assume it's exactly that way. We'll have to get voice comms, but I'm just going to agree with you.
That's you should be the voice actor for
Broken Blade.
Yeah, Broken Blade.
It's a hex plate as well. From
อุ้ยเอ้ารู้เริ่มมึนอะไรอ่ะ
interrupted. Broken Blade looking to try and get in there. He says, "Hey, one more time." But isn't going to be able to find it.
I don't know why I'm making it sound like Broken Blade's in a horror movie.
Every time Cassante uses all out, then you got to chime in with that. That'll be good. Bot side maybe. I mean, Genji are like, hey, is there anything around red buff?
อุ้ยคอมโบว่ะ
Yeah, I mean, a nice pick found from Genji. They really punished Skewmon just trying to clear his jungle. Good vision
แม่
control.
แพ้อากาศหนาวครับมาอยู่แคนาดาไม่ได้ส่วนพ่อแพ้ออกซิเจนตอนนี้เลยไม่ได้หายใจแล้วครับ
โอ้โหพ่อพะผมเพิ่งเคยได้ยินคนแพ้ออกซิเจนโอ้โหไม่ใช่นะครับ
Couple of shots after that charm did connect from Chovy. Doesn't have Spirit Rush though because did use it when they were killing Skewmon earlier, so that means the cap should be fine.
Yeah, and so for Genji, they want to try and spread the map, and
รับฟรีสปีดของช่องนี้ไม่ได้ก็ออกไปใครห้ามอัดช่องอื่นมีเยอะแยะหน้าใหม่ใจบางมาอีกละ
โอ้โหไปไล่เขาอีกอย่าไล่คนใหม่นะครับเราก็ต้องการคนดูใหม่ๆบ้าง
still could be effective versus him, but G2 they have a lot of vision in the top quadrant here, and
they're going to use it. Skewmon walks in.
Yoinks the Raptor at the
แต่
very
ว่า
least.
CS เลยล่างนี่เละเลยนะ40ตัวนะ
There's so much information here for G2. It's kind of ridiculous as Lebrov not scared of Canyon moving over. And Skewmon is
วารัสเอาเรื่องนะครับฮานซามะทัวร์นาเมนต์แบบอินเตอร์นี่เขาเอาตลอดนะฮานซามะเนี่ยอุ้ยโซโล่ไปเนี่ย
Under fire just a little, but it's not enough. Canyon wasn't quite there, so not going to be able to take down the victor.
This is why you go Rod of Ages into Ari though, because like
บอสกินอะไรยังไม่ได้กินอะไรเลยครับคุณตัมมี่
but the reality is it's not like
อุ้ยสมัคร34เดือนแล้วเหรอคุณตัมมี่ขอบคุณมากนะครับ
someone else. She's not like Annie where the whole purpose is I drop my whole combo, one shot you, but then I'm kind of out.
เท่าไหร่3 ปีโอ้โหคุณตัมมี่3 ปีแล้วเหรอเนี่ย
Extended fight she can do a lot.
สนับสนุนมา3 ปีแล้วอะ
เครื่องหมายสี่เหลี่ยมไอเอเจนต์มี 2 แบบคือ10 สตางค์ไออ้วนคอคาร์บอนเมนเทียล .bmi เกินกับ 0.2 ไอแห้งทำทรงเทสดี
โอ้โหแห้งทำทรงเทสดีกับอ้วน BMI เกิน
Continuing any battle.
And I will say, also, you know, Broken Blade has done a good job to weather the storm here. And
มีแค่นั้นเองเหรอ
หรือจะเชื่อว่าคนอบขนมปังนั่งให้คำแนะนำนักแข่งระดับโลก ส่วนพวกคนดูโง่ให้เงินไอบอส
as soon as he gets his Iceborne, it's still pretty good.
I mean, you don't need that much money to be useful on a Cassante, right?
Yeah, and he got Warden's Mail and plated Steel Cap super early on to reduce a lot of flat damage. And then you get your Iceborne, so you can have utility with, you know, bigger area slows applied later. He's still going to perform his duties.
So Han's going, I mean, I should have guessed this from the lethal tempo, but he's going for the on-hit virus build rather than lethality.
I did mention that.
Yeah. Sorry.
อุ้ยแต่ว่าทำไมเคสเต้มา CSD จังอะ
habit of tuning medic out, and sometimes that just.
ชิปหายดิอย่าง
I
เงี้ย
want to say really good point, Atlas, because wait a second.
Broken Blade could be in a little bit of trouble here as can eat some of the CC, but not all of it. Alistair does have a fair bit. Canyon comes down as well. Season is this man. They are
really rod.
But that flash was so good. Canyon will be able to get over that wall to take him down, but it costs him a flash and probably this mid lane out of turret as well. G2 on the cross map.
นั่งวิเคราะห์จังเคยไประดับโลกแบบเขาไหม3 รอบอะครับ
continues to push in. That bot tower going to be chipped away at from the side of Genji.
ระดับ
Everyone's going to be sent up towards the top lane. I think Scumon's more interested in the camps. I'm not gonna. Oh wait,
in a mountain rift as well, being able to.
ไปมา3 รอบ
Obviously, does just move him towards the enemy Krug camp as G2.
เอาง่ายๆผมนั่งกินข้าวโต๊ะเดียวกับเฟเกอร์ด้วยเอาอย่างนี้ด้วย
เมืองเอาคนดูใหม่ๆไปทำไมเดียวเมืองก็ทิ้งเขาหลอกให้ติดโดเรื่อนแล้วก็ทิ้งให้ลงแดงตาย
หลอกให้ติดโดนเรื่องอะไรวะ when they kill the other one, and so he still gets a charge on the secondary turret and gets more turret play value.
ตำนานไทยอ่ะ
Honestly, that was really perfect from G2. You got your Krugs, you got the extra turret plates off the secondary charge there. You took Raptors as well.
Scumon took the whole top side. He just denied all those camps away from Canyon. He's now trying to steal some camps of his own as Broken Blade is going to spot this one out.
Yeah, he's just going to get on out of there. Thought that maybe Canyon was going to think about trying to attack this Cassante, but decides not to. Scumon going to be able to take this crab, move back towards his jungle. Canyon did return the favor by clearing out the entire bottom side. You can see, as far as the jungle CS is concerned, things very
Actually,
even.
he didn't get the Raptors, and I don't think he got the Krugs either.
I will say I'm feeling a lot.
He didn't finish it up.
A lot better for Genji with the 2 dragons they've been able to get in this game, because it's going to be hard for G2 to force Genji to take fights that they don't want. You know, this whole time we've been warning about the side lanes and warning about the pick potential that Genji have. Since G2 have been unable to stack dragons of their own, you don't get to put that pressure to say, hey, go walk into one Braum and stuff, right?
ถ้าเคซันเต้มันมี CS แบบนี้น่ากลัวนะฝั่งซ้าย
try and use some of the range, but it does give the feeling to me, even with the 2,000 gold lead, that Genji are actually still well positioned to pull G2 across the map.
They're going to dive on top of Labrov here as well, who is rotating down to
เลยนะ
protect
ลุ
this
ม
mid lane.
บอม
He
เลยนะ
should be going down, although stands
ลุมบอมก็ชิบหายดิครับ
here gets into that front line. Now the teleport in from Broken
ลุม
Blade.
บอมอย่างนี้ก็ชิบหายดิครับ
But not for long. It's Keen. He's going to get taken out first. Labrov still amongst it as they take down the cow. G2 cannot be stopped in this series as they win.
ลุมบอม
ชีวิตเมืองไม่มีอะไรแล้ววันๆก็พูดถึงแต่เรื่องอดีตไป3 รอบตกรอบแรกทุกรอบสมเพศตกอับจัด
อะไรครับก็เขาถามว่าเคยไปบัวไหมผมไม่ได้เอามาโม้อะไรเลยโอ้โหลุมบอมนะครับกลางโลอยู่ด้วย
And G2, they're very happy. This is just what they want.
I just want to talk about how great Scumon played it, getting the knockup onto the vein, getting
ช็อต
the
นี้
joint
บอม
onto
แครี่เกม
Alistair, and
เลย
then getting watch this joint
แครี่โดย
play
ที่ไม่ต้องทำอะไร
again
อ่ะ
onto the dashed Ari. I've never seen a Zehen provide this much utility in a team fight, but the placement and the timing was simply perfect from Scumon in that fight to really set up G2 for success.
ส่งแย่นะเจนจี
We'll give that one to them.
The dreaded return is pretty hard to hit. It's not actually point and click. Scuba just makes it look real good.
I mean, and he did so much damage in that fight as well. G2 with a 3k gold lead against Genji for the second game in a row.
G2 มันโหดจังอะ
I don't know what world we're living in. Like I'm genuinely so shocked that this is the level of performance that we're getting. Genji not demonstrating their typical level of dominance.
คำถามนะบอสสามารถได้เงิน10 ล้านปอนด์นี้ได้เลยแต่ต้องให้คุณเอเจนต์เย็ดแฟนบอสยอมไหม
โอ้โหให้เอเจนต์เหรอไม่เอาอ่ะ
and being able to play around that and every single time G2 have been able to set them up to make sure that they can win.
Yeah, and Lebrov, great global taunt he had there.
Oh, absolutely. You're completely right.
Engaging onto
กูบอกแล้วเดี๋ยวมันพลาดไปแจกเขาใครครับ
doing it's just it's exactly what the Brom wants.
มันแทงได้เยอะเกินอ่ะเปิดบอมยังไงก็แพ้นะครับแต่ถ้าสมมติว่าเปิดวารัสบอมมันก็กันให้อยู่ดีจริงๆต้องจับเลนข้าง
ไปเวิลด์ตั้ง3 รอบเงินหายไปไหนหมดว่าบอสตกอับถึงขั้นมาอบขนม
งานไหล
and is even thinking about coming back for more as Duro now possibly in trouble as Caps a lot of damage available to himself as well as Canyon just nowhere that he can go as the flash through from Skumon should be the end of him as Harsama finishes off and in the meantime the cow is also dead. G2 are just destroying them.
They're stopping. They just found 3 picks. They take out the Vayne, they take out the Alistar, they take out Canyon Fly as well. Now they set the sights on Ruler, but Lambitious, the Baron is now an option.
22 minutes into the game, they're just going to dive straight towards his Baron. Ruler and Chovy, I don't think they can do anything about this. Although they may just have to try as Chovy gets into the back of the pit. Don't know about that one. It is 22 minutes. The Baron is pretty scary. As Ruler realizes that he has to make something happen. Keen comes down as well as Chovy taking matters into his own hands. Finds the charm onto Broken Blade. As Keen trying to dash around this fight. There is the Baron going down. And Genji just had to watch.
G2 are just looking
ผมว่าเจนจีเล่นพลาดว่ะ
ก็เหมาะกันดีนะบอสไออ้วนเอเจนต์ DMI 25 บวกกับมีหมูตัวเมียรวยๆที่แมงดาเกาะ
โอ้โหอะไรวะเนี่ย
Let's see whether Skumon can get here in time. It looks like he should be able to. Room Deliverance is available as well. He can definitely get into the back of this pit. Let's see whether he to make sure that this Drake does go into the Genji. And I think Canyon is just going to sacrifice himself to try and get themselves the dragon and get out. But I don't think this is a winning the game play. This is a trying to stall it as best they can style decision.
ปิดโดไหมถ้าเลื้อนเกินนะครับถ้าเลื่อนเกินปิดโดแน่ไม่ต้องห่วงหรอกครับคุณพีท
This is a foregone conclusion. They're going to get the bot tower. They're setting their sights on mid as well. G2's looking to get a huge injection of gold off the back of this Baron.
6,500 gold already.
แต่ได้3ก่อนโอ้แต่ไม่ไหวว่ะถ้าเคซันเต้มันซีดเท่าก็คือไม่ไหวแล้วอะ
gorgeously into later on into the game regardless of anything else. So G2 certainly having Genji on the ropes at this point in time. And last game I was very happy to talk about, but Genji can always team fight later on. It's just not looking like this is the Genji that we're dealing with here today. They are looking scared. They are looking ruffled into G2 here. As that is a cleanse to come on out here. Genji still trying to look for a little bit of a punish. Duro in that front line will be able to stun up Broken Blade. Silverbolt's coming out. Diving on in there.
เฮ้ยโชวี่แต่เคซันเต้มันรอดอีกแล้ว
A lot of damage here from Caps.
โอ้ยคีนมันเล่นเวรเป็นมั้ยเนี่ยเฮ้ย
Destroyed in this battle, and Genji just did not have enough to take down G2. It's a double for Harsama as he's untouched on the Varus. Genji tried, it just wasn't enough.
G2 just stomped them down again. I mean, I for one am ready to welcome our new European overlord, Atlas. Holy
moly! They're not new ones. They've just taken a bit of a hiatus for a few years, right?
Oh, they are back, baby. G2 are looking like they want to finish game 2.
First inhibitor turret going to be going down there towards the bottom side of the map.
จริงเหรอตบ3-0เลยเหรอ
Wants to stop this mid lane turret from falling, but it doesn't look like he has too many options. G2 not going to be winning the game right now. However, it is looking like they have prepared it. You know, much like in a cooking show, they prepared it from earlier.
Like this sequence was
โห
so
ดไปปะวะน้อง
because I don't think G2 had even backed off to the
คือมันแทงคุ้มมาแล้วมันไม่ตายตลอดเลยอะโบเกนเบรกกับไอลาบอฟอะแล้วตัวแครี่มันได้ฟรีดิครับแล้วตัวแทงเสร็จแล้วไม่ตายอะโอ้โหมันเดินดีมากเลยเว้ย G2 ทุกเกม
พ่อมึงตายพ่อมึงตายพ่อมึงตายพ่อมึงตายพ่อมึงตายพ่อมึงตายพ่อมึงตายพ่อมึงตายพ่อมึงตายคุย
เฮ้ยอย่าโดนมาล้อพ่อผมดิพ่อผมเสียแล้วควรให้เกียรติกันบ้างนะครับพ่อผมเสียแล้วอ่ะให้เกียรติกันบ้าง
ล้มมวยเปล่าวะในบ้านอย่างโหดมาแพ้คู่ฮาน้ำเยอะ
มีสิทธิ์นะครับอาจจะล้มมวย
Yeah, let's see whether they can find him. He just goes golden. Did have that arm guard, breaks it now, but that buys enough time to make sure that the AD carry from G2 is healthy and alive. As Duro
อาจจะอ่อนให้ก่อน2เกม
อันนี้ความรู้ให้คนที่เข้ามาดูใหม่นะบอสบ้านอยู่ที่แคนาดาเรจิน่าถนนอาโคล่าอเวย์แถวร้านทิปซีซามูไร
โอ้โหไปบอกที่อยู่ผมอีกบอกเพื่ออะไรครับแบนเถอะครับถ้าโดมาหรือแบบนี้มันแบนไม่ได้ดิครับ
ทำไมถึงเลือกเปิดตัวที่เทิร์นไฟโหดที่สุดในเกมอย่างบราอัมโชวี่พ่อมุงคลุกยาบ้าให้แดกตอนเช้ามาปะ500ถูก
โอ้โหใจเย็นนะครับนักลงทุนเริ่มโมโหแล้วมันอาจจะอ่อนให้ก่อน2เกมครับเจนจีค่าตัวนักกีฬาแพงเอา2เกมแรกให้ก่อน
You're at the precipice of going 2 games up versus Gen G here as they finish up with the base.
ต้องเอาเงินไปจ่ายค่านักกีฬาอ่อนให้ก่อน2เกมมันก็เหมือนวงการมวยปั้มครับวงการ L
And it's going to require a reverse sweep from Gen G to make it to the final here at first stand.
I mean, the only potential win condition for Gen G right now is the soul spawns in 5 seconds, and G2's interrupts, their recalls have been interrupted. Labrov is being hunted down. Keen is trying to chase this one. You can see Joey coming in through the jungle as well.
Good slow. They pop their heal, they hit the Q.
I know this spot.
Yeah, this is the rule spot, and the teleport is coming down. On the hunt, has been popped here and does have a lot of movement speed, so it looks like G2 not going to be able to take down the Sivir this time, but Skewmont is on that dragon. Wants to be able to deny this soul. It'll only be the second Drake here for G2, so it's not like they're threatening any souls or anything like that. But that takes away that opportunity for Gen G to find that extra bit of power that they may have required. Thing is, their base is basically just destroyed anyway. And so it's just going to be a difficult scenario regardless. You just can't leave.
ไหนบอกเจนจีเลือกตัวมาดีไม่คือผมว่าแคนยอนมันเลนล่างมันร้องหนักไปหน่อยจริงๆมันต้องไปจับเลนเวนนะเว้ยคือมันต้องลุมเคซันเต้เรื่อยๆให้เวนมันเกิดอ่ะอันนี้อะไรไม่รู้อ่ะเลือกตัวมาจับอะแต่ว่าไปเล่นทีมไฟเฉย
versus the magnitude of the greatest upsets of all time, I would have to think.
I completely agree with you. Like the context of this is truly ridiculous just because of the way like every single expert said that Gen G like
แต่ Gen G อาจจะอ่อนไว้ก่อนครับ2เกม
Like the whole tournament.
The whole tournament. Yeah. Like they were
แล้วค่อยเอาจริงตอนหลัง
But yeah, G2 is looking to bring us to match point.
เกาหลีมันไม่แพ้หรอกครับ EU อ่ะ
I can tell you right now, no one had G2 3-0 on their bingo card.
Yes, they did. Lord actually did. She very much
อ่อนให้ก่อน2เกม
All right, well, there's the pulverize on a 3. Let's see whether they can actually find an angle as G2. These wallets are
เฮ้ยนี่ไงเวนมาแล้วเวนมาแล้วนี่น้อง
There's the shutdown going over to Keen as Caps goes golden for a moment, but I don't think he's one wants to take Chovy with him, but it's not going to quite be enough as Gen G have found a team fight out of nowhere.
เนี่ยมาแล้วเนี่ย
A few more of these if they want to win the game, and it's a decent start for a comeback.
That is a huge team fight for Gen G. They're going to be able to buy a lot of time on what was an 11k gold lead has shrunk to 6.
And 3 inhibitor lead. It's
บอสมีใครเคยไปเยี่ยมบ้างหรือยังเลยครับผมไม่มีญาตินะ
Duro finds the flank and they delete him.
And the exhaust onto caps from Keen was absolutely massive as well. If you consider these two to be the main damage dealers, when you neuter them, then it just becomes a damage race with Gen G's comp, they're going to be able to win out.
Yeah, they assassinate these G2 carries, take them down. Still though with 3 inhibitors, you don't get to do a lot except clean your base.
And the thing is,
you clear a lot of minions.
Cleaning your base is quite good if
you get paid a lot for
minions
cleaning.
also destroy all of the money that your
เงินกลับมาแล้ว
as well. So
yeah, look at the gold lead now.
It's only 4k. That's
that is
kind of insane.
Massive swing. Death Cat picked up for Chovy. He now has an individual 2.2k gold lead over Caps. Like, we were talking a lot about the momentum, but again, Gen G demonstrate why they are considered such a good team. They haven't given up just yet.
Let's see whether Ruler can beat the all-time CS record as well.
เงินกลับมาแล้วครับ
Currently got a lot of minions. I think he needs to reach 1,050 from that 94-minute game or 92-minute game. Kilios keeps telling me, and I keep getting it wrong. Alright, Chovy looking for a bit of an angle of skim. Oh my goodness, taking so much damage here. Does need to invest everything to try and escape. And the Grim Deliverance is fantastic. Skummon's just being a menace. He will respawn as well. And unfortunately, Canyon does not have the same luxury. Losing their jungler here is Gen G. Now 4 versus 5 trying to defend their base, or what's left of their base.
They still have a little bit left of the Baron, and they're going to use this to try and end the game. Duro.
Yeah, there's a nice pulverize here from Duro, but I don't think the Unbreakable Will is quite going to be enough there as Labrov going down so incredibly low, but is going to survive in the end. Chovy looking for an angle for Keen. He's going to go down, but doesn't even do anything. It's the first Nexus. It will fall. Ruler has to try and flash away, and he's going to be able to do so, but then he's going to rush the Nexus. G2 have match point and are looking to clean sweep Gen G.
พี่บอสเศร้าไหมครับเวลาเจอโดนเลื้อนยังพอรับได้อยู่ครับแต่ถ้าเลื้อนเกินพี่ก็รับไม่ไหวอ่ะอย่าให้เลื้อนเกินอ่ะเลื้อนเกินปิดโดแน่เจนจีเครียดแล้วนะตอนนี้ G2 หัวเราะเอ้ยพวกนี้แม่งกากนี่หว่าจริงๆแล้วแต่เจนจีอ่อนให้ก่อนครับ2 เกมเกมต่อไปคือของจริงแล้วเจนจีเอาของจริงโชว์แล้ว2 เกมแรกอาจจะแบบหาตังเข้าทีมอะไรอย่างเงี้ย2 เกมแรกหาตังเข้าทีม3 เกมหลังเอาจริงเป็นเรื่องปกติครับวงการกีฬา
And thanks to the reliable Cisco network, they're so clean with their cross map plays because Broken Blade getting caught on the bot lane does not matter if they take the rest of the map.
That right there is a bossy moment where he makes it's a good death. It's a great death. If you're bringing 4 people to the bot side of the map to take down the Cassante, and he almost makes it out.
It's so close, actually. They have to commit the flash from Canyon just to finish him off. So much was committed, and then we look up towards mid, and it's like, okay, Rift Herald going down. We see the Sivir zoned away. We see a tower taken there. We also see top lane. This is not a winning play for Gen G at all.
It's one of the worst plays you can possibly make when the enemy team has Rift Herald to send 4 people bot side. That's one of the cardinal sins, and it feels like Gen G right now, palms are sweaty. You are now 0-2 in this series based off this. So yeah, every second counted there. That's a lot of seconds. That's a lot of tempo markers there.
And even, I mean, similarly to the previous game, it's like, it's never done with Gen G. You have to be cautious every step of the way. You cannot take any fights for granted. I was sweating when they came to the base for the first time and get completely reset. I was wondering, can Gen G come back? Did you think they had the tools to come back here?
I felt like they did. I mean, a lot of it
เอาแบบสาระเลยนะดับดีนะครับ G2 เลือกตัวทีมไฟมาแล้วก็ต้องชมโบเคนเมดนะที่ไม่โดนกดยับเกิน
But like
ทำเพื่อนเล่นง่ายเลยอะ
when Gen G were really looking for something and
เพราะว่าเวนถ้าหยิบมาแล้วแบบกดไม่ยับอะสู้พวกวิกเตอร์วารัสอะไรอย่างเงี้ยยากนะ
And they just put so much focus
แต่ผมว่าป่าไม่ได้โคตรดีอะ
and I feel like the composition for Gen G is
ทุก
quite
ไฟเลย
focused, right? You have the
ป่า
R, you have the buy. We see that want to start off with a kill, get the resets. You're not going to be able to do that through the Braum. And also, there's a Hen as well, with the revive being available, just immediately puts a block and they have to cut away.
And it just kept going.
What do you think they're saying backstage?
I think they're relaxing. They're chilling. They seem like they're awake.
I think they're saying, guys, we haven't finished the series yet.
Yeah.
Stay locked in. It's great. The vibes are going to be great, but you know.
I don't know. I see a fridge on the side. I see the champagne in that fridge already. So like, and then just even continuing to roll it. The most impressive part to me
โหดจริงนะโหดจริงนะป่าสกิลอะสกิลมอนอะ
is the extension of their lead. Everything looked great from them because they were able to get the Baron off one pick. Then there was the bot fight that
ขอ
came
กำ
through.
ลั
And
ง
I
ใจ
felt
หน่อย
like
ค
they've
รับ
just been playing out
โด
a
น
lot of
เพื่อน
these
ที่โรงเรียน
fights
ล้อว่าไม่มี
expertly.
พ่อพี่ไม่มีพ่อเหมือนคงเข้าใจ
โอ้โหโดนเพื่อนที่โรงเรียนล้อเหรอน้อง
Like come back towards the base defense. So there was a lot there that was like, well, maybe this might turn. But immediately the composure from G2 to be able to bring it back.
I think what's been so impressive is that Gen G, there are oftentimes even
เพื่อน
the
ที่โร
big
งเรียน
mistakes
ล้อว่าไม่
where
มี
they
พ่อ
have
เลยเหรอ
gone behind early. Not at this tournament, of
โรงเรียนไหน
course,
อะ
but they often just team fight their way out of
วี
it. They
วี่
just
ใน
get to
วัน
the
พีช
5v5s
คน
and
แส
they
ด
just
ง
perform
ตัว
better.
ดำจัด
They
เห็น
haven't
แล้ว
been
คุย
able
ห
to
ด
do
เค
that
รื่องหมาย
today.
สี่เหลี่ยมบอส
G2
คิดเหมือนกัน
โอ้โหบอสคิดเหมือนกันผมยังไม่ได้ดูเลยครับ
orange at all in that gold graph.
You know what? You know what? I gotta ask. I'm gonna ask somebody in terms of who do you guys think is player of the game? Like off of that game, you can even say who your favorite player from G2 side is.
I think
เอาไงบอสจัดการยังไงแนะนำน้องโอ้โหแนะนำไม่ได้หรอกครับ
That's one for Caps. What about you?
ตอนผมเรียนไม่มีใครกล้ายุ่งกับผมอะไม่มีใครกล้าล้ออย่างเงี้ย
I'll go for LeBron. That Braum
Okay,
ult.
Caps, LeBron. Okay, we got a few people there.
This is where it gets interesting because
ใครล้อไม่มีพ่อ
that is something you would never have thought of.
ไม่มีใครกล้า
Qmon pops off as well.
ผมพกแบงค์นัมไปโรงเรียนอะ
Vedi was saying it during the cast. It's no longer Caps and friends. It's the whole thing
เหน็บ
showing
เหน็บเอว
together.
ไว้
Hansama is the player of the game for this one, and for me, goes to show how better
ไม่มี
this
ใคร
team
กล้า
got. And
He's
how
like, I can take that.
Sorry?
He says, I can take that.
Yeah, we can take that. We can be happy with that. It's no longer Caps and friends. And seeing Hansama pop up, especially in a clutch series like this, I'm all in. I love it.
I mean, it's been fun. Okay, even see LeBron in the fans.
A lot of
Caps there.
a lot of, and I think he had a great game on the Nautilus, the Braum as well, soaking so much pressure.
But Laura, I do agree, and I think being able to see Hansama this entire tournament play the way that he has been playing, that bot lane early, like flash away from the Alistar, him and LeBlanc walking them down, they have just been winning 2v2s
ปืน
consistently.
ลีออน
That they weren't even like
ใช่ครับ
they're being forced in draft to pick these comps.
ยืม
and it's
ลี
been
ออน
working out
มา
incredibly well.
Guys, it is the first time Gen G is down 0-2 since Worlds 2023. Damn! And it is G2 doing it.
In fact, let's check in back from the fans.
พวกช่างอะไรอาจจะปืนปากกาสมัยนั้น แต่ผมแม็กนัม
I said 3-2 to G2, so I'm gonna change to 3-1 to G2.
Okay. So
I'm gonna keep on map for Gen G because we want more games, so I
ไม่
can
มี
change
ใคร
it.
กล้าเพราะบอสเหม็นเปรี้ยวตอนเด็กๆเป็นเด็กหลังห้องเพราะเพื่อนไล่ไม่อยากสูงสิง
โอ้โห
It's been only surprises here so far. Pinch me if it's real. G2 is 2-0 against the favorites of the tournament. The job is not done yet. It is Gen G after all we're talking about. Let's see if they can come back here in game 3 and give us series.
They need to get hit quick. Here comes Vi as well. Yeah, Ruler. Let's see whether he can actually survive this one. I don't think he's going to be able to. Gets a shield. Wait. And the last tick is enough to do it. LeBron locks down the second one for G2. I'm TPing, guys. I'm TPing. I'm TPing. Watch out. Looks good with Zarian. I'm coming. Hurry here. Oh, shit. She's there. I've got her as well. We hard win. Look at Aria. Get her.
เพื่อนมันล้อว่าลูกไม่มีพ่อโตไปก็คงทิ้งแม่ไปต่างประเทศเศร้ามากครับขอกำลังใจ
โอ้โห ขอกำลังใจเดี๋ยวน้องสู้ๆนะครับ เป็ดแพ้แล้วบอส เป็ดแพ้แล้วเหรอ แพ้ไปเถอะครับ
Red Bull gives you wings.
เกม 3ต้องแก้เกมหนังเนี่ยเจนจีด ดับแข็งปักเลย G2
Your setup wants Opera GX, and you're holding it back. Upgrade to the game.
ร้านลิเวอร์กูเป็นไงเก่งในบอลถ้วยกลางในบอลลีก เจอหมอนทองยังไหวหรือเปล่าลิเวอร์พูลต้องดึงเตวลากรมาช่วยพี่บอกให้หมอนทองตัวจี๊ด
The greatest players in the world are here.
They can just burn this one down. Oh my God, he'll hold it by 9.
You are going to see them like you've never seen them before.
It will as the Arcane Storm doing so much work in Gen G. They are just going to ace them.
누구 만나도 이길 수 있다는 자신감 정도로만 생각하고 있습니다.
เอาจานสกลเป็นโค้ชไหมต้องจานสกลคนนี้รู้ลึกเรื่องบอลปั้นเด็กไปถึงฝันน่ะจานสกลน่ะสกลนครG2 มีโอกาส 3-0 ไหมไม่มีครับคนสกลเป็นยังไงบ้างบอสคนสกลเหรอกินหมาเห็นเขาบอกกันผมไม่รู้นะว่าจริงไม่จริงนะครับแต่ว่าข่าวลือมันต้องมีมูลอยู่แล้ว
Discipline and hard work is routine. Bounce back from setbacks and grew wings. Tend to it like artists. I plant the seed and watch it harvest. Look at us now. We come so far from where we started. Long days and long nights. Knew I could take it farther. So I pushed even harder. Realizing my calling until it caught up. You know I
ไม่มีทาง 3-0 นะมันดับตัวเข้มหมดแล้วไงบอมมาริสตานอนตีรุดไปแล้วอะตัวเข้มลาบ๊อบอ่อนจัดลิเวอร์เอาอาจารย์สกลเป็นโค้ชไหมโอ้อาจารย์สกลของจริงนะบอล7 สีอ่ะโค้ชสร้างคนโชวี่เริ่มบอกโค้ชละขอตัวที่มันเดือดๆหน่อยดัมไม่ดีโชวี่ด่า
ladies and gentlemen, to First Stand 2026. And I think a lot of people expected this to be a swift series. The direction in which it has gone, though, has been quite different to especially someone like me would have expected, as G2 up 2-0 over the absolute unequivocal favorites of this tournament in Gen G.
Yeah, everyone expecting this 3-0 where the colossal underdogs, wait, Gen G are struggling to find a single win?
บอสขอแมนเกมสุดท้ายกูใส่สุดได้ครับ Gen G เลย
The most important step that you can take is not the first step.
ตัวเข้มลาบอสมันหมดละ
And G2, they need to take one more step in this series.
Very profound.
That was beautiful.
Yeah, that was,
I really liked that.
แต่ล่างแตกทุกเกมเลยนะ2 เกมที่แพ้นะครับล่างแตก
G2 close things out with a rumble.
And the Caitlyn was the next one.
Looks like they're going to keep consistent with that metric. The problem now for Gen G is Korkinami is something that G2 will immediately be thinking about. They like this bot lane prio. They got
it's also one of the favorites of Gen G.
Yeah, so will the Nami be picked up? Because even if the Corki is taken away, Ruler's Lucian is still a thing. So the ultimate question is, what will the be? Are they concerned about the Nami? Will they first pick it away? Because I'm confident that G2, if it comes to them with no Nami or Corki locked in, they're taking it.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I mean, Hansama and Lebrov have been bot gapping Ruler and Duro over and over, and I think that most certainly is one of the large.
จบนี่รูเลอร์เตะซับคนนี้แน่เลยถ้าแพ้ถ้าชนะได้ไปต่อถ้าแพ้ดูโลออกทีมดูทรง AD เปลี่ยนคน
See what they do decide to do though is the Yunara will be locked in as G2 feel like the cards are in their hands once again in this champion select.
รูเลอร์รุ่นใหญ่ด้วย
Yunara paired alongside Lulu is naturally a very scary bot lane to have.
It's scaly too.
It's also quite scaly, yeah.
G2 แบนแล้ววะอ๋อแบนโชบี้
but this has definitely added a couple of gears to the cog of the thinking machine.
Gears to the cog.
Vedius's cogs are turning right now, for sure.
Yeah. No, I'm genuinely just thinking about the draft. The words are secondary to how my brain is thinking about how they pick.
The cogs and the gears in his brain are also having a little bit of a malfunction.
I mean, this series has malfunctioned me a little bit, I'm not going to lie.
I'm right there with you. I have full sympathy, don't you worry. Is the Shaco going to be at least hovered for a moment?
The thing is, Hans is not an Aphelios player. Of all the 80 carries, I do think... don't think he's that. So the Java are going to be locked in, okay? So they're actually saving their 80 carries.
โอ้ Gen G ชนะแล้วครับ
denying the
ซับไม่ใช่ตัว
you just pick the Nami and pair it
ไม่ใช่ตัวแบบเดือดๆอะ
You could theoretically do that. Duro might be looking for another option as well. He is a known Blitzcrank guy.
Yes, I was recommending Blitzcrank.
นักพากย์ขำลายแปลให้ฟังหน่อยมันบอก Gen G วันนี้กากจัง
And if you're down 0-2 in a series,
โดน EU ตบแล้วก็หัวล้อนะครับ
some stones to make that one happen. They did it, and you saw what happened.
That game pretty substantially.
That's all right. Nico is going to be the lock in a little bit more of a, I guess, stable pick instead of something like that. Blitzcrank. Now, what is Chovy going to be locking away as the
นักพากย์บอกกากอย่างนี้กลับไปกินต้มเล้งที่บ้านดีกว่า
The option for Canyon or King.
I think this is a big carry pick for Keen.
3-0 จะได้จบไวๆไป
As
กิ
you
น
say,
ต้ม
it
เล้ง
could be flexed in the jungle, so they're also keeping the counter pick a little bit on edge. But the Aphelios Lulu is kind of the expected when you're taking away the Lulu from the Yunara to break up the synergy. Aphelios.
มันหมิ่นขนาดนั้นเลยเหรอใช่ครับนักพากย์บอก
One of my favorites.
This is one of his answers into the Ambessa. Early on it struggles, but later on it becomes better. I think that they are very much expecting this Ambessa to go top lane, but Gen G can be flexible.
Also, it gives a lot of extra confidence to Hansama hyper carry.
บอสว่า Gen G จงใจแพ้ไหมหรืออะไรล่ะครับ2 เกมแรกทำตังค์ดิแล้วค่อยเอาจริง3 เกมหลัง
deserves that focus from this team.
Maybe he deserves even more. Maybe we put the Lulu in the mid lane and put a Yuumi in the bottom lane. Let's really go
Let's get a
all in.
Zillion in there as well.
เป็นเรื่องปกติครับมันต้องกินต้องใช้อะค่าตัวนักกีฬาไม่ใช่ถูกๆเนี่ยเดี๋ยว Gen G มันเอาจริงละ
Still the Aphelios does need to be banned, but
I'm personally happy about the Aphelios ban. I don't love Hansama on Aphelios. He has had a fantastic tournament, don't get me wrong, but
ถ้า Gen.G เอาจริง G2 มันไม่ได้ครึ่งหรอครับ
the type of champion that I prefer.
เอาจริง
What about the Jinx gets banned and then he plays Cogmore?
คนละรุ่นเลย
Now Cogmore, they used to play. I mean, with Mickey, he used to play
เดี๋ยว
Cogmore.
หน้าตีรีเวิร์สสวิตกลับนะครับ3 เกม สบาย
Maybe.
I do really like Cogmore.
So Betty, when G2 hovered the Aphelios, were they baiting by saying, "Oh look"?
I don't think so, but I like to think so.
That'd be an incredible next level hover.
They're like, "Oh, we're gonna stomp you."
Dylan in draft is like, hover the Aphelios, guys. Just hover it. No, actually, I think we should go for the share. Oh, they banned it. Oh no.
Shoot.
I guess we'll go for the other option.
Shucks, dang.
Beautiful. Well, the Wukong going to be taken away from Canyon as they continue down the jungle band's route. And there is the Syndra to be taken away from Caps. I wonder what that means as far as what Chovy wants to be picking up here. But first, G2 going to lock in their AD carry. Lulu Ezreal makes me feel not so happy as Hans Sama being a bit of a Draven guy
That would make me happy.
That's very old school
happy
for his Draven. But I feel like every time he locks it in internationally, it doesn't go that well. The Draven would be cool though. It would be such a throwback to how Hans Sama originally made his name on the scene.
And there's the
you
combo.
called it. Nice call.
Right, beautiful. And I kind of would have liked Jinx more, but still the Cogmore is going to be picked up, does have a lot of long range, and of course the Hex Optics has been buffed. And like you say, yeah, bit of Juggernaut to come on through here for G2. What is the response from Gen.G though?
Yeah, with the extra Shen shield on top of Lulu shields, you can just stand there and spit on them. Just keep auto-attacking.
Absolutely.
Don't waste time walking around.
Ooh, here's the pivot that we talked about though.
And this is the pick that I was expecting.
บอสหมิ่น G2 ไม่ได้หมิ่นครับอันนี้เรื่องจริงครับ G2 แพ้แน่นอนครับ100%เกมนี้ Gen.G ชนะ
Gen.G just in general today have not been all that great. So see whether that is something that Broken Blade can capitalize on as now to round out this draft.
100%ครับ Gen.G ชนะเกมนี้
have to be blind. See what it is going to be.
Because I feel like G2's probably thinking Azir. So I was just thinking to myself, do you consider picking it away? The problem is, does this open up an Akali?
ให้ใครเฮีย Gen.G 100%
I don't know if it makes sense in the context of the comp for G2.
No, if you're trying to play around
and they lose one health, right? Because you got 2 ninjas in the team.
Oh shoot!
Yeah, you can't do that.
That sucks.
100% เลยผมให้ 100% เลย Gen.G ไม่มีทางแพ้
But it did used to exist.
I'm trying to think of like what other things you can pick into Azir, like with Ryze gone. Oh,
100%.
no, he slams
He just did it.
He actually slams it. I didn't think that it would make sense in the context of the comp. But the thing is, right? The thing that when you have
เกมแรกก็พูดแบบนี้ผมไม่รู้ไงว่าตอนแรกมันล้มมวย
and there's really only Nico, which shouldn't really be used as a peel tool to protect. Ideally, it's an attack.
Yeah, they're going after Kog'Maw with that.
มันอ่อนให้2เกมนะครับ Gen.G อ่ะ
Also, Shen synergizes well with the Akali as a backline threat. Lulu can provide peel for both the Kog'Maw and the Jarvan. And even with all this backline dive, I feel like that there's a lot of peel. So, like, I do like what Gen.G have drafted, even though
ทำไมคนฟิลิปถึงโง่เหรอครับเล่นแต่เจอฟิลิปไม่มีสมองอะไร คุณมาจากไหนเนี่ย
So you can play that into both solo lanes. So I think it's a really actual good, super good 5-pick, not just for the trying to kill the Azir in lane, but
and the 1-3-1 is absolutely terrifying as well, considering the fact that there is a Shen on the map. You can always collapse if they decide that they want to try and take down the Kog'Maw. I think that what G2
สคริปต์เหรอแพ้ก่อน 2-0 สคริปต์ครับ
beautiful.
มันเตรียมกันมาแล้ว
That 5th pick was locked in.
My only concern is like damage. On the other side of Gen.G,
ว
they
งการ
basically
กีฬา
have
ก็อย่างนี้แหละครับ
damage dealers. So if one falls, they still have backup. If Kog'Maw dies, a lot of your damage disappears. Shen doesn't have that same kind of threat. Jarvan is in the same position. So a lot of your eggs are in the Kog'Maw basket.
เกมนี้100% Gen.G ชนะ
In the early game or doesn't have kill threat in the mid game, then like you're very
ให้1,000,000%ถึง1,000,000% เลย
be your main DPS.
I will also say though that Gen.G are not tanky, so base damages of the other G2 champions do go a long way. Oh man, this is so exciting jumping into game number 3 because for this whole series, it has looked like Gen.G, the
เคยโดนจ้างไหมเคยนะครับ
can't do anything.
แต่ผมไม่ได้เอาเสียดายอยู่
G2 have just been methodical. They have been disciplined. And they have destroyed Gen.G for the first 2 games.
It's going to have to be a big turnaround, and I don't think the draft
จริง
is
ๆน่ารับสัก
necessarily
เกม
given us a massive amount of confidence in Gen.G either. I feel like they were just trying to answer what G2 were doing, not with a clear game plan of
แต่
their
ผม
own.
ไม่เคยรับนะ
And like you were saying, Vedius, there's not a whole lot of CC here to start fights. The engage options are kind of throw Duro in there and hope that he can hit as many people as possible with a Pop Blossom. I don't know whether that is necessarily going to be all that consistent.
แล้วตอนบอสไปแข่งมีสคริปต์ไหมมีครับแต่ว่าผมไม่ได้รับเลยเห็นดูดิมันเริ่มเอาจริงเลยเจนจีรับไปเถอะยังไงก็แพ้จริงครับถ้าฉลาดต้องรับแต่ตอนเด็กเราแบบไอ้นี่ไงเรายึดมั่นไงว่าเป็นคนดีแล้วมันจะชีวิตจะดี
But let's see, Jungler's pathing towards the bot side of the map, kind of in the story of the entire series. Mid lane, Chovy naturally has that prio just because he has a range advantage. Cap being forced to play safe with the door and shield, has that decent amount of sustain to kind of weather the pressure that Chovy's going to be exerting. They're on the bot lane 2 versus 2.
รู้งี้นะรับรับครับถ้าเลือกได้รับแล้ว
Perhaps will find the second one, and those Qs really starting to stack up. Chovy probably going to have to go for a reset here. It looked like he was in a lot of control of that lane.
ถ้ารับได้เยอะไหมเกมละ 200,000
So much damage in these trades.
Meanwhile, we get the tail end of the trade here where Keen went aggressive while his cannon was low, so he's able to push Broken Blade away.
And that's going to be used here as the heal comes out, just defensively here from Duro.
They tried to use that level advantage just as they ticked over to 3. They tried to rush in, get a good chunk, but Duro quick on the finger with the heal, gets himself to safety. The bot crab now going to be the focus as Skewmon looks to grab that one for himself.
Broken Blade having a good time here on this top side of the map as well.
คิดว่า G4 เคยรับไหม
Do you know if
ไม่รู้นะ
the Spirit's Refuge stops Gwen from building
ไม่น่าหรอกครับ G4
It blocks the auto completely.
Yeah,
but
so
does it stop the stack generation?
I would think so.
Assuming so.
Yeah, I'm not familiar enough with the matchup to know because it seems like in the early game
it depends if it's on hit or on attack. Because if it's on attack, you're still getting your attack off. But if it's on hit,
จริงจังอยู่จริงจังกับเกม
พี่บอสครับผมมีแฟนอยู่แล้วแต่กำลังคุยกับเด็กอยู่3คนไว้ล่อซีพี่ว่าผมควรจัดตารางยังไงดี
โหจัดตารางเหรอน้อง
And sometimes it's a little weird which
ต้อง
things are
จัดให้
on
ดีอะ
attack or on hit are coded.
Well, Caps, you can see with the big minion wave to pick up as this one does crash forward, but looking a little worse for wear as far as that health bar is concerned. Skewmon on vision, but the backflip does connect onto Chovy.
You won't take it though, the minion wave's too big.
Yeah, and Chovy, full information of Skewmon there as well.
Exactly. All right, back
Yeah,
in the second full clears for both junglers then. Meanwhile, Caps is still fine, by the way. He still has his potion, so he's just trying to min-max here with his regeneration. เห็นไหมล่ะ2 เกมแรกโดนกดยับเลย
It's really common on Akali.
เกม3 กดคืนละ
Against Nazir early, he doesn't really have a huge amount of kill threat. There's always ways to play around it just because of the shroud. His sand soldiers become redundant. They can't hit you if they don't have a target. So Caps feels pretty safe in this lane. He's got his TP as well. He picks up that wave and he's going to go back to base now. Normally you go for an early amp to, and maybe you get boots early as well, just so it's easier to go for those trade patterns against the range that Azir has. The refillable is also super important just because you need that extra bit of sustain. Or you just buy a Hextech Alternator and come back to lane and say, I'm going to hit you now for a lot of damage.
I like that option. Big damage, look for the burst. You're going to get to level 6 and Broken Blade taking a little bit of damage himself. But on the topic of boots, I think Boots investment for Kog'Maw is always really, really wise because you just want to play around your W cooldown for activation. You pop your W and go super aggressive and push them off the wave. And Hansam and Labrav have done a very good job early on as we're seeing a patient Skewmon hover around.
Yep, there's the backflip once again as Chovy could be in trouble. Shifts the sands and does get out of the way of the flag and drag. But that is going to mean Chovy going to have to go back one more time, and that's seriously that he has.
Some mind games there from Skewmon. He did the EQ. It was clear that it wasn't going to hit, but he wanted to threaten the flash. And so Chovy kind of had to put into a position, are you going to play this game of chicken? Are you going to flash preemptively, worried that the Jarvan's going to knock you up? Or are you going to stand your ground? But Chovy...
ลูกศิษย์มึงเล่นอ่อนเหมือนอาจารย์เลย
He doesn't respond, so no
flashes
end up being traded.
Yeah, I like that because, you know, even if a Jarvan does flash his EQ at you, it doesn't come with the damage. You know, it just gives you the knockup, and you don't actually get the E and the Q damage there. So Chovy's like, all right, fine, do it if you want.
Yeah. Skewmon now does find some vision here as Emperor's Divide preemptively onto Caps, unable to actually quite get the damage on over, but now Canyon could be in trouble, and Chovy doesn't have that ulti to help out in this skirmish.
Caps also hesitant to commit his ultimate. He realized how much mobility Canyon has and how close he is to the tower, so he doesn't want to run that risk, but the bot lane's now getting involved. Caps very low.
Fighting for the scuttle.
ไม่ได้ครับ
Level 6 acquired. They've got the Scuttle Crab. They've got the ult on their jungler, so You better get out of town, Genji. This is G2 territory around that dragon. We've won and lost many games in the LCS around the dragon scuttle crab for level 6 for junglers, and around the world as well.
It's an epidemic in the LCK as well. Don't you worry, Kobe. This is all around the world. Is barrier going to need to be used there from Ruler. Now Canyon in a bit of trouble here. Level 5 to level 6. The Cataclysm does come out, gets the flash, and Canyon just has to get out of there.
That is so classic Canyon.
I thought so. I mean, Caps, he saw it. He was
pushing it. เล่นดีไปป่ะเฮ้ยมันเอาเลล่ามาบีบให้เลเวล6แล้วก็เปิดมังกรนะครับบังคับตายอีกฝ่ายไปฝั่งบน
That is so classic. And G2 are like, no way, buddy. None of your little antics are.
G2 มันเดินฉลาดมากเลยว่ะ
And they slap him down. Skumon immediately turns on him. Doesn't let the dragon get any lower. And they put a stop to that. Wow.
And it's the same story.
100% ใจเย็นครับ
Games already out to over a 500 gold lead here quite early into the game for G2. This time around, not necessarily based on the bottom lane. That one is still very, very even. But the advantages that G2 have been building have just been so consistent throughout this series.
And the craziest thing about this series is the way that it looks, right? It's not even all the results, but it looks like Genji are panicking at every moment, and they feel so much pressure to do something. They're like, oh, well, guess I gotta go try and smite steal this dragon versus a level 6 Jarvan, or I gotta, you know, they feel so pressed and pressured because G2 have been playing so well.
Oh my god, I just looked at the... So I am a big Akali enthusiast, if you hadn't guessed. But I'm looking at his items. He comes back to lane with perfect items. Just absolutely perfect.
Perfect.
It's so good as an Akali. You'll come back with boots. You have the refillable. You've got the Fiendish Codex. Getting that extra bit of haste as well.
แต่ป่าเล่นดีนะ
Now, you should...
โอ้ยแคปหลบสวย
And fun fact, gentlemen, as well, this is the exact matchup that Chovy was solo killed by Vikla in.
Oh.
That has happened earlier on.
The LCS mid laner Vikla, that Vedius term?
Again, I didn't...
you said that.
No, the words... We won't get into this. We'll discuss this later.
He did play in the LCS.
Thank you. Yes, that was my point.
We can give him
broken blades. Interesting. So our stats person, by the way, Vedius.
Yeah. You have a stat for us?
The LCS stat person?
Yeah, I know, yeah.
When he heard the talk about Han's history and wanting to like jump in and get on this G2 win for us, he was like, Kobe, did you know Han Sama's win rate before going to the LCS was 51.7?
วันนี้ก็รีบไปทำงานหรอครับ 3-0 อีกละ
โอ้โหใจเย็นนะครับเกมนี้เจนจี1,000,000%ครับ
He's basically implying that we made him better.
He wouldn't be here without the LCS.
ไม่มีใครฆ่าเกวนด้วยครับเกมนี้
And you know what? I'm not making that argument. Our stats person is, and so I do think that we should give it some consideration.
ยกเว้นแต่ของมอเกิดเกินหยุดไม่อยู่อะไร
I'm considering it. You know, we've always said Hans is our goat.
Just considering it after going on about it for an entire game.
Once an A, always an A.
ล้านเลยเหรอ1,000,000%ครับเกมนี้เจนจี
This is a win for the West.
ไม่มีทางแพ้
But let's see if they can close it out because, of course, Genji, they still earn
100%
that pedigree for a reason, and they're definitely not out of this game by any means. There's only a 400 gold difference between the two teams as we hit that 10-minute mark. Grubs are available. The first one has been secured by Skumon, but given the
ถ้าผิดทำอะไรดีเอ้า
and he'll
แล้วถ้าถูกล่ะ
objective for the time being. Meanwhile, the rest of the match just continues to
Ooh,
pop
yeah.
Public execution, they're diving onto Caps. They want to try and take down this Akali, but he just gets away. And yeah, it's always difficult to lock down this champion. I don't know why I got all that excited, but wanted to throw the ulti down.
Yeah, I mean, if Chovy maybe had been a little closer, a little bit faster, maybe there's a wall, but they could have gotten a little bit more out from Caps, especially given he had no flash available. But Rocket Belt going to be secured. Personally, a big fan of the Gunblade, but I understand having that extra mobility in the early.
ทำไมมั่นใจขนาดนั้น
Kane does get into his mist, but everyone else is able to pile in there as well. The needlework trying to keep him alive. Can he find this snip? As Caps comes over, and he's going to help lock down this Gwen. Took 3, but Kane still goes down.
I swear, it just looks so one-sided this whole series. I mean, you got your Gwen walking up there. You know, uses the skip and slash really early on.
He's just trying to get a ward, right? He just wanted a bit of deep vision.
เดี๋ยวบูทดิสให้1 เดือนบูทดิสคืออะไรครับ
So it's easy for the roam to Caps. Caps probably wasn't really necessary
อะไร
there.
คือบูทดิส
And it looked close because you got to remember that Shen doesn't really have an ult in a skirmish like that, but he did end up committing it, keeps his Jarvan alive. Skewmon then ends up picking up the trade.
Yeah, it's not a safe, you know, timer though to kind of go for it. And
would you say that they didn't identify the tempo markers?
Atlas.
So I wouldn't, but I know that you and Jat both would for sure.
He was encouraging me.
Yeah,
I have to say.
Some of it did feel like rage bait. And
mainly for you,
I was
mainly
successfully baited. That's,
let's have a look at the Coinbase goal.
ใช้เงินบูทเซิร์ฟเวอร์ดิสบูทเพื่ออะไรครับ
For the Akali when you're supposed to have a little bit of a rough time. Pre-6, he didn't, and he's able to put himself together about a 500 gold lead. He's going to spawn here. Second of the game will be an Infernal. Gen.G do want to try and contest this.
One important thing out of that skirmish on top side, Shen ult was used, so at least G2 don't have that.
Well, they do have Caps moving over first. Chovy going to have to come in a little bit late. Does have the Emperor's Divide and his flash up and available. Caps does have the ulti.
อุ้ยลูโดนลูตาย
execution. Brov goes down before anything can happen, but they immediately trade it for Duro. Emperor's Divide's good this time, but Caps does close the distance once again with another perfect execution. Still, the Drake will go over. It's a 1-for-1, but getting the objective was the main thing.
Yeah, nice reactions there from G2. They know Duro wants in, and he does get in, but it's only to
ทำให้ดิสทำอะไรได้เยอะขึ้นเพื่ออะไรครับ
both Caps
ดิสทำอะไรได้เยอะขึ้น
their flashes here.
มันไม่ใช่ดิสผม
You know, LeBron just
ดิส
takes
น้อง
the
ภูมิ
death and says, okay, fine, it'll be 1-for-1. We still get the dragon.
Yeah, the biggest thing for me was the fact that Hans and Caps invested their flash to make that play.
Yeah.
Caps was in a bit of an awkward spot. He wanted to create a flank, but he was marked. Caps now going in.
Yeah, Chovy tagged once again with the backfoot. The flash does come forward to try and deliver him a turret shot. Chovy wants to try and get some autos through, but he's still looking worse for wear. And every move Caps makes, I swear I'm terrified for Gen.G.
I mean, yeah, he's close to that level 11 as well. It's a really nice spike for Akali, getting that second point in your ult. The cooldown reduced quite a lot along with the damage. But again, keep your eyes on the positioning of Caps here. He knows that he has to flash over the wall. Duro only connects onto the support, and as Kobe was saying, it ends up just being a trade of supports. Caps wants to fish for more. He recognizes it, and Chovy has to commit that ultimate to protect him. Uses the R2 to get over the wall, but then he doesn't have anything left to keep the chase going.
ภูมิให้ยศพี่เป็นหัวดิสแล้วจริงปะเนี่ย
Very one-sided,
ภูมิให้แล้ว
even though it was a 1-for-1.
Right now, G2 with just over 1,000 gold in the lead. Ruler going to be moving towards his top side of the map, trying to get as much as he can. Wanting to put together his cull. Only a stack or two to go. So there is the cash in. That is going to even out the gold just a little bit there. And this time around, Ruler is not extraordinarily far behind, which has been the case in the last couple of games. Might be something that Gen.G can play around. I'm still a little bit worried about the fact that there is an Akali in this game, and she is pretty good at assassinating any chosen target, especially when the CC is lacking on the side of Gen.G. I think defensive play is going to be so hard for Gen.G in the remainder of the game.
You know, the one thing I feel like we didn't talk a huge amount about, but I think could be massive, is the polymorph from LeBron. When I've seen it so many times now where like a Gnar goes in, gets ready for the big ult, insta-polymorph, they one-shot him. And I'm thinking about this Gwen, the possibility, Canyon, the same thing, maybe even Duro. I mean, of course, if he gets polymorphed and he's already ulting, then it doesn't really change a huge amount. He's still going to get the ult off.
You'd be flaming LeBron then.
Yeah, I probably would be.
Because I think your point about the melee carries is really good.
ต้องรอเกวนนะครับตอนนี้
So we'll see if he can have that type of impact.
ดูเดินเกมดีมากเลยครับ Jungle.
Herald going to be spawning relatively soon, along with the Dragon, which is 2 minutes away right now. Both teams prioritizing, just getting that farm down, contesting for vision. Nice ward coverage overall from Gen.G. Skewmon feeling very confident to walk into Gen.G's half of the map.
Duro is going to have to give away that it is himself.
ใจคอจะขายทุกอย่างเลยเหรอก็ผมไม่ได้เล่น Discord อะ
The Jarvan from doing too much.
มีใครอยากได้ไหมล่ะ
Again, as Duro taking a lot of damage, Cataclysm comes
ตายเลยปะเนี่ย
holds him down with the
อุ้ย
but
เชนลง
he's
ด้วย
still dead. There it is, last auto attack. He's going to do it, and now with LeBron, so much shield for Skewmon here is now Chovy in trouble. As Broken Blade just kills him. What was that? How did that happen? BB just won 2 fights at the same time. He shadows the Jarvan, and then he just kills Chovy.
I was watching the mini-map because I could see like both top lane, well, Chovy and Broken Blade knew what was happening. Broken Blade was ready to ult in, but Chovy saw it and so
ถ้าขายแล้วคนในดิสจะอยู่ยังไงคนในดิสเหรอยังมีคนอยู่อีกเหรอ
have to assume Broken Blade taunted him, giving him a health advantage and winning out the fight. That would be my assumption, but G2 with a massive swinging gold, getting the Herald as well. I mean, they've just taken firm control over Game 3.
Yeah, another game where it looks like Gen G, the colossal underdogs here, versus G2, the new tournament favorites. We'll have to deal with the BLG type of stuff.
G2 โหดจังอ่ะ
Ooh, doesn't quite find the backflip here as Canyon wanted to take away. The Raptor isn't even going to be able to do that as Slurkle.
เฮ้ยทำไมมันรั่วจังอ่ะเฮ้ยรู้เรื่องทำไรอ่ะ
And Hansheimer just stands his ground. Ruler is almost just dead. Living artillery comes on through. Thankfully, Duro is able to hit the snare. And Hans is still looking for an option. The dash has to be used from Ruler. Oh my goodness.
Right,
G2 are just winning everywhere.
So Broken Blade is looking at his mini map. Yeah, ults underneath, gets hit by
รั่ว
the
จัง
double
อ่ะ
shot. He flashes
โอ้
towards. He
กระ
just
ชากดาบ
straight
โด
up
นนะครับ
kills him. That's crazy.
The Q autos just do so much with Titanic Hydra. It is ridiculous. And Chovy didn't have anything left. I don't even think he needed to interrupt the ulti either. He probably should have just let him go and taken the turret.
Yes, I agree. Because as Kobe said, they already get the kills in the jungle anyway. He would have been left and it would have opened up the tower. Instead, 2 kills go the way of G2. The Herald secured as well.
And Titanic Hydra on
สอนลูกศิษย์ยังไงเนี่ยคุณลอยไปสอนไม่ฟัง
attack resets. And then
คุณเบ
once Broken Blade gets his Dusk and Dawn.
เฮ้ยโชวี่มันเล่นเป็นไหมเนี่ยอาเซียนอ่ะ
Blade is laughing at him.
โอ้โหรูเลอร์กดสกิล2ผิดทางแล้วโคตรมั่ว
They're actually making fun of them.
It's crazy. This is crazy to watch, Vedius.
Like, this is what Gen G does to teams. This is not what G2 does to them. I mean, this is unbelievable.
Change your narrative right now.
เจนจีเล่นอย่างอ่อนนะ
Yeah.
I mean, last year, it was exciting when KC managed to make it to the finals of First Stand. A lot of EU got incredibly excited that, like, there was another team that could compete internationally, but then when they went up against HLE...
ล้านเปอร์เซ็นต์ตอนนี้เหลือเท่าไหร่เหลือ0
Right? So, the fact that we met Gen G now in the semifinals, everyone's expectation naturally shifts to, well, there's not much that we're going to be able to do. We had a good run, at least...
เจนจีมันล้มทั้งแมตช์เลยว่ะบอส
ด่วนพบว่าเจนจีโยนเกมเนื่องจากไม่ได้เงินค่าจ้างจึงลอกเลียนแบบทีมเมกะเมื่อเกือบ10 ปีก่อน
อาจจะเป็นไปได้ครับเจนจีไม่อ่อนขนาดนี้อันนี้เจนจีอ่อนเกินอ่ะ
will be able to escape, but does have to use the needlework on his way out. Holds onto the flash, which is important, but will not hold on to this outer turret.
มันล้มมวยปะวะน้อง
ไอบอสพ่อมึงตายลิเวอร์พูลแพ้ก็เพราะมึงไอตัวอัปมงคล
Later on in the game, not to mention the fact that they lack the CC to deal with him. Like the Akali was just a masterstroke.
And not to mention, when I was talking about the side lanes and Akali being great and going into either one, I didn't even give the respect to Broken Blade, who can just Broken Blade can just dump on them too. Like, it's crazy. He gets Dusk and Dawn completed. Vedius, the burst image is so crazy with the double activation. You Q early to get the stacks, and then the cooldown starts ticking, and then you can go for your big flash play, your Dusk and Dawn, and your reset with your Titanic Hydra.
And then he does Bandle Pipes to round out the build.
Yeah, heck yeah. Because that's for the dancing on them.
Absolutely. Yeah, you know, he's playing. He's putting his Bard cosplay on.
But holy, it is really crazy how the giant narrative
ข้อเสียเจนจีเกมตามคือไม่กล้าสู้จริงๆครับเป็นข้อที่แก้ไม่ได้เลยใช่เหรอคุณเมเจน
LPL and finals is the conversation we need to have later. Right now, let's just live in the highlights.
Yeah. Crossing bridges when we come to them. That's what we want to be doing here today.
That's the third outer tower secured, and I cannot believe that in this series, like, Gen G is so slow to secure a first tower. Like, Game 2, I think, was their quickest one, but in Games 1 and Game 3, 3 towers have fallen, 0 on the side of Gen G.
Man. And they have Soul Point as well, so it's Cloud Soul coming up in 3 minutes' time. Gen G just haven't been able to do anything on this map at all. Caps now on this side lane, looking for some shurikens, things like that, as Kane doing his very best to try and stay relevant. The problem is there are gold leads absolutely everywhere now. As Caps does go back to base. Chovy doing the same thing. I wonder when the next fight is going to occur. The Baron has just spawned. I don't think doing the Baron on spawn is really what we're looking for, outside of the fact that there is a Kog'Maw who does shred through the Baron extraordinarily quickly. And yeah, that lane economy snapshot.
คู่2พี่ไม่ดูเหรอโอ้ถ้าจบไว้ก็ดูแล้วกันนะครับ
That I was gonna have to be up here like hugging Vedius.
ดูครับดูคู่2ก็ดู
But I actually have to comfort you.
I'm gonna need a hug, Cody.
What in the heck?
Do I even deserve it though? I mean, the LCK has been relatively.
อันนี้แพ้ตกรอบเลยป่ะคุณดูหรือว่า
This is just
มีสายแพ้
uncharted territory.
honestly feels like the fans don't know what to do either. They're like,
I don't know what to do. I'm still kind of what to do.
They're like, whoa, what's happening? What are we watching right now?
ไปทำงานตอนไหนวันนี้ไม่มีงานครับ
21 minutes in, Caps has the E, get back to his shroud, gets a big chunk of gold on this bot tower, and they're just keeping the pressure up. A minute 45 until the next.
วันนี้ไปเที่ยวห้าง
And Gen G going to have to try and find themselves a team fight that they're going to have to miraculously win. And the problem is, with the fact that nothing has really happened for the last, feels like 10 minutes, everyone has flash. Like, there are so many options as far as escape from Pop Blossoms here are concerned, as Keen fighting against Caps does...
ชื่อคลิปมึงก็อยู่บอกอยู่แพ้คัดออกโอ้ผมก็เขียนไปงั้นนะ
คุณลอยบิดสตรีมบ่อยจนเกือบลืมวิธีโด
โอ้โหเกือบลืมวิธีโดเรื่องใหญ่นะน่ะคุณบีป่านี่โคตรดี
Just destroying them. I mean, Skumon, perfect position in the fog of war over this little ledge.
ขอบคุณนะครับ100 บาทนะครับ
The side lane, like, need we say more?
What else is there to say? Like,
I don't know.
I am flabbergasted. I'm genuinely so shocked at how clean G2 is looking right now. They are riding this wave of confidence. And I mean, we've seen Gen G collapse at the World Championship.
1,000%เหลือ 0% แล้วครับ
Other internationals, the expectation was that they were stalwart, they were resilient, they couldn't be broken, they couldn't find fault. But here at this tournament, again, they maintained that. They were 6-0 coming into this semi-final. And then G2 has shown up, and now it feels like that we're seeing that version of Gen G where, like, they have no options. They're not making any plays on the map. They're not really contesting anything. G2 is just taking everything for free and more.
They're just trying to not lose, and they're failing at that.
How come I didn't hear this narrative, you know, going into it with European... Oh, wait.
Oh, dear. The ruler position has
โอ้โห
now happened.
โคตรแรง
Artillery almost just straight up kills him, but he does keep himself alive. Oh, another one coming.
มันโยนป่าวะพี่
Level 13 on Han
โอ้โห
Sama. The
มันน่า
range
จะ
on
G2
that
เล่น
ulti
ดี
is
เกิน
pretty
นะครับ
high, but this is just cloud
ดู
soul.
มาคอไม่พลาดเลย
And Gen G just realize they have to go and try and make some more money elsewhere on the map. I just don't know whether they're ever going to be ready to go for a team fight into this G2 composition, which even in a 5v5 is going to look absolutely amazing. So there is your priceless moment of the game. And yeah, good luck running away from anyone. Thankfully, there is some mist, so the Gwen is still immune. It's maybe not immune to a 3-0 by G2.
So I'm used to these feelings and these stomps where it's kind of like all hope is lost in game 3. But normally it's me. Like, I'm the one, and so I'm like, in my head,
I've had some practice. I had it yesterday as well.
เจนหมดแรงแล้วแชท
Vedius is like, okay, don't sound
มันไปทำอะไรมาคุณเอเจน
winning.
หมดแรงเลย
My brain is prepared to be like, it's okay, it's game 3. We had a good fight in game 1 and game 2. It's all good.
How about we glaze Broken Blade a little more? You know what?
We can do that.
I would say Broken Blade, he has played this role for G2 so insanely well throughout their run. And Skumon's actually going to maybe go for a fight.
Yeah, finds a knockup
โอ้โห
onto
คอมโบ
Canyon.
นี้
Immediately
ชิป
has
หายครอบ
the
4
Cataclysm's gigantic. Pop Blossom is
แล้ว
decent
เชน
this
ลง
time around, though, and Ruler is free hitting still. They
โอ้
lose
ยังโห
their
ด
Nico. They do get onto the combo and manage to take
บอ
him
สช่ว
down,
ง
but it's
นี้
a
การงาน
double for
ที่ดี
Caps.
หัว
He
น้อง
is
ดูเหนียว
just
เหนียวสับผมหน่อยไหมเดี๋ยวโดนหนัก
Gen G right now as King will finally turn up and look to try and
สา
take
ผม
down
แล้วครับ
Broken Blade, but they're out of there if they want to be, as maybe they're going to look to turn it. There is the taunt
โอ้
onto King. The flash wants to take
ยิน
down
ทำอะไร
Caps,
เฮ้
but
ย
it just doesn't work. Into the mist he goes. Snip, snip, goes the
ยิน
Gwen.
สนิปแล้ว
But still they're trying to hold
ผ
him
ม
in
ไม่ได้
arms.
ว่ะ
Another
อุ้ย
taunt, another snip, and a polymorph from
ยินจะ1 ต่อ 3เหรอ
Keen will be able to survive as Skumon making his way back once again, and Keen, I don't think he can do this by himself. The shuriken backflip comes through, and yes, he is just going to have to try and escape, and I don't think this Jarvan is going to let him. Skumon will shut down the Gwen, but I don't know whether Gen G are going to lose too much more.
4 members fall. They take out Han Sama, but what does it cost them? G2 in such a commanding position. The Baron is alive. Cannon is up in 7 seconds. The question is, can he get here in time?
Oh wait, yeah, never mind. All of G2 just moving over towards this Baron. 25 minutes into the game, Chovy is alive. I do not think they're going to, exactly. If he tries to defend this, I imagine probably just going to be falling down. And so, with Canyon not here, that is very easy smite. And down will go the Baron one more time. G2 just cannot be stopped today.
โหดว่ะ
We're about to talk about Broken Blade. You know, Scumon's
รอบ
like, Broken Blade, ult on me. He goes for the EQ first, then he gets him to dissipate, then Cataclysm in to get all these summoner spells out. It makes it easy for them to kill backline. Chogi's dead, then they chase Ruler, they force Ruler's flash.
กี่เปอร์เซ็นต์ศูนย์ครับตอนนี้
And then even though Keen is still left alive on this Gwen, they can
0%
dance around him and wait until the other two. Look at that mini-map chase, where Scumon is going to
Gen G โคตรอ่อนอะ
Canyon, and the rest of G2 on your screen here are dancing around the Gwen. They're like, okay, actually, the scissors are sharp. Let's call Scumon back. He's killed off the Ambessa.
ตอนแรกนึกว่าเก่ง
and he'll be able to finish the job.
And I mean, hey, like really maximizing the Cogmore passive too. You know, getting the maximum.
That's true. If you don't target Cogmore, you are not doing it right.
Yeah, exactly. So,
yeah. What?
Yeah. We are in unprecedented times. Western upsets against the East.
It's 11-2. This is a shellacking.
ศูนย์เลยเหรอใช่ครับศูนย์เลยครับ
It was Worlds
ซ้ายตัวเลนเกม
where G2 got the 3-0 versus Gen G.
ได้
A
4 ก่อน
very
ได้
different
ปา
G2
ลอน
and a very different Gen G. Back then, G2 was considered like one of the top 4 in the world, a tournament contender.
Absolutely.
And Gen G was not. The roles are very much reversed coming into this tournament. But it is
G2 ชนะตานี้เพราะอะไรในเมื่อเจนดับดีกว่าป่าครับเล่นดี หัวป่าเล่นดีเกินนะทุกเกมเลยตั้งแต่เมื่อวานละแบบเหมือนเก่งสุดในตัว
It is certainly going the way of the Titanic right now as the inner turret will be taken. And G2 with this Baron running and with the fact that Hansama can just press W and very safely obliterate these turrets. He all of a sudden has 3 items completed.
เดินดีซ้อนดีฟาร์มไว
Even though last time he did get executed.
เล่นทีมไฟดีด้วย
They have enough backup damage. And Canyon dancing
ตอน
around
แรกผมนึกว่าอ่อนนะคนเนี้ย
momentarily, but they do need to do what they can to
ส
try
กิล
and
มอน
stop
น่ะ
these turrets from just exploding on them.
หน้าตาดูไม่โหดเลย
There it is. On the bottom side of the map, I mean, the 4-1 is just not something
แต่อย่าง
Gen
โห
G
ด
can contend with. Saw Keen there. I was talking about this guy's Gwen as being the most terrifying thing that he could have gone with. When I saw it locked in, I was afraid for G2 as Canyon misses the ulti. Broken Blade does the walk strategy and gets him out of the way. And as that happens, G2 take down.
ถ้า G2 ยื่นข้อเสนอมาพี่ไปไหม
So much pressure, and Gen G looks like they
น่าสนใจอยู่ครับ
idea how to deal with it.
Yeah, they've been completely dismantled by
G2
This
G2 ลอย
series from beginning to end. And the end is pretty close.
I'm seeing it. I am seeing it arriving. We saw this in the last game. There was one
G2
last-ditch effort from Gen G. But even then, it was not enough to even nearly approach a comeback.
But Gen G, I mean, the thing that surprises me the most is that they're not going to go out with a roar. They're going to go out with a whimper. Like, I feel like that we've seen nothing from them in this game 3.
Yeah.
2 kills to their name. G2 has been nothing but proactive on the map. They've punished every play that Gen G
what about an Elder flip?
I mean, right now, that's kind of their best bet, right? Because the Elder is spawning in 10 seconds. Let's see if they can steal this one away.
Well, Gen G now moving on down. Might actually be able to get into the river here, but they need to get everyone over there. Chovy a little bit late on that one.
เด็กสับเยี่ยว
is going out of the
สับเยี่ยวเข้าไปครับ
with how large it is as Canyon has started this one up.
That was actually the graph of EU hopium. It's actually just
it is off the charts right now.
I mean, it's pretty justified in this one as well. That's all right. Let's see whether Gen G can find themselves a miracle as Caps. Great flank angle for the teleport, and Broken Blade just
ได้แฟงหลังด้วยครับ
to get that Stand United into a good position. There is a flash forward from Duro. The
บอลไม่ตาย
down as well as Caps dancing in his
เรียบ
shroud.
ร้อย
Trophy so close to dead and will be wiped out. Gen G will all follow soon, and G2 do not need an Elder Dragon to take down the LCK first seed. They are going to march up the bottom lane and complete back-to-back 3-0 victories over the LCK to get a date in the final.
It is
100% เหลือ0แล้วครับ
2,323 days since G2 has made it to an international final, but finally they will return to that stage as they slaughter Gen G.
Where did
ชง
Gen G
แชมป์
go
มา
this
ว่ะ
tournament?
home.
มามืด
Wow, yeah, I guess that's a good point.
That's where they're going now.
Maybe they just went home a little bit earlier than they needed to.
The thing for me is like I was expecting it to be hard fought. I was expecting it to be if they were going to make it happen, it was going to be a bloodbath, but it wasn't.
ดูก็รู้เจนจีมันรับงานมา G2 มันมีสภาพอะไรทีมไอผมบางตอนเวลสภาพโดนตีเป็นหมาผลร่วงหมดหัว
โอ้โห
Can I talk my shit again, guys? What is this? 3-0. 3-0 against Genji. 3-0 against the favorites of the tournament. 3-0 against the team that no one had the answer
ไม่มีอะไรเลยครับโชวี่แค่อยากล้างอาถรรพ์ที่ชนะทุกรายการแต่ไปแพ้เวิลด์ปีนี้เลยจัดรายการแรกเลย
อ๋อล้างอาถรรพ์ก่อนชนะทุกรายการแต่ไปชนะแพ้เวิลด์อันนี้เลยแพ้ก่อนแล้วไปชนะเวิลด์ใช่ไหม
But G2, I mean, the
감사합니다.
consistency to get a 3-0. We've seen big upsets, but a 3-0 is so.
อ๋อมันล้างอาถรรพ์เจนจีเข้าใจละ
And like I'll just keep spitting because like for this to happen
คือถ้าชนะรายการนี้เวิลด์จะแพ้แต่ถ้าแพ้รายการนี้เวิลด์จะชนะ
It's a team-wide effort. Caps his best series so far of the tournament. And you look towards bot lane, Hansama and Labrov especially a king. Like, Broken Blade looked great. He had to endure the Vayne top as a Cassante. And he made it happen. This team, get out of the way, brother. Let's see that difference. The gold looked amazing for this team. G2 looked like a different brand. Looked like 2019 again.
เก็บแผนเปล่าอ๋อเก็บแผนใช่ไหมกะไปโชว์ตอนเวิลด์เป็นไปได้ครับเก็บแผนแคนยอนดาเมจ 4,000 น้อยกว่าซับอีกอะแคนยอน
Okay, you're speechless. Like the team,
I don't have
fine.
an answer.
We'll take it. Don't have an answer. You know what I have the answer to?
What?
The fact that your prediction sucks, guys. Prediction, can we pull my prediction again? Please.
Let's turn
what
away.
I said at the beginning of the day. Because no one.
แคนยอนเหมือนเล่นไม่เป็นนะครับ
And I had it right. Anything.
เอาผมไปเล่นแทนยังดีกว่า
I would even leave the stage if I were you.
Hey, we got the score
ผม
right.
ว่าสกิลหมอนโดนผมยับอะ
Actually, you know what, producers? It's on them. It's their fault. I said G2 the
ถ้าแคนยอนเล่นอย่างเงี้ย
put it incorrectly.
โคตรไก่
Yeah. No flippity floppy this
I
time,
think I was
Raz.
just
I'm
wrong
not
the
gonna
entire
allow
time.
it.
But honestly, this is just—it's one of those moments where you just have to sit down and just celebrate the moment. It's a ridiculous moment, and the tournament goes by so quickly. So like,
พี่ว่าเจนจีลอยต้องมา
we didn't even have a chance to celebrate the Fear X success. Like they beat Fear X, and then the next day
They smashed them.
Yeah, destroyed them, and the next day they elbow dropped the next opponent.
Estou aqui com o Caps da G2. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Para vocês saberem de toda essa história, a última vez que a G2 ganhou uma MD5 foi lá em
1วางแผนเก็บแผนนะเลยยอมไม่มารายการนี้
ใช่ครับ
E o único cara que tava nesse
ที่วัน
elenco
เก็บ
aqui
แผน
era o
เอาเวลาไปเที่ยวดีกว่า
Quero saber como é que ele tá se sentindo depois de quase 6 anos ganhar dos caras de novo, né? So the last time you guys beat Genji in a BO5 was back in 2020, and you're the only guy from that roster that is still here. So what does it feel like to knocking them again?
I mean, it feels great. It feels great. I think both last 2 days have just been amazing. We finally showing up on stage. I think we had some tough moments before, but it means that like all the lessons we got from last Worlds, all the times they beat us at MSI, like we're actually learning from it and we are improving and we're finally showing it as well.
Ele falou que nos últimos dias foi maravilhoso.
Oi, Mala.
Nos 2 dias
BLG
foi maravilhoso. Que ele aprendeu
Setcom
muito
lá.
dessas outras vezes que eles se enfrentaram e que agora finalmente eles levaram essa. But you guys had a rough time in the LEC, and you came here. You won from Genji and also from Fear X. So what did you guys change? I mean, how did you prepare to show up like this here?
I mean, I think it's definitely all the small moments, you know. I think
ได้ครับแปลใช่ไหม
the how we play before in between drakes, like
ผมรู้สึกว่าเจนจีอ่ะเล่นขาดความมั่นใจมาก พวกผมมาซ้อมมาเต็มเปี่ยมพวกนี้มันไม่ได้เรื่องหรอกครับจริงๆแล้วมันโหดแค่ในเกาหลีด้วยกันเองแต่ในเวทีระดับโลกมันสู้พวกผมไม่ได้ด้วยประสบการณ์ อย่างโชวี่อย่างเงี้ยมันไม่มีทางสู้ผมได้เลย
principalmente na fase regular, eles não tiveram um momento tão bom na LEC, né? Então, como é que estar aqui? Como é que eles se prepararam para isso? Ele falou que, principalmente nas lutas, tá junto em equipe também, fez toda a diferença para eles conseguirem bater os caras, não só a FearX, como a Gen.G também, e que, lembrando que no ano passado foi algo que ele citou também, que a Carmine estava nessa final também, né? Então agora eu quero saber quem ele acha que ele vai enfrentar nessa final. So who do you think you're facing tomorrow? BLG or JDG?
I mean, I think we will face BLG
คิดว่าใครชนะ
in the LPL final, and I think they were very strong when they played us last time, and it would be awesome to get some.
ผมเจอกับใครก็ได้ไม่สำคัญหรอกว่าจะเป็นใคร
que eles têm uma teamfight muito forte, ele acha que vai enfrentar a BLG. Thank you so much. Once again, congratulations. É isso, gente. Estamos vendo a história aqui. Teremos G2 nessa final amanhã com a gente no First Day
ดูนิสัยดีนะยิ้มแย้มแจ่มใส
Caps obviously very happy with this one. And we see Broken Blade and Skewmon, of course, happy about this as well. Skewmon is joining us for the Verizon post-game interview here. Skewmon, first things first. Congratulations, félicitations. That was absolutely amazing. Tell me about the last moment when you approached the Nexus, the last Nexus, knowing that you just took down Gen.G, the favorites of the tournament 3-0. What crossed your mind?
I mean, obviously, like just like a lot of happiness.
ตอนมึงแข่งไม่เห็นยิ้มเอาแต่แอค
Please shut up. We just won against Gen.G. We just won against Gen.G.
ผมยิ้มไม่ค่อยเก่ง
And yeah, obviously a lot of happiness and yeah, really happy to have qualified for finals as well.
Something that I think I'm always going to remember is
แล้วเติ้ลนิสัยดีไหมเติ้ลเหรอ
against Canyon at MSI last World. It didn't go well.
เติ้ลนิสัยดีนะ
Absolutely obliterated. Today you had his number, man. Like there was no jungle for him. How does it feel for you to not only take down Gen.G but obliterate Canyon like this?
I mean, it feels amazing, right? But I just want to say
คนนี้โคตรเก่งอ่ะ
and like without my teammates, I don't think we would have been able to like actually.
ตอนแรกทุกคนเอาแต่ล้ออ่ะโอ้โหไอ้นี่เล่นเอาแต่ฟาร์มปีนี้เปลี่ยนสไตล์นะครับ
And that's what we did. G2
เดินเกมอย่างดุแต่จริงๆเมตาเข้าทาง G2 ด้วยมันเป็นเกมไวอ่ะแล้ว G2 เก่งแบบแก้สถานการณ์เฉพาะหน้า
What are you guys talking about like coming into today to like keep the momentum going?
I mean like kind of chilling, right? Obviously like looking at our opponents, like their tendencies both like in draft and like in the game, and just looking to like get into their heads as much as we can, looking at the opening, level 1 and stuff, so we can get an advantage from it. For example, we took a great advantage in the game 1 with the invade, so this is like kind of coming from scouting. And yeah, I mean just obviously
ทำไม first time ทีม G2 World มันดรอปไม่มันเมตาเอาแบบสาระนะผมว่าเมตามันไวอ่ะแล้ว G2 มันเหมือนรู้สูตรนิดนึงอ่ะคือถ้าสังเกตการเดินเกมมันจะเหมือนเดิมทุกเกมนะเลเวล 5 มาชิงปูด้านล่างเอาเลเวล 6 แล้วเปิดมังกรเอาบอทเลนดันเลนแล้วก็วิ่งมาช่วยเลยวิ่งมาช่วยโดยที่แบบทิ้งคีปเลยอ่ะซึ่งทีมอื่นไม่ทำกันอ่ะที่ผมเห็นนะ G2 ทำทุกเกมแล้วพอได้มังกรอะไรเงี้ย
บอกไปเติ้ลนิสัยดีรับหลังโดนสตรีมมันนั่งยินคามือยกใหญ่ว่าเป็นไอวัวลืมตีนหนีไปต่างประเทศ
เฮ้ยใช่เหรอเติ้ลพูดอย่างนั้นเลยเหรออันนี้สาระมันเป็นเหมือนแบบเป็นทริคของเมตานี้นิดนึงอะเล่นล่างเลือกแข็งๆมาจังหวะเลเวล 5 วัดปูแล้วกลายเป็นเลเวล 6 อีกฝ่ายไม่พร้อมตลอดแต่ว่า G2 มันพร้อมแบบ4 คนอะกลางก็แบบทิ้งคีปมาเลยและไอ้จุดเนี้ยทำชนะทุกเกมเลยผมเห็นนะแบบหวงมังกรหรือว่าทิ้งมังกรก็แพ้แต่ต้องชมโบเคนเบดด้วยที่แบบยืนคนเดียวแบบชิวๆด้านบนอะทุกเกมทำได้ไงก็ไม่รู้โบเคนเบดไม่ขอความช่วยเหลือป่าเลย
transparency to my teammates.
You go for it, actually.
So I was actually wondering, because we were having a discussion about this, is this the greatest upset of all time? What is your opinion a little bit? We have some examples of some other upsets. Another one from G2 as well, actually, so we can get those up. And we have this matchup, which was G2 against RNG Worlds 2018. And obviously yours, that you just got down there. So how do you think the matchups sort of rank up against each other?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure for in Europe history for G2. I don't think I remember the RNG best of 5, but I think they came out from winning MSI, so it was a really important match. So props to them. I do believe
กับร่างคุยโวแซะชาวบ้านชอบเหรอชอบแซะชาวบ้านมากกว่า
I hope that in the future people will remember this series as one of the best one in Europe.
And also, how does it feel? Because there was
ร่างคุยโวแซะชาวบ้านถ้าเป็นบอส DC จะไปช่วยป่าเอาปูไหมไม่ไปหรอกครับ เสียเวล
now also starting to make that legacy for themselves. How does that feel?
Yeah, I mean, I think people will start to finally put some respect in our roster and actually believe that we can do some stuff in international. And yeah, I just hope that we'll keep proving the haters wrong, I guess. And it starts with tomorrow.
It starts with tomorrow. It starts with, I'm not going to say it, not with success.
No,
we said it. You're the player of the game. You're the OPPO player of the series. He's here as well. So, I mean, yeah, I think we can say it
เย็ดมาตอนเล่นเองแรงตกเป็นขยะแรงเจอทีมด่าทุกวันสมสู่อาชาคุยไรเยอะ
The last series you're going to have, obviously you have the momentum beating BFX, beating Genji 3-0 now.
แรงตกเป็นขยะแรง
You keep this performance going against LPL and potentially a team that you faced off against already.
เดี๋ยวเจอบินตบโบเคนเบดต้องโดนบิน
about the stakes of our game because when I think about it right now, I'm going to play an international final, which is absolutely crazy. So just stay keep our feet on the ground and just look to again as we did before, just look at our opponent, what they do, and think of ways to beat them.
Who do you think is going to be your opponent?
BLG probably.
BLG?
Yeah.
BLG. We'll see that after the break. Of course, Kimon, merci beaucoup. Thank you so much. Congratulations again on taking down Genji 3-0. That's all for us here for now. We'll be right back for the second semi-finals. JDG versus BLG. Stay tuned.
Oh my god! 3-0, bro! 3-0, bro! Good job, guys. Chill out. No, what do you mean chill out? I don't give a shit, bro! I don't give a shit, man! Shut up, bro! We won! I don't care, man.
สกิลหม่อนดีใจว่ะ 3-0 Genji Shut up bro ดีใจจัดนะครับ
Can I help you, sir? Here's the bill from the dealership where I got my car, and I'd like you to beat it with a better deal on one of these fine cars.
Not how it works.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal today.
BB มันแอคจังวะมันทรงแบบเดินล้วงกระเป๋า
Yeah, I might know nothing, but I know two things. Discipline and hard work is routine. Bounce back from setbacks and grew wings.
จริงๆน่าให้ทีวันมานะเกาหลีเอา BFX มาทำไมอ่ะเอาทีวันมา G2 ไม่ได้เกิดหรอกครับส่ง BFX มาเฉยเสียดายสล็อตนะครับเสียชื่อเกาหลีหมด อย่างนี้เจนจีกลับบ้านเลยป่ะน่าจะยังนะครับน่าจะไปเที่ยวก่อนเที่ยวบราซิลเที่ยวเสร็จก็ขึ้นเครื่องกลับ
พี่บอสเคยคิดไหมว่าถ้าย้ายไปเล่น ROV พี่จะได้ตอกแป้ง3 ป้องเหมือนไอหนุ่มโรมันไม่อดแบบอีกไง
อะไรวะน่าเล่น ROV ไม่เคยคิดเลยครับน้องโอ้โหอะไรวะอย่าโดนเลื้อนกันนะครับโดนเลื้อนปิดโดนะครับ
ไม่มีทีวันแล้วประเทศพวกมุงก็ทำคุยไรไม่ได้เลยหรอน้อง
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the penultimate day of League of Legends competition here at First Stand 2026. We just saw what is one of the biggest upsets, I would say, in League of Legends history.
จะโดนดักต่อยไหมเจนจีก็ต้องโดนครับ
finalist that will play tomorrow. And now it's time to find the second JDG versus BLG. It is a rematch of the LPL finals to see who earns the right to face G2 tomorrow. I'm Captain Flowers, joined by Azael, and I'm hoping this one is action-packed.
Yeah, it's going to be really exciting, and you know, coming into today, people would say BLG are the pretty big favorites in this series. But if G2 can 3-0 Gen G, then JDG can win a series against BLG. Come on.
Favorites don't matter at this point. We just learned that in our previous series. But like you say, this one definitely would skew towards BLG favorites. They've already played JDG twice so far this year, and they won both of those matchups.
Yeah, both of the best of 5. They beat him in the upper bracket. That one went 5, and then they beat him again in the finals. That one went 4. So they are the
เถื่อนไหมบราซิลเถื่อนนะบราซิลI
don't think that you can just look past JDG, you know, as BLG. You have to really still lock in for this series. JDG to me has been a team that has had really good setups around Dragons. They are a smart team. They don't really skip steps on those setups, and they're able to come back from, you know, disadvantageous positions, just like against Lion, right? You know, even when they were in bad spots, they have the proper setups, and if you skip steps, which sometimes BLG does, then they can punish you.
But on the BLG side, you look at the individual skill, the laning prowess of these players. So far in this tournament, for me in particular, I've been looking at Knight, and I've been looking at Bin. Bin particularly is a player that sometimes he's really hot, and sometimes he's really not. Yeah. But I feel like both the solo lanes for BLG have been in such a flow state during this tournament. They have just been dancing all around their lane opponents, and I think that's going to be one of the biggest challenges for JDG, for Hongqiu and Zhaozhu. And they're going to have to be able to step up and go toe-to-toe with these guys to be able to make those positions, make those macro calls that you're talking about from a point where you're already not 3,000 gold behind.
Yeah, exactly. And that is really the big difficulty. I mean, last year Bin had a pretty big off year for his
อย่างนี้คนบราซิลที่ลงเจนจีจะไม่ไปดักตบโชวี่เหรอบอสก็มีสิทธิ์ครับ
Ever since he returned to the team,
คนบราซิล
he
เถื่อน
has really been on fire. And you know, in the LPL, in the finals, to me, more so than anything else, it was about the top.
ปืนกันแล้ว
And it wasn't just an isolated one.
ปฐมก็ถือปืนกันแล้วบราซิล
It was about Shun getting up there constantly, you know, being able to put that pressure on Zhaozhu. They really took advantage of this guy up in the top lane, and we'll see if they're going to be able to do that here today.
All right, well, starting off here, it's BLG selecting first pick, JDG selecting blue side. JDG is going to focus some of those powerful meta junglers at the very beginning, looking at Shun specifically, getting rid of Pantheon, getting rid of Xin Zhao. And on the other side, we're looking at some bottom laners, and then the top side too, Rumble band away alongside Karma and Seraphine. Of course, with Seraphine almost counting as a double ban because often Ashe is only played with her, even though we have seen a couple exceptions to it.
Yeah, we have seen a couple exceptions, but definitely Enchanters are the name of the game. They are ridiculously powerful in this new season with the role quest, increased gold.
บอสอยากไปเที่ยวบราซิลไหมอยากอยู่
Get to those 2-3 item points where you super outscale melee supports. is going to be a Poppy ban as the last ban here. And I'm going to be interested to see where BLG wants to go. These LPL teams really do love their vibe, so I wouldn't be shocked if we just saw early AD jungler here to kind of set the tone.
Especially with Pantheon and Xin Zhao already banned away, right? You look at, I know you're a big proponent of this conversation, how all of the junglers, all of the meta junglers these days are those AD bruiser types.
อยากนั่งรถแบบว่ารถไปนั่งดูสัตว์ที่มีสิงโตมีเสือมีแรดอะไรเนี่ย
Varus is another super high prio champion that is up and available, so now it feels like it is going to be a trade of the two. And the question is, do you want to try to deny the Nocturne trade, right? And so instead, it is going to be Jarvan plus that Varus. They are going to do that 1-for-1 trade. You are kind of expecting that Knockwave combo to be drafted for. We haven't really gotten to see it.
คู่นี้ให้ใครบอสจีนอ้วนหรือจิมผอมจีนอ้วนดิ
right? And this time she is up and available.
And even if she does get through, oftentimes it's what you were saying. The enemy team will then pick the Nocturne themselves to deny that combo. So let's see if that's BLG's read, and certainly enough, it is. So Knockwave, that will definitely be a problem for an immobile AD carry like Varus.
Yep, absolutely true. But also the same can be said for Orion.
ทำไมนักแข่งเขาหลับตากันเยอะจังวะบอส
Cataclysm very easily. But something to deal with that Cataclysm would be the Ezreal, of course. The premier pairing is the Karma, which was banned out by BLG, so they wouldn't be able to get that. But it would be a safe, stable AD carry for Viper. The question is, can you get a strong pairing alongside it if you want to go for it at all? And instead, it's looking like it's going to be a blind Gnar. To me, this is a nod to the fact that Xiaoshu's best champion is Renekton. And, they're saying basically, like, I'm going to blind Gnar, it's all right. And I'm going to make sure that you're not going towards that Renekton where you would be really comfortable.
Yeah, and when we're looking at not just the Gnar, but the pilot, Bin's last Gnar game, remember, he played this in one of the games against G2, and he was a problem.
อยากกลับมาเที่ยวไทยไหมอยากกลับอยู่ครับ
But in the Gnar game
ประ
also
เทศไทย
had some big plays,
บ้านเกิด
had
เมือง
some
นอน
huge moments. He's really not afraid of being the guy who says, no, this fight can go longer, I can clutch this out, let's make this play.
And they've done a lot of cool things with Fearless where, sometimes he is just blind picking Gnar and then they'll ban Rumble.
จะมีวันได้เห็นเล่น RE9 ไหม
answers to the Renekton,
RE9 เหรอ
later on into a Fearless.
เล่นไปไกลแล้วครับ
Of course, we know it's going to be Ambessa here for Xiaoshu as the answer. There is
ครึ่งเรื่องอะตอนนี้
those all-ins on Bin when he's in mini form. But of course, Bin is a very, very good Gnar, like you're talking about, and it is double physical.
แต่ช่วงนี้ดูแข่งก่อนนะ
So you are expecting him to go in towards those early plated steel caps, and that, with the threat of the Nocturne, is going to make the side lane a lot harder to play for Xiaoshu.
All right, into the second half of the bans, and the Galio is going to be banned out by BLG. That's one of those combos. We talk about Jarvan and Rumble being the hot pot. Well, Galio is like a big old ladle that goes into the bucket, so you don't want the Galio coming down on top of the Cataclysm. Can make it that much more difficult for whoever gets trapped inside. They'll ban that one away. Meanwhile, JDG, they're focusing 80 carries. They're getting rid of that Ezreal that you already mentioned. Just can get out of Cataclysm so very easily. And then Nara, which has been just another top-level pick alongside that Varus. The team's put a lot of priority on as BLG double bans mid lane, getting rid of the Rise.
And it is another one that can get out of the Cataclysm. RE lets you dash out, obviously. Exactly. So you can be able to get out of that no problem. So they are really just attacking some of these safe AD carries for Viper. So we'll have to see where Viper wants to go. There are a lot of different options. Sometimes people will say, screw it, we're just going to play dive alongside our team, and they'll go for a Kai'Sa style option to kind of avoid the dive by becoming the dive.
กลับจากงานเลี้ยงตี 2-3-0 เจงเลยรอบอสทำแม่มันเอาจังวะ
นั่นเลยไม่รู้เหมือนกันครับรีบกลับจากงานเลี้ยง
Alistar, so the 2v2 is a lot less scary now, and you are going to have full info on what they have played. If you want to go for range support, you can go that way. They don't have great point-and-click engage though, so I would expect On to look for some sort of hard engage champion to try to really pull the comp together. Otherwise, you really are just relying on that Nocturne ulting in with the Shockwave. But sometimes that can work.
คู่นี้น่าจะยาวนานนะครับ
Strong 2v2 would be Corki Nami if they want to play more for that 2v2 though. But I do think compositionally it's a little weaker.
Yeah. The tidal wave, of course, can assist with an engage. Okay, the Bard locked in alongside the Corki. Bard, obviously a very good laner as well.
Exactly.
So definitely going to be a problem for a weak laner like an Alistar.
And the other thing that makes me really like this pick is it's not as powerful of a 2v2 as if you have the Nami, but it is a strong lane. It's going to give you a winning 2v2, and it gives you not as much engage as like a Nautilus or whatever, but it does give you some engage, right? You're throwing that ult down onto this Varus. All of a sudden, the Varus has to flash the Bard ult, or they're just going to get caught. And if they don't flash it, well, well, guess what? The ball is waiting on your head as you come out. You get shockwave, right? So it does give you some engage, though it is lower commitment, a little less reliable, and it does give you a winning 2v2. And with Victor being picked in as well, you know, Victor great into the Orianna, but now both of your carries do not have a dash, which makes it a lot easier for this Bard.
JDG ยังอ่อนเลยนะเอาหรอ
It's a pretty big issue when
งั้น BLG ชนะแล้วกันนะครับเกมนี้
When the knock wave can hit both of these immobile carries, we know about how the combo between the Orianna
JDG mid โหดไหมอ่ะ
if they have the timing down, even if you flash away from it, it's still going to pull you back in with the shockwave. So pressure on the carries here for JDG, seeing if they'll be able to survive that. And again, I'm going to be so focused on the solo lanes here. Can JDG's solo laners keep up with Knight and Ben?
Yeah, that is the really big question. I mean, Knight has just been running the LPL for a long time, and this is the LPL on a road trip in Brazil, right? You know, it's still those players going up against each other, but a lot of players with a ton of regional success on both sides. Junja, going into the LPL finals, had won 7 straight regional titles in the LCP/PCS. You know, he had been
BLG แล้วกันนะครับ
went over to
ชนะ
the
เกมนี้
LPL with Hongq. A lot of people didn't expect them to be a team that was actually going to be here. It was supposed to be AL, but they're, you know, able to get past, qualify in for this tournament, and put up a really good fight against BLG a couple of different times. But definitely the amount of individual skill and talent for BLG is really, that's the bar you have to be able to surpass if you want to ride, right? You know, you have to be able to not get blasted by Bin and Knight and Viper, which is very hard to do.
And you bring up Viper, and I do want to talk about Viper because historically, he's an incredibly talented AD carry player, right? He's very good on his mechanics. He shows up a lot. But I feel like at this tournament specifically, he has been underperforming. I've seen him probably be the weakest point of the BLG roster in the games that we've seen thus far. And I think if he can individually step up and get to the level we know he can play at, alongside Knight and Bin, who are currently playing like in that zone that I'm talking about, then BLG becomes an even more insurmountable wall to climb.
Absolutely, and I mean, so much of the LPL offseason was really dictated by Viper because he had said he wanted to go, he was willing to go to the LPL if he could play with a certain player, which everyone was kind of assuming was Knight, and that kind of put the whole LPL offseason basically on hold because everyone was like, wait a second,
we're all waiting.
If we could get this guy, we could get that guy, and then we could get Viper,
Dominoes,
and then we could win Worlds.
Yeah.
So, you know, it was definitely one of these big ticket pickups here.
Yep, and hey, check out the left side of your screen right here live on patch 26.6. Warhound Senna will be dropping onto the Rift, and portions of that skin sales will go to the LoL esports team. So pick that one up if you're a Senna player. Stack some souls, stack a new skin. It'll be a great time. Here in mid lane, Hongq's having a great time, nice and early. You already mentioned it back in the
Hongqนี่ solo kill ทุกคนนะ
good into the Orianna
โดนทุกคน
individual matchup. And over here on the left, a little bit of look at the international experience of all our players here in this game.
Yeah, exactly. Obviously, Gala has a ton of experience, but for the most part, you know, there's a lot more experience on the JDG side. Shun as well as Junja have a similar amount of experience, but it's really, you know, you're thinking about Bin and Knight and these guys who have so much experience.
Ooh, Shun with the invade here at the red. Goes after Junja, should be able to win this trade. Nocturne is significantly more well-equipped as a duelist compared to Jarvan, so that just means that Junja has to head on home.
Yeah, especially with Bard moving. They knew that Bard was roaming from bot, so they had to play that very, very safe. Xiaoshu in some trouble.
Yeah, Bin is just running him down here. Gets the proc on the fleet footwork for the extra little bit of speed. Hops forward, and that means it's an early flash forced in just the 1v1. Nice play there from Bin.
Yeah, and you hate to see that if you are a JDG fan. Simply because the recourse you have in this matchup is threatening the all-in, right? And if you don't have flash, it is very difficult to actually do that. If you overcommit and then get flashed away from, Min is going to be rushing plated steel caps, has the fleet forward. He's going to have a lot of speed with the hyperprocs as well. So you have to be really careful about those extended trades. As Knight just playing for the wave. I don't think Hongq has the damage to do anything besides send it back to base and look on bot side.
Right, exactly. They know there's not a lot of mana left there on the Victor. As On will go on a magical journey, Shun is waiting, but he knows there's not really a play to be found in here just yet. And what you bring up with the flash in the top lane, I feel like that's just the nature of so many ranged versus melee matchups, is the melee champion really hates
Viper ใช่ลูกศิษย์บอสไหม Viper เหรอ
Right, it's not like the jungler had to spend time to go up there and force that summoner spell. So Xiaoshu just going to have to get very familiar with the environment under the turret.
Sights and sounds of his tier 1 tower.
เมื่อก่อนไม่เก่งเท่านี้แต่ผม
It
เริ่ม
probably
สอน
don't
ไป
smell too good underneath that turret because you're just sweating there for the next 5 minutes as you wait for your flash timer to come back up. Junja trying to steal away some chickens, but Shun flashes the emote at him, lets him know he's aware, and those chickens will, if nothing else, be a battle.
Yep, it looks like he is just going to have to back off for now, though. Doesn't want to play too dangerously, as Knight definitely getting beat up a little bit here from Hongyu. And despite the fact that, obviously Knight is the much more iconic player, is a player that was kind of expected to be pretty dominant in these 1v1s. Hongyu actually did quite well in some 1v1s against Knight, solo killing him at times in the LPL, getting the best of him in those 1v1s.
มีใครเป็นลูกศิษย์บอสบ้างก็ ฮานซามะ ลูเลอร์ ไวเปอร์อะไรพวกนี้ลูกศิษย์ผม
sometimes shows his inexperience, sometimes taking fights he shouldn't even be looking for, even though he feels like I can just outplay this.
And I mean, that makes a lot of sense when you consider the players themselves. Ooh, Flash coming out there from on, wanted to threaten Hongyu, forces the Flash out of the enemy mid laner in response. But when you look at
แล้วกาลาไม่ใช่ศิษย์บอสเหรอศิษย์ผมเหมือนกัน
right? He kind of exploded onto the international scene last year. Everybody was impressed with his individual mechanics, representing the PCS. Knight's been playing for a very long time, so you of course expect him to be more
ผม
disciplined.
ไปแกะสัมภาษณ์สกิลม่อนมาครับม่อนบอกว่าผมศึกษาจากลอยสไตล์ครับอะไรเฮียที่ลอยทำผมจะไม่ทำตามครับ
โอ้โห
For that little drive-by earlier, dropped a couple of those hot cocos. That's able to give a bit more health there to Knight, then trades flashes, forces that. Hongyu is winning this 1v1, but it hasn't been about it.
Oh, Bin with a sidestep on the public execution.
โดนหินนะตะ
This
กี้
is the follow-up boulder toss. Xiaoshu still trying to get away here. Also misses. Nice footwork there from Xiaoshu, making sure he doesn't get hit by those spells.
เฮ้ยเสี่ยวหูมาเล่นบนแล้วเหรอ
A situation that potentially threatens lethal as Bin still
ได้
gets
ตำ
out
แหน่ง
the
เลย
flash, but Xiaoshu gets away. Now
เล่น
down
กลางดีนะเสี่ยวหู
and
นะ
that's the only other way you could try to get on top of the Gnar with that flash not available. So this lane is going to continue to be an issue. Shun walking his way up. There was a large wave here at the
พี่บอสลงกี่โมงก็
trying to clear it out.
ดูก่อนนะครับ
Here's your Dustbringer immediately into the tether. Shun taking the
โอ้โห
aggro
เรียบร้อย
for
ว่ะ
now. It's first blood over to Bin
เดิน
and
มาได้อย่างนี้เลย
BLG makes it happen.
Yeah, and if you watch the finals, you've seen this one before. Shun up to the top side with Bin creating advantages and putting Xiaoshu down in this matchup. And Xiaoshu, as soon as he's losing out on that trade, as soon as he's getting pushed back, it's very tough because then you're under your tower. You know it's
คนละคนคนเดียวกัน
you want to
คุณเอ
clear
เจน
out
ต์อย่า
that
มั่วดิ
wave, but the timing was so good from Shun because Xiaoshu spends all
ย้าย
his
ตำแหน่ง
spells
นะ
on this wave, and as soon as you see that there's no spells, there's no flash, there's no outplay.
Okay,
อะไร
Vampire
ทำอะไร
goes in, tries to find a nice combo here on to on. They even commit the Chains of Corruption there from Gala. They get a good chunk of damage onto the enemy support. It costs his heal, but he's still just fine.
2 ชั่วโมงแล้วนี่ทำไมมึงไม่ลงเอาอยากให้ลงไหมล่ะให้ลงก็ลงได้ครับ
Okay, on level 5 now. Junja coming
ได้
down
เห็น
with
วัน
the
นี้จบ
catapult
เร็ว
available. Vampire starts off the dive and on is already down. Kill goes over to Tagala as
ถ้าคนดู
well.
ส่วนใหญ่อยากให้ลงผมก็ลง
Pops the clan still has
โอ้โห
flash.
ไวเปอร์อย่างโยนตอนนี้
There on the Vampire wants to make his way back underneath the turret, but it's not going to happen. Double kill for Gala, and JDG gets exactly what they look for here in the bottom lane as more than one wave's worth of creeps finds their way into the turret.
Nicely done there by JDG, and it's an interesting choice from Viper because clearly he's making the evaluation that I can't actually get out, so instead I'm going to turn, I'm going to fight.
ออกลูกน้อยใจไม่ได้น้อยใจครับ
Both of the kills went to
ง่วง
Gala,
พอ
which
ดี
is problematic. Vampire has TP'd up towards this top side and isn't looking for, he is looking for an angle, and now he just uses jump.
Yeah, Bin already using the Mega
ผมเป็นคน
Node
ชิวๆอยู่แล้ว
hits him with another boulder toss, but the public execution finds the mark. This
อยาก
time,
ให้ลง
Bin
ก็
has
ลง
converted to mini form. Xiaoshu should have the damage. Vampire's rotation ends up paying some big dividends.
ลูกกลางว่า
Xiaoshu gets the kill onto Bin, but back in the mid lane, it's Hongyu under
แลกกัน
pressure
รัว
yet
ๆคู่นี้
again. Not only on, but Shun with a first paranoia sets it up so that Knight can knock it down and grab his first kill of the game. As there, we are all tied up at 3-3.
Yeah, 3-3, pretty much dead even, just a couple hundred gold between these two teams. Both teams being very, very active. I love that play from Vampire. You don't want to just stay stagnant in the 2v2. You're playing Spellbook here. Gets out on the map, early TP up
ไม่ไปได้ไหมครับไม่ไปก็ได้
and then it's able to just find a wraparound. Xiaoshu's playing a little bit aggressive. Bin goes for the bait, goes in on that trade, and all of a sudden there's an Alistar there, and now you are losing that wave, you are losing that kill, you are losing that play, but we can watch this one more time. Easy setup in towards mid lane. Notice that Bard is tracking Jarvan. That is why they can go first, no problem. He's chasing him around in the jungle, so they know Junja can't be here because Bard is autoing him in the jungle. He's pushed back, and they find a pretty easy kill there through mid lane. So a nice little bite back from
เม้นเยอะแยะชอบไปอ่านเม้นลงสตรีมเอาเขาไล่อ่ะเราก็ไม่ใช่คนหน้าด้านนะครับไล่เราต้องไปอ่ะ
When Xiaoshu started falling behind, he often wasn't really getting a lot of help, and he was kind of just getting knocked out of it. So it's nice to see Vampire gets back up there, gets a kill for Xiaoshu, and keeps him relevant.
And once again, our supports will just be battling over vision.
ไอหัวคุยแอดโมโม6652หุบปากคุยของมึงนะมาไล่ไอ้บอสของพวกกูทำไมไอ้คุยประแจฟ้าแบนมัน30วันที
โอ้นี่เห็นไหมมีคนได้อยู่เนี่ย
and then decides to leave again. Ben has control and priority over the top lane. He gets to rotate first down into the river. He's already in Mega Gnar form, which makes it very easy for Shun to just force the enemy jungler away. He'll secure the other two grubs.
Also worth noting, Knight going a pretty defensive build here. Already has the catalyst, so you know it's not that kind of one-shot style build that sometimes you see. Just illusions, Shadow Flame, all upfront damage. This is more scaling. It's a lot more health, and I think it's just a nod to the fact that, well, there is Ambessa, there is Jarvan, there's all of this stuff.
Okay, Chains of Corruption here on the bottom side. Lots of damage from Gala and Vampire. On tries to get away. Bobs the heel. Piercing arrow just barely distance. Gala gets caught by the 10th fake. Now Viper's looking for a little bit more. Nice timing there on the Frost Bomb plus the rocket. Meanwhile, over in the mid lane, looks like we might have a little bit of a problem. As junglers are showing up, Paranoia was already spent. However, Junja was ready to respond, and that means that Hongq won't drop.
Yeah, Hongq flashes away. The knockwave was not perfectly timed, so the shockwave actually missed. The Paranoia went in. He was able to flash away from it. So good timing there on the flash from Hongq. Keeps himself safe, and of course, as you called out, with Junja behind him, they cannot extend the play. Viper and On just trading heavily down on this bot side with Vampire and Gala. And the timing on the CC from them has been so nice. They're not overlapping anything. They're getting the combo into the Chains of Corruption and then perfectly having the trample stun right out of that. They're weaving in autos to try to get multiple sets of Blight procs there on this Alice, or rather, and Varus combo. So doing a good job and putting that pressure on, and we are still at this pretty much dead even state.
And even though the game is dead even, when I look at the scoreboard and the individual states of the lane, it's pretty much what I expected.
ลงไปดิไอเขาวายไอเขาขอให้เมืองอยู่เลิกสตรีมไปด้วยเลยคนดูเมืองไม่มีแล้วคนโดด้วย
relatively even. It's a
เนี่ยมีคนไล่แล้วเนี่ย
but it's like what one camp, so I'm not really going to count that one for being worth.
ผมต้องลงสตรีมจริงเหรอ
Second Drake of the game, however, is about.
ผมยังอยากอยู่เลยอ่ะ
And Chem Drake are the first two Drakes, which means they can't be the soul. Which honestly, if you're JDG, I think you're pretty happy about. It means you're going to get a higher soul, and you're the ones who are
คุยไรไอแอด CAFK 19ชื่อเขียวเงิน20แต่รวมกันทับพ่อมุงตายได้เอาหุบปากไปแค่แชทเขียวสวัสดี
แค่แชทเขียว
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, it's pretty much a can't miss soul.
4AFK โดนว่ะ
Mountain, Infernal, or Hextech.
Mountain it is.
Those are all wins. So it is going to be Mountain, and of course, Mountain very, very good. If you can survive that initial engage from the knockwave, it is going to be so helpful for your 5v5s.
And this is also playing into what you were talking about, JDG, during the draft, how this is a team that doesn't skip their steps. This is a team that makes sure they prepare correctly when it comes to objective fights. They were able to secure the first two dragons without a contest.
อย่าคิดสั้นนะคุณบอส
Further towards that soul,
เพราะมันมีคนไล่อะครับ
state is even and they can get
ผม
there
ไม่รู้
first.
จะอยู่ได้อีกนานเมื่อไหร่เท่าไหร่อ่ะ
They're very, very good at basically just getting to dragons early, and they
มัน
get
เศร้า
a
นะ
line of vision. Often
การที่เราอยากสตรีมแต่โดนคนไล่อะ
just getting there and trying to get the vision right before it spawns. They'll often have early
ผม
wards.
ไม่ค่อย
What this
เป็น
means
เป็น
is
คน
that
ไม่ค่อย
even
หน้า
if
ด้าน
opponents
ด้วย
come in and sweep that out and are placing their own vision, they often know
ไล่เราต้อง
exactly
ไป
where the
อ่ะ
enemy wards are. They know where they're going to be looking to approach from. They know how to circumvent vision to actually set up their flanks. And I think as a result, they often have really, really good objective fights. I do think JDG has a real shot to out team fight BLG in this one.
Junja gets away as On goes on a pretty long magical journey. That's one thing that I always look for when I see a game with Bard is do you know all the angles to get the long magical journeys through the skinny parts of terrain? Because it really does allow your surprise factor to be that much more. This commits the Mega Gnar once again. So many Gnar players just love using this as a trading mechanism to guarantee that you're getting the edge over your opponent, guarantee that you maintain lane control, especially if we have a potential fight coming up here soon. Doesn't look like we are, though. Still about 90 seconds until the Rift Herald spawns. So just a crab battle once more for now. As Shun uses the Duskbringer for a little bit of extra speed towards this top side, level 11 on both top lanes. Xiaoshu does have the public execution. Remember that Mega Gnar was already committed just a moment ago. Knight also rotating towards this fight.
เปิดสวยจัดออนเซฟสวย
Tempered Fate to try to disengage it. Paranoia turns off the lights. Knight down to half HP, goes on a magical journey back through the wall. But now the re-engage comes out from Shun and Bin looking for Xiaoshu, who has to flash away. Flash out from Shun, dodging the combo from Junja. As now Bin gets stunned up, but he's not too worried about it. Junja's target here next. As BLG, they use the shockwave. That's going to force the flash of the Jarvan here as well. We got some pretty big flashes spent here. Azale
เจนจีตกรอบแล้วเหรอใช่ครับ
It's a fight where no one dies, but it's a fight where both
เจนจีกลับโรงแรมแล้วตอนนี้
really the playmakers here. Vampire finds an angle, instant flashed in onto Knight, but how fast was that Tempered Fate from On? Immediately came down to cover his Orianna there. Just beautifully done with the defensive Tempered Fate. Keeps Knight safe. And critically means Knight doesn't even have to flash.
คู่นี้เดือดนะเนี่ย
Holds onto the summoner and is feeling really good about it.
All right,
so IACAFK 19ชื่อเขียวหัวคุย150ต่อเดือนได้แค่ค่าน้ำบอสเงินโดพวกกูให้อาชีพบอสมีลมหายใจได้
โอ้โหจริงป่ะ
For Bin, it's him being the second biggest lead on the side of
BLG.
Knight up 1,000 in the mid lane.
AFK 19
There's been so much attention from On specifically towards that lane, and it's led Knight to be over 20 CS ahead.
Absolutely has been a big impact, and Knight is a player that is worth getting ahead. This guy will pay dividends later on. That's an early game investment.
He's not the silver left hand. He's the gold left hand. All right.
Man doesn't know what it is to get second in the LPL. He has mostly just been running things, and Ben just got his Triforce. The Eclipse was that earlier item spike, but now we're coming in looking for a fight off that spike.
Okay, On throws the Tempered Fate on himself, expecting the public execution to be hit, but now there's your JDG gonna be careful. However, Shun might just die. No, Knight gets the kill in the Gala. Shun's still alive in the middle of everybody. Xiaoshu's gonna be your target here next. Shun's still staying alive, but Junja gets him on the way out. Flash away, and Junja's gonna die here next. It's a 3-for-1 for BLG, and they get their team fight. They're gonna earn the Rift Herald off the back of it.
What an engage from BLG there on. Threw down that early Tempered Fate. As you said, he thought the public execution was gonna hit him, and you can't wait till it hits you or you're already stunned. So you gotta precast it. Looks a little bit
ไม่ต้อง
funny.
รอสตรีมต่อไป
โอ้ได้ครับไม่ต้องร้องสตรีมต่อไปคุณจะตาตัวจริงไหมเนี่ย
bindings here that really were game changing. There's the Tempered Fate to try to take the public execution. They see this, look at this flash, can't disconnect it, hits the 2-man shot.
มากนะครับคุณยะตานะครับ500นะค่อยมีกำลังใจขึ้นหน่อย
Bin lands another big stun, and then this binding as well. Another double binding, lets them flash in, grab a second kill there. Beautiful plays from On and from the rest of BLG. And they made that one look easy.
Yup, the Knockwave combo plus the Bard double bindings back and forth. Really, really good stuff. But of course, since Shun was the one who died, I spoke too soon. The Rift Herald didn't actually get claimed by BLG because their jungler wasn't available on
แกล้งร้องยิ้มใหญ่
It's still ready to be contested.
แกล้งร้องอะไรครับ
I don't know if JDG will even have
ก็มีคนไล่ผม
They have already lost their top lane tier 1 turret. That's the first turret of the game.
ให้ผมอยู่มันก็หน้าด้านไปหรือเปล่า
Now they're going after the Herald. They're going to pick up the crab on the way.
เจงรีบกลับไปหาเด็กเอ็นบราซิลต้นตูดใหญ่ๆทรงติ๋มๆคงไม่เคยเจอน่าจะติดใจเลยรีบแพ้
Their attention will likely be towards that area of the rift instead. And you can see Junja trying to clear out some of the vision here, but On and Knight are waiting.
สวยจัดทามิ่ง
Junja back out of the combo, and now the Jarvan is stuck between a rock and a hard place. They will kill him in the river. He cannot get away. The timing from Knight's ultimate was perfect. And so now, not just the Rift Herald goes over to BLG uncontested, but in the meantime, the enemy jungler was killed, and Shun can just walk down and go back to back on objectives.
It's a new combo there for Jarvan. He provided the flag, with Knight providing the drag as he pulls him back with the perfect shockwave there. Gets the kill, gets in the dragon, slows down that march towards Soul, which is so important. And now top lane, mid lane becoming that problem.
BLG เจอ G2 เนี่ย
JDG,
รอบชิง
I mean, Bin, got that early lead. There was some jungle interference, but then Vampire had a great roam. You think maybe Xiaoshu's back in it. But right off of this Triforce spike for Bin, they get a huge fight. They're taking towers, they're taking plates.
เจนจีโดนไป 3-0 อารมณ์ดีเล
อุ้ย
ย
โอ้โหเจนจีโดน 3-0 อารมณ์ดีโดนไปเถอะทีมกากๆแบบนั้นน่ะเจนจีโอ้โหขอบคุณครับคุณยะตาคุณยะตาอารมณ์ดีผมก็อารมณ์ดีด้วยโอ้โห
on the BLG side. This is very difficult to play now for JDG. Going back to our conversation about JDG objective setup. Yeah, they wanted to try to set up. It was Junja trying to clear away some of the vision, but he wasn't ready for the Bard and Orianna to have enough damage to just burst him down. If you're Jarvan, you think, yeah, I can use my flag, I can get away, it's not that big of a deal. But you're up against Knight, man. This is not somebody you can trifle with.
Nope, not at all. And now he's got his Shadow Flame in completed here. And this is the head-to-head so far at first stand on how these two players have performed. You know, definitely a very strong laning phase in general for Bin. He has been looking really good in the LPL. Oh, we're gonna see a dive maybe.
Lights
are off. No, he's walking away. They're just gonna back off. So, you know, Xiaoshu is really known mostly for his laning phase, particularly for his Renekton. You know, really is an incredible Renekton player.
ไอบอสแชทช่องเมืองนี่ไม่ปกติสักตัวไอยักษ์ป่านี่ในแชทด่าเมืองทุกวันแต่ยังโดนให้เมือง500โรคจิตจัด
อะไรโรคจิตอะไรครับอันนี้คือคนปกติครับเขาดูให้คือปกติ
He's always been better on the map than Xiaoshu, and Xiaoshu, it's really that strength in the laning phase that I think has made him such a fun player to watch. But when he gets put this far down, it is very difficult because Bin plays the map so well.
Okay, on taking a little bit of fire here as Vampire, Junja, and Hongqiu again just trying to defend the entrance to their jungle, trying to defend this tier 1 turret that is barely holding on down here in bottom lane. But BLG wants to stop him. Nice engagement out the way.
เสียดายถ้าเป็นเวิร์คงอารมณ์ดีกว่านี้
โอ้แค่นี้ก็อารมณ์ดีแล้วครับคุณยะตา
Junja flies over the wall and Knight finally dies. Hongqiu takes the kill, and that one's a shutdown. On have to try to escape now as Shun and Viper realize there's nothing they can do to save their teammates. JDG find the engage they needed. They needed to get 2 kills, but it comes at the cost of the tier 2 turret top.
Even with the it didn't matter. Now Shun's gonna get walked down.
Yeah, this is just a blunder from Shun, hanging around too long to look at the tier 1 turret dying. Now he's gonna have to do it from the grave.
And BLG, you know, while they do have these really dominant early games, they have to be
มีแต่บอสที่ผิดปกติผมเนี่ยนะผิดปกติผมว่าคนปกติครับใครโดคือคนปกติแค่นั้นแหละ
Some of those games, it went all 5 in the upper bracket finals, partially because of plays like this. BLG, they have some of the most exceptional mechanics of any team in the world. They have some of the best soul laners and just individual players of anyone in the world. And sometimes that can lead to a little bit of overconfidence, right? And they are a little bit On is able to disengage the initial part of this play so well. The flash comes in, again, Tempered Fate timing really, really good. Look at the flash from On to redirect the binding, gets the double stun. Knight is able to flash out. But then they say, hey, what if we just kind of walked back in? They see the TP is coming in. They know that Junja's still there, but Knight does not back up after flashing out. He's just too confident.
Meanwhile, back to live, it's BLG going in for an invade. Again, the paranoia is not even needed, but the Tempered Fate finds a second target. They already killed the jungler, now they want the top laner. BLG find 2. That's exactly what you want to see. Yes, they have a mistake in the bottom lane. They brush it off. They get right back up to their old ways. The Rift Herald is summoned up in top lane to be a distraction. Isaac, there's 22 minutes on the clock. There's Baron in the top side of the river. BLG looking to take it. There's no enemy jungler to contest. There's no enemy top laner to be that front line. I don't really see a way for JDG to stop this. So
แอคอย่างนั้นคนเกลียดก็ต้องเยอะแหละ
โดให้ไอเขาไว้นี่มันไม่เห็นค่าด้วยซ้ำเอาเงินไปให้อาหารหมาแมวยังดีกว่าปีการียังได้บุญ
อะไรครับไม่เห็นค่าอะไรครับคุณก็พูดไปเรื่อย
Yeah, on he wanted to get some vision. He was thinking the rift might have been safe enough. Unfortunately for him, it is not.
Bound Victor.
If you're JDG, you're honestly pretty happy with that because at least that's going to slow down this Baron war machine because they only have a 4v5. Normally picking off the support randomly can not mean a whole lot, but here I feel like it can at least slow them down a bit. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Ben's going to make me a liar as he pushes into the enemy base. The flash away to try to escape from Xiaoshu as Shun takes a lot of damage from the Nexus turrets, but not enough to make it an even trade. This is what you
ให้บอสคือไม่ได้บุญเลยเหรอได้บุญครับ
It's been and Shun taking Xiaoshu's lunch money the entire game.
ตายไปขึ้นสวรรค์อะใครดูให้ผมอะ
Yes, JDG will achieve soul point here as they grab their third Drake, but it's critically not the Mountain Soul because BLG got that one earlier, and now it's the JDG base that's cracked open.
I mean, they're just bullying this poor guy.
คุณยะตาเนี่ยขึ้นสวรรค์เนี่ย
Shouldn't put him in the
สวรรค์ชั้น7
locker. They just won't leave him alone, even under the Nexus towers.
Oh man, now Jun just trying to get away, but again, this Jarvan is constantly the victim of the shockwaves. Got the defensive chains of corruption.
สรุปเจนจีมันแอคเลย
โอ้โหเจนจีแอคดิคุณยะตาเหมือนเก่งอะครับเก่งแค่ในบ้านอะออกนอกแล้วมึนจัดกากจัดเลยครับเจนจีอะจริงๆแล้วอะสมควรแพ้ครับ
as the rest of BLG will now be able to rotate over, guaranteed they can continue to apply that pressure. Meanwhile, Knight is going to make sure they still have 2 points of pressure. Oh wait, the map lied to me. I thought that said 3 plates, not 5. Anyway, it was full HP, but it's not going to be for very long. As Knight continues making sure
ยาต้าจนจัดเสียกรรมมารอนายดิสมึงบิดเงินคนเมื่อไรจ่าคืนข้ามตัวรวยแต่ติดพนันบิดเงินคนก็ไม่เอานาคนจริงต้องเลดี้พียาต้ากรรมมารอ
คุณยะตาคุณไปติดใครเนี่ยใครเสียกรรมารอเสียจริงครับคุณยะตาโดน 2,000 น่ะไปด่าเขากรรมารอคุณน่ะกรรมารอ
มันมาสตรีมเพราะดันได้วอตปาร์ตี้เลยต้องมาดูเดียวจบไปมันก็ไม่มาก็อยู่แป๊บเดียวอีกเขาวาย
ก็ในวอตปาร์ตี้มันก็เลยต้องดู
They have taken down every tower outside of the base and one in top lane inside it as well.
Yeah, I don't really see a way back in here for JDG. I mean, even if you manage to get
คุณอย่าว่าคุณยะตากันนะครับ
The one way is BLG makes a turbo int. You manage to get like a really one-sided fight, 5 for 2, 5 for 1 or something, and then you claim Mountain Soul after.
Yeah.
That's pretty much the only way. So as long as BLG doesn't put themselves in a spot where they're
just
diving between Nexus turrets or something, a 9,000 gold lead 25 minutes into the game just feels like far too difficult for JDG to deal with.
It's so hard, and your best target is going to be Knight, but he has a full Zhonya's 10-stack Aroa. We've seen how good On has been with these defensive tempered fates. He's going to be there with the locket, and that is going to make things incredibly hard here. Bin is just unstoppable in the side lane right now. He's on 3 full items, and they're more expensive.
จบนี่ไปเล่นไพ่วันนี้ไม่เล่นครับวันนี้ผมไปห้าง
one fully completed item ahead
of his opponent.
So it's not just these items. The gold that he has in his pocket is probably still 4 digits or something. Like this is not even remotely close. Ambessa can't be on the same screen as the Gnar.
Yeah, it's just not much he can do about it. And Hongyu, yeah, you can wave clear against the Gnar, but if you overstep at all, he's going to kill you in that 1v1, no problem. So BLG just controlling this bot side, making sure that JDG has no way in at this next dragon. They know that would be their only real hope, so it is their job to not give them any shot at the 50-50.
เจนจีเล่นเป็นยังไงในสายตาพี่วันนี้
โอ้โหเจนจีเล่นยังไงสายตาพี่วันนี้โคตรกากอะครับคุณยะตาสุนัขไม่รับประทานอะเจนจีอะถ้าผมเป็นเจ้าของทีมคือเตะออกหมดอะ
BLG just taking away everything.
ให้ไปหาทีมเอาเองนะครับ
Multiple wards up on the top side, 3 wards in the enemy jungle on top side, 4 or so down on that bot side that you can see across the way. So they have vision of everything. Just going to be waiting for these next couple objectives.
บอสมึงดูไว้นะไหนไอ้พวกแชทเขียวที่ชอบหมิ่นแชทข่าวนับหัวได้เลยมีแค่ 2-3 ตัวแชทข่าวดูบอสเป็นร้อย
ถ้าผมเป็นเจ้าของทีมเลยเงินเดือนเลยแพ้ขนาดนี้คนละ10,000พอเล่นอย่างนี้นะ
since it does spawn a couple of seconds ahead. JDG, I don't really see a world where they can try to contest anything in open ground against BLG. As now, it looks like On.
โอ้โหออนมั่วนะ
This is huge for JDG.
ไอ้ยะตาไอ้โง่ใช้เงินไม่เป็นอยากเย็ด EP พอรู้ EP แกะกวยหดหมดอดเย็ดไปต้องกำกวยซิงชักไปวัน
ๆ
JDG might have found the chance to grab this Mountain Soul. Can they make sure they maintain this control? However, Junja goes in. The follow-up is right there. Knight has to flash.
Wanting to support his carry แต่ว่าไวเปอร์ฟรีอ่ะอุ้ยรูปอย่างสวยนาฟรีครับยังไงเซฟทันไหมอู้ยังโหดอ่ะ BLG ไฟ4-5ชนะด้วย
พี่บอสผมขอถามจากใจพี่คิดถึงชาวโดเรนไหม
โอ้โหชาวโดเรนเหรอครับคือผมไม่อยากให้ช่องมีเรือนด้วยซ้ำอ่ะอยากเป็นแบบช่องปกติเหมือนคนอื่นเขาอ่ะแต่มันคงกลับไปไม่ได้แล้วไง
It's a good trap that they laid. They catch on. They are able to burst them down. We can see in live they're taking the Baron. That's not going to be contested. And then they say, you know what? We got to full send it. It's not going to get better than this. Xiaoshu is able to tag in. They're able to chase in. And the start of the fight looks pretty good, but it's the gold lead in action. Even with them getting in on tonight, they land the initial combo. They can't find enough follow-up damage. He flashes over the wall, has the stasis. Shun and Viper on the side are creating so much space. Gala doesn't have anyone to protect him. Viper just walks up behind him, knocks him down. And then you look at the health bars, you realize, yeah, Ben is still 5k up, and Ben is basically full HP at this point. Can't be stopped by JDG. And even Hongq can't really win out in this duel against Viper because the reinforcements come through. Viper spends the Fash, the Cleanse, and they get the Seekers off Hongq and do end up winning the fight.
Yeah, I loved how Shun and Viper played that. Shun diving in.
BLG เข้มจริงๆแหละ
Viper's positioning was just perfect.
ใช่ครับคุณเอเจนต์ BLG เข้ม
Because he had the trees to make it so the enemy melee champions couldn't put pressure onto him, but he still had the damage onto Gala. I don't blame JDG at all for going for it because in a game state like this, when you have a 5v4, you gotta just send it to try to get the soul, maybe try to get the Baron afterwards. But BLG's got
พูดเพราะในแชทเทาได้ไหมพูดได้ครับดูคุณเอเจนต์ตัวอย่างเนี่ยผมอยากได้ใช้แบบคุณเอเจนต์นะว่าเขาแบบว่าดูมีกาลเทศะคุณเอเจนต์อะ
ตอนก่อนไปแคนาดามึงความคิดน้อยไงปล่อยช่องโดเรื่อนจะปิดช่องสุดท้ายกลับมาตายหลังเก่า
อะไรครับ
Look there from JDG. This is all you can really do. You're down 12k. You've got to look for brush camps. They almost burst down on, but this time with the heal, with the defensive tempered fate, and the TP coming in, JDG has to run before they can actually finish off the Bard. And now you have to face down this Baron.
ลบช่องเริ่มใหม่จากศูนย์
through mid. He's going to be getting that moving in the right direction. And Shun has no paranoia, so he can't reinforce either side that easily. So they need to get these waves synced up and try to get those onto JDG. Otherwise, this game is going to start out.
ไอบอสทวายลืมตีนไม่มีพวกกูโดเรื่อนช่องเมืองจะมีคนสนใจไหมคนหายเพราะเมืองเองทั้งนั้นทำควย
อะไรครับหายเพราะผมเกี่ยวอะไรบอสเติมน้ำมันยังเลยครับเติมน้ำมันแพงครับช่วงนี้
เสียดายอยากดูเจนจีนานๆแต่ได้ดูแค่3เกม
โอ้โหใช่ได้ดูแค่3เกมเองเจนจีกากเกินอะดิคุณยะตามันเล่นกันเหมือนเล่นไม่เป็นอะแชมป์ LCK นึกว่าแชมป์อบต
Shun died, but he's the only one. Hongq tries to get away, but Viper does so much damage on the Corki, and that will do it.
ถ้าผมเป็น JG ผมเลิกเล่นเลยนะแพ้ G2
They're going to eliminate the remainder of the JDG structures with a
ดู BLG มันไฟเข้มกว่าเยอะนะครับคู่นี้
Game 1 ends, and BLG are up 1-0.
Exciting game 1 here from BLG, really showcasing the individual.
ออนคือตัวไหนบาทครับ
crushing it through top
ชื่อในเกมชื่อออน
I think though for me I think On is my player of the game. He was helping out Knight so much in the mid lane. He was perfect with his tempered fates, finding great bindings in a lot of these 5v5s as well. I feel like he was everywhere.
Yeah, it's really easy to look at Knight and to look at Ben and be like, both of these guys just smurfed it. But I think I've got to agree with you. On being everywhere all of the time, whether he's using the opportunity to show up in a place where you wouldn't expect him, whether he's just giving hot cocoa. He was smurfing. BLG was dominating. Lounge, what do we think?
I think Ben is Gigabin again.
He is.
Yeah, a little bit. What in the world?
Yeah, I mean, this is what you watch the LPL for, honestly. Yeah. Just like
BLG are this team where you have to get past how good their solo laners are, and
กูไปนอนเลยได้ไหมวะ
even when they've been less coordinated than
ได้ครับไปเลยครับ
but right now they're looking very well coordinated with each other.
Yeah.
อยากไปนอนเลยครับแต่ 3-0 ไหมไม่รู้นะแต่ว่าทรง 3-0 อยู่
He was. I mean, we can see it when they broke the game open. It looked a little weird if you weren't paying close attention. Now he kind of just ulted himself before a big team fight, but then he does this. But that's if the Ambessa ult landed, he would have been able to buffer it. But watch on throughout the rest of this fight what he can do with his Qs.
Yeah,
Fights in double stun.
He lands so many clutch bindings on this. I love the one that's going to be coming up in that narrow choke point.
พี่บอกคิดว่า BLG เปลี่ยน AD แล้วดูทีมเป็นยังไงดีขึ้นดีครับ
He helped out so much in these fights, and then this was the 4v5 Ox.
Yeah, this one he's not even
คน
alive.
เก่ามันอ่อน
Focus from JDG comes on Knight who has Flash, has Zhonya's by
อันนี้ Viper ครับ
and Viper is just constantly off to the side putting damage
Position
in.
เข้ม
You see his Bin starts to move in to try and defend his jungler who still goes down, but Viper was just picking off targets. You don't expect to see an AD carry playing that flank role, but Viper just knew how he could play. He had a cleanse available, he had the Valkyrie to be safe, and then eventually they just jump in and take down Honkyu to finish up the fight.
Just insane trust in their own mechanics. Because it was 4v5, they lose that fight, they lose the soul, and maybe becomes...
Viper พูดจีนได้ด้วยเหรอ
Also a sequence earlier on in the game where Nocturne did a pre-6 gank on Bin to give him 1 kill, and ended up costing their bottom lane a lot. Gala ended up getting 2 kills because of the loss of tempo and the pressure they were able to apply bot side. But I'd say it paid off in the end.
Yeah,
400
I mean,
to 5,000.
It could have been a little dicey. That's why that
โอ้ ELK อ่อนแล้วไม่อ่อนจะโดนเตะเหรอครับ
right? Because you're
คุณ
going
จะ
in, you have an item spike
อ่อนอยู่แล้ว
from, I believe, I'm not. Did Bin had Triforce at that point, right?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. At the very least, I know Corky did too. And so
พูดได้16 ภาษา
right there,
Viper นะ
were able to take over that part.
อันนี้เก่งไว้16 ภาษาเลยอ่ะ
No surprise.
It's between On and Bin.
We were actually gonna all vote for On, and then Bin just
Who did you
kept
tap?
winning throughout the rest of this game. 5-1-11, 739 DPM.
I'm curious to see what the fans thought, only because
Bot
I
พูดได้
think
กี่
a lot of the time it was really close between Bin and
ผมเหรอ
On. A lot of the time when the casters start hyping one
ผม
person
พูดได้
up, the
48
fans will just follow. So I'm trying to track that.
Blaming the casters now.
Yeah, well, how much you can influence people's perspective based on like what you're watching in game, right? There's so much stuff that just happens in game.
Yeah, we were influencing everyone to say Gen G is really good. It turns out we should have been. G2's been really good this whole time. I think that's the learning from today, right, Ox?
Yeah.
Here's the AWS post-game breakdown. Bin, not the most damage on the team, but completely taking Xiaoshu out of it. 12,000 damage on the Ambessa, not what you want when you lock in that pick. Not to mention Varus and Gala being kept to 14,000 damage this game is insane.
Viper English ก็ได้นะ จริงปะเนี่ยคุณเอเจนต์
And that collapse.
Viper English ก็ได้ด้วยเหรอ
So yeah, it was really good of BLG to be able to target them in team fights afterwards.
But we didn't get a chance to do this before.
แล้วคุณเอเจนต์ไปรู้ได้ไงอ่ะ
Caught up in the G2 hysteria. These two teams have a big history already from the LPL playoffs as well as all-time Emily.
Yeah, so basically these two teams already met each
คุณเอเจ
other.
นต์นี่สุด
These two
ว่ะ
exact teams met each other twice in the LPL bracket to qualify. I talk about how spiritually the grand finals was kind of like a 3-0. Even with the game that JDG did take, it was through kind of invading, protecting their bot side. A lot of what we've seen at this tournament.
คนกดไลค์น้อยจังบอสกดไลค์ไปมันได้อะไรครับ
Upper bracket one was super close. That game 5, I'd recommend anyone want to watch if you want to see a Callista Anivia bot lane. Fun time. You see some fun drafts. Maybe if it goes to 5, we'll see some more fun drafts from these two teams. But they also just know each other really well overall, historically.
Yeah, they're all-time head-to-head, which started a little bit more JDG favorite. That was when JDG had the
อีเวนต์ตอบคำถามในงานอีเวนต์ช่วงแข่งขันนอกประเทศแต่นานละ อะไรครับเนี่ย
Big history of this year as well as international history, Emily.
Yeah, and I
อ๋อ
mean,
หมายถึงว่า Viper ไปพูดโชว์เหรอ
important thing to know is these are just two orgs that know each other really well, and they've kind of
เฮ้ยคุณเอ
swapped
เจนนี่ข้อมูล
places
แน่
a
นเว้ย
little bit. Initially, during that 2023 season, you had this JDG super team. Everyone was looking at them. They're
สาย
going to
วิ
be
เค
the
ราะห์
golden
วันนี้
road,
พวก
right?
หมูเล่น
Where
อึนโก ขนาดเล่นเกม
initially, I know
มือ
we
ถื
think
อ
of that
เล่น
team
ง่าย
now
ๆ
as
ยังไม่
like
เข้ารอบ
insane
ถ้าละหมาด
team,
ก่อนแข่ง
made
ช
it
นะ
to
ไปละ
World Finals the next
โอ้
year,
โห
right?
ละหมาด
But,
ก่อน
like,
แข่ง
that was not supposed to be a super team when they came together.
They were so messy at that time. I remember them even making.
งั้นกดดิสไลค์นะ
quite an upset.
กดดิสไลค์เหรอ
Upset some LCK teams. But,
กดไปได้อะไรครับ
obviously now it's really flipped the script in terms of how these teams are
แล้วแต่
placed
พวกคุณ
in
น่ะ
the LPL.
I will say, first best of 5 this year, 3-2. Second best of 5, 3-1. We have seen a lot of sweeps, Emily.
อยากกดแล้วก็กด
What do you guys think? Another 3-0?
3-0, 3-0. Okay, 3-2.
All right.
I like the 3-2. I want some 5 games. We came all the way here. Let's play the games. Game 2, up after the break.
Fate on himself, expecting the public execution to maybe hit, but now there's your knockwave on to 2. JDG's got to be careful. However, Shun might just die. No, Knight gets the kill on the Gallus. It's a 3-for-1 for BLG. And you can see Junja trying to clear out some of the vision here, but On and Knight are waiting. Shockwave beautifully pulls Junja back out of the combo, and now the Jarvan is stuck between a rock and a hard place. He'll resurrect. Shun died, but he's the only one. Honky tries to get away, but Viper does so much
BLG.
damage from Corky, and that will do it.
G2 ไหวไหมเนี่ยเน้นบนอย่างขึมเลย
ไอเยเจนเป็นคุยไรอะทำทรงรู้ดีไปหมดสมแล้วที่เขาว่า BMI เกินเป็นไออ้วนดกแว่นจัด
โอ้โหด่าคุณเอเจนแรงเกินนะครับเขาไม่ใช่คนรู้ดีเขาแบบเขาก็แชร์ข้อมูลที่เขารู้ไงคุณเอเจนน่ะอย่าด่าคุณเอเจนกันนะครับเขาก็แบ่งปันข้อมูลไงสายข้อมูลสายวิเคราะห์อุ้ยสกินเท่จังเฮ้ยเซนน่าฟอร์มแชมป์ไหม G2 ครับฟอร์มแชมป์บวกอย่างโหดเลย G2 BLG มันยังดูมั่วๆนะครับ G2 ไม่มั่วเลยสักนิดนะแบบเร่งรัดเกม
It's more than a game. It's a world shaped by you, the fans. And our mission is to elevate that world by building technology that creates moments that last forever. That's why we're joining forces with League of Legends Esports to transform how fans experience live events on the global stage.
กาลาต้องเล่นไคสะจริงต้องเล่นแบบโอ้ไฮเปอร์แครี่หนักหน่อยจริงไคสะเอสเรียลกี่โมงแล้วครับคนดูอย่างน้อยเราก็ไม่บ่นใครเพราะเหมือนไม่มีใครสอนมาโอ้โหเฮ้ยคุณเอเจไปด่าพวกโดนเลื้อนเหรอโอ้โหคุณจะด่าว่าพวกโดนเลื้อนไม่มีใครสั่งสอนเลยเหรอ
ไอเอจนถ้าเป็นในห้องเรียนนี่เจอกูตับหัวทิ่มทุกวันอาจทรงล่อมือจัด
โอ้โหเอเจนต์ถ้าคุณอยู่ในห้องเรียนคุณโดนเขาตบนั่นน่ะเขาบอกนะตบหัวทุกวันด้วยถ้าอยู่ในห้องเรียนเดือดว่ะ แต่คุณก็ด่าแรงเกินนะครับคุณเอเจนต์ไปด่าเขาไม่มีพ่อแม่สั่งสอนน่ะเกินไปครับ
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to First Stand 2026. It's our last best of 5 before the finals. It's LPL Civil War, a rematch of the finals between BLG and JDG, and it's BLG up 1-0.
พี่บอสครับรอยจะมีโอกาสกลับมาแข่งไหมก็รอสัญญาทีมดีๆอยู่ครับแต่ถ้าทีมไหนไม่ได้ลุ้นแชมป์คงไม่มีแล้วต้องทีมลุ้นแชมป์
Exactly. It just feels like kind of a continuation of what they were able to do in the finals. Shouldn't have been working so well together to put Xiaoshu into an untenable spot. Like nothing you could really do when you get that far down. And despite the fact that Honkyu was actually winning the 1v1 against Knight, it wasn't a 1v1. On was constantly
เอเจนต์ควรต้องขอโทษโดนเลือนไหมผมไม่รู้อ่ะแล้วแต่เขาอ่ะ
working well together to really enable their solo lanes, and I think it was very, very impressive. Despite some good plays from JDG, it always felt like BLG was just getting that much more.
Yeah, BLG definitely the one.
เป็นกำลังใจให้ครับคุณเอเจนต์เป็นคนดีต้องอดทนพร้อมสู้ส่วนเจนจีโดน 3-0 ถือว่าสมควร
โอ้โหใช่ครับโอ้โหใช่ครับคุณเอเจนต์เป็นคนดีนะครับอย่าว่าร้ายคุณเอเจนต์กันนะแล้วก็สมน้ำหน้าเจนจีด้วยขึ้นเลยขึ้นเลยโอ้ยขอบคุณครับคุณยะตาโว้คุณยะตา
the pick on. They have the 5v4. They go in and try to full send it and maybe make a comeback. And Viper's positioning is right where it needs to be. Kill the enemy AD carry, put the damage down.
คิดว่าไม่เคยโดนอย่ามาคิดแทนเรา
ไอเอเจนต์นี่ส่งกลับถึงบ้านแล้วต้องให้พ่อมันเย็ดรูดทุกวันอ่ะโดนไปโดนมาดันชอบเลยหาผู้มาเซลต่อ
โอ้ใช่เหรอคุณเอเจนต์โดนอบิวขนาดนั้นเลยเหรอคิดว่าไม่เคยโดน
by the fact that the teams are on different sides of the bottom. It's BLG.
So now I want to see if it's going to be a Renekton early pick here because Nara is already gone, Rumble is already banned. Those are two of the best answers into it. Though we have seen Simon do really, really well with the matchup of times. But Xiaoshu is just such a Renekton enjoyer.
I know that it's LPL versus LPL, but at least in LCS, where we come from, I consider this the nightmare matchup because teams will always pick Renekton, and then he just ends up being a sock puppet by the end of the game.
I consider every matchup into Sion to be the Renekton. You're like, okay, I'm 12 CS ahead. Well, great, buddy. Guess what? His Soul Furnace gave him 2,000 HP.
โดยเฉพาะวันเจนจีโดนตบให้ก็เจนจีโดนตบบ่อยๆแล้วกัน
All right, we've got the Seraphine Lulu Pantheon banned out by JDG. BLG getting rid of the Rumble, the Karma, and the Rise as it's JDG.
ทีมกะครับเจนจี
Let's see how BLG wants to respond to the dive that you know is going to go along with a vibe.
โชกี้
Ash would surprise me a little bit. I think Xin makes sense as an answer. You know, Xin is so strong in general.
ทีมอย่างไก่
When people are trying to dive past the Xin, he kind of says no, right? You pop the Crescent Guard. You're really good at just hitting what is in front of you. You know, putting pressure on those divers. Yunara makes way more sense than Ash, not only because the Seraphine is banned, but because you have more mobility, more safety.
ผมว่าถ้า JDG ดูช่องลอยสอนเล่นเกมนี้ไม่ยาก
Fantastic counter engage as we know. So I really like these first two picks here. Seeing the Vi, because Vi is not a pick that you can really pivot out of and say, you know what, we're going to play front to back. I'll just ult the Sion. Like, it doesn't really work that way. You're kind of locked in.
ของอายตาคือเงินที่อายตาจ่ายเพื่อจะเย็ดไออ้วนเอจนโอ้ยเสียวโอมลึกๆนะเอจนเสียวว่าเสียว
คุณเอเจนต์อ้วนเหรอไม่อ้วนนะเขาไม่อ้วนนะเขาบอก
And I feel like especially when you're playing something like Renekton, especially when you're playing this
champion, ตานี้ให้ใครชนะ
needs to not fall behind, otherwise you
BLG เนี่ยครับ
useless.
อายตาทำทรงโดเยอร์กูเห็นชาติหนึ่งโดทีอาจสงสัยนานๆขอตังแม่ในการจอบจัด
Absolutely, they really are.
ก็บิดคุณยะตาเกิน
Answer now because as I said, You know, Nara is gone, Rumble is gone. Zin though, me
คุณจะตายอยู่อเมริกานะทำเป็นเล่น
Do you care more about the Zion or more about the Zin? Because the
แค่นี้เศษเงิน
very
นะครับ
likely to be banned by JDG in the next phase. So in this case,
บ
they
อ
are
ส
going
หนึ่ง
to
กับไทย
prioritize the
จะ
Zion,
เลี้ยง
which I
อะไร
actually
คุณ
think
ยา
is
ต้า
correct
พูดให้
because,
ชื่นใจ
again,
จา
I
ปา
think
ยาต้า
Xiaoxu
ไป
might be
กิน
the best
อะไร
pick in the
ป่า
world.
ไป
This
เที่ยว
guy's
ใน
ranking
เลีย
is
ไข่ให้
correct.
เศษกี่รอบให้ยาต้า yes boost ไหมครับ
Has an incredibly
โอ้
impressive
โห
laning
ถ้า
phase.
คุณจะตายอยากได้อะไรก็บอกแล้วกัน
This
นะ
is
ครับ
the champion that I most associate him with. Okay, so you don't want to put Ben in a really bad spot when he has been such a
คุณจะตายอยากได้อะไร
for
อ่ะ
the team. So with the Scion, you just kind of have to withstand the early phase of the game.
ได้หมดอ่ะ
And when we see that it's Ahri, you just don't care about Ahri's damage to Sign. You're just going to be stacking armor. You know, maybe your Jack Show is going to give you some MR later on or whatever. But you do stack some early armor. That's going to deal with the Vi, with the Renekton, with the AD carry that we know Gala is going to be playing. And Hongqiu has to fight past the Scion. Ahri can't really win fights.
ตังมีก็ดูไปสิถ้าคิดว่าตนเองพูดถูกเท่ากับอย่าคิดเองครับ
And then you're thinking about, all right, what are good like counter engage or defensive mid laners that we could have to deal with here from Knight? Is it worth banning out a mid laner, or do we just want to target another AD jungler and put that even more down? Because we know exactly how JDG are going to play the comp out, regardless of what their bot lane is. It actually changes nothing.
Right, so they do ban the Xin. Over on the BLG side, Rakan being banned away. It's a great partner for Vi and Ahri, diving into the back line like you're already talking about, right? Ahri does one Spirit Rush forward, you battle dance to her.
ไซออนจะดีเน็กอยู่แล้วนะ
You have a ton of gap close.
ดีเน็กตบเลยไม่ได้ก็เหมือนแพ้ไปแล้วนะครับ
Second ban of this second half is Kalista for BLG. This is another one of those champions that, again, if you have an engaged support, you bring him in, you toss him forward for the extra distance.
โดมั่วเก่งดีขอปรบมือให้นะ
Would be something that would be fitting the aggressive
โด
build.
มั่ว
Of course, Gala could just go.
อ้าว
I mean, that is
คุณ
definitely an
โด
absolute
มันมั่วเหรอคุณเอเจนต์
The problem is, a lot of Kai'Sa lanes are pretty weak, right? And it is going to be difficult when you already see a really strong laning support.
คือมันพูดมั่วใช่ไหม
Nico. Of course, there's always the slight possibility Nico's going to get flexes. We're just going to kind of ignore that.
ไอยะตากวยมันสั้นนิดเดียวมันจะสอดผ่านง่ามตูทะอ้วนของไอเยอะเจ้นถึงเรือว่า
Desperation or specialization. I feel like being down 1-0, you're not desperate yet.
I specialize in 2 champions, and now I'm out of them. I'm going to play
ใช่เหรอคุณยะตานะ
Here we go.
เล็กนิดเดียว
All right, Annie is the second ban from JDG, though, so they don't want to deal with the potential of just the instant burst onto the Ahri, or even the Vi if she tries to dive in, right?
Ooh,
so
Poppy goes hard.
Yeah, I feel like Poppy against Vyra next. There's so much value
And
against
Ahri.
all 3 of these champions.
Poppy
Okay, I love this pick from BLG.
This is one of these games where I feel like Poppy is just generically good in the meta. I know it's not the fastest clearing jungler, right? I know it does have some weaknesses, but I feel like it is just generically strong. And then you see a draft like this, and you're like, oh, you just won the game.
Yeah, Steadfast Presence is one of those abilities that I feel like is just absolutely nuts.
ลิเวอร์พูลแพ้ครับพี่บอสลิเวอร์พูลแพ้เหรอ
That's exciting. The ladder combo that bullies lane. Caitlyn Lux, this is a tried and true 2v2 that is made to put you under your turret and constantly provide pressure. That's going to be their choice into the Yunara and Nico. Meanwhile, the final pick of the draft for BLG is Mel in mid lane.
And Mel is a classic in the LPA. They love this pick. It is so much more popular in the LPL.
ผมไม่ได้ดูนะครับ ช่วงนี้ลิเวอร์พูล
great matchup into the Ahri. Obviously, you're just holding the rebuke for the charm, right? You're trying to stop that charm because not only are you stopping the damage, you're stopping the damage amp, you are then potentially charming the Ahri, which can completely screw her over. I do think the difficulty here for me with the JDG comp, like it is pretty cohesive. The Lux ulti later on can be used as part of the
ชีวิต
dive.
ไอเอเจ
My
น
issue is that
อ้วนด
where
ก
do
แว่น
you go as
โอ
a
ตะ
jungler?
คอ
You're
ดำ
playing
เก็บ
Caitlyn
ตัวใน
Lux.
ห้อง
That
ก
needs
ลิ่น
help.
เปรี้
You
ยว
need to
มี
push.
ป
You
ม
need to
โดน
farm
บูลลี่
plates.
ต
You
อน
need to
เด็ก
play in their face, which
โอ้
exposes
ใช่
you
เหร
to
อ
the enemy jungler. So that means you got to
Legend.
protect them. But then on the other side of the map, you're also playing Renekton into the side.
ทำไมคนดีๆแบบคุณเอเจนต์ต้องโดนบูลลี่ด้วยอ่ะ
I do feel like Jinja's in one of these kind of impossible situations where not 1, not 2, but 3 lanes really want his help, and that is so difficult to deal with. Whereas Sion is completely
ตลก
happy
ดี
just to
โด
Mel is going to
ผู้
be
อยากได้แสง
completely happy just to deal with that 1v1 herself.
คุณหาว่าโดพวกนี้หิวแสงเหรอคุณเอเจนต์คุณก็ไปต่อปากต่อคำกับเขามันก็ไม่จบอะสิ
When you think of jungle in League of Legends in general, every single decision you
คุณ
make,
ไปด่าเขาแบบนั้นอะ
farm to gank to ward to recall, they all come at an
โด
opportunity
เขาก็
cost.
ยิ่ง
And
บูล
when
ลี่
all
คุณมากไป
three
อีก
lanes need help like you're talking about, those opportunity costs, Well, let's just say that the economy value here is skyrocketing. So your decision making becomes that much more important even than it normally is. So I'm curious how well Junja will be able to now.
ถ้าช่องพี่บิ๊กบ่วงเชิญไปออกพอดแคสต์พี่จะไปไหมไม่น่าไปครับ
เป็นคุยไรไอเอจนเมืองพิมพ์ให้รู้เรื่องหน่อยไขมันอุดตันเส้นเลือดในสมองสั่งงานการพิมพ์เหรอ
ไขมันอุดตันเส้นเลือด
Obviously, in isolation, Gala and Vampire are going to do great in the 2v2. Yeah. But the whole point of this is to be at their tower farming plates, right? That is what this kind of thing has to do. Caitlyn is a really interesting AD carry because, you know, even when it's really popular in solo queue, a lot of times I'll talk to pro players and why are we seeing a lot of Caitlyn? And often the response I hear is that Caitlyn is the most OP champion in the game until you make one mistake, and then it is the least OP champion in the game.
Right. It's so tempo-based.
Exactly. It's so tempo-based. You need to be ahead of the curve. You need to be farming plates. You need to be really accelerating yourself, and one death sometimes completely screws that.
All right, so both of our junglers in this one are starting on the top side, pathing towards bottom. I like that for both of them. Again, we're talking about if you're Shun, you're really looking at relieving the pressure.
ไม่ไปเพราะเงินไม่ถึงไม่ได้เกี่ยวเรื่องเงินหรอกครับ
You're probably expecting Shun to be focusing on that bottom lane most, so you want to be.
ผมก็ไม่ใช่คนดังอะไร
Exactly. So it's a lot of going to be tracking
เราจะไปออกอะไรยังไงทำไมล่ะ
making sure you know where the enemy jungler is. You're playing well around your timings.
ผมโอเคแล้วทุกวันนี้
are playing well on how to kill
เราก็อยู่กับคนดูของเราเนี่ยแหละ
Honku not really having any fun as he is just getting walked down right now by Knight.
Knight does use the rebuttal there though, so very, very long cooldown at level 1. This is one of the longest cooldown basic abilities in League of Legends, so whenever you get that out of him, you do know that you have some opportunities to go more aggressive for a little bit.
Yeah, and that is going to be really, really important. The timing of this ability is so huge, right? Because it is not just a shield, it's not just, you know, some basic little defensive thing.
It's like Fiora parry.
Exactly. Well, and even more so, it's Fiora parry if you reflected it back, like, you know, you're able to turn around an entire fight sometimes with that. And so it's the offensive power that is so powerful as well. You know, this is Bin versus the LPL internationally. You think about Bin as this mainstay in international play. You think about him often, you know, if he gets taken down, it's by the LCK, but he does actually have a losing record versus the LPL internationally. You know, has not always been able to dominate that regional competition, but this time definitely coming in as a favorite.
And I mean, even just think back to last year's Worlds. BLG was one of the teams that people were talking about. Like, yeah, this should be a potential.
They don't want to think back.
Finalist team. Yeah, BLG was to forget last Worlds.
จริงๆเอเจนต์มันดีนะเพราะชอบเอาข้อมูลมาถวายให้ไอหัวบอสแต่ติดเบียวไปหน่อยคนเลยรำคาญ
อะไรคุณด่าคุณเอเจนต์เบียวอีกอะไรของคุณเนี่ยคุณเอเจนต์เขาไม่ได้เบียวเขาใส่ความรู้ครับดูก็รู้นะว่าเรียนมาสูงครับคุณเอเจนต์เนี่ยดูลักษณะการพิมพ์อะไรพวกนี้
Xiaoshu going to be able to grab his first plate here already, so does have the push.
ดูแบบเป็นหลักวิชาการนะ
I also say it was really nice from Honku. Ooh, was that? What was that flash?
Not 100% sure.
I looked at something else for a second, and then I just saw him flash out of the bush, and I didn't see any skill shots come out, so I'm not quite sure what happened there. I was looking at something else on the mini-map.
Maybe we'll get a replay.
Maybe we will get a replay. I'm not sure if that was accident or if it was like a flash binding that went into the minions. I genuinely did not catch it, but Honku flashed very, very early there, which I think is important because he had just TP'd back. So if you don't flash early and you tank a bunch of damage and you have to take a really bad base there, sure, it sucks that you lost your flash, but it's better to lose the flash early.
ตายเลยปะตายเลยปะ
In the 2v2, the pilt over Peacemaker in the
follow auto.
Gala gets his first kill on drops. No jungler help required.
บอสว่าช่องแชทจบสูงกันไหมช่องแชทเหรอช่องแชทผมเรียนกันสูงนะ
Sometimes can be a bit of a bullet hell.
อย่างต่ำก็ปอตีกันอ่ะ
Constantly dodging. You feel like you're doing well. You're doing well. You're doing well. Hit by one binding into the trap, into the full Caitlyn combo. Q, auto, E, double headshot, 100-0, just dead.
I mean, most bullet hell games are.
พวกเมืองคิดดูนะพวกแชทเทาก็โง่จนขนาดนี้แล้วแต่ไอเอจนคือจุดต่ำสุดของแชทเทาจะจันทานแค่ไหน
ก็ด่าคุณเอเจนต์แรงเกิน
Sets it up well, and Vampire has been playing, I think, quite well. You know, he had a really good roam towards the top side to help out Xiaoshu last game with that early TP on the Alistar. And Vampire is just a very interesting player. He's a guy who's had kind of a mixed history. You know, he came in and for a while was considered potentially the worst player, worst support, maybe even the worst player in the LPL, had really been struggling, but has had such an incredible turnaround, on WE, on this roster that was not expected to be good at all. He completely surpassed people's expectations, really impressed so many players, and has completely turned around his trajectory, and now I feel like he is, one of the best supports in the LPL. He's really
จริงนะคิดว่าเรียนสูงกว่าไอบอสเยอะเลยน่าจะจบปโทวิศวะมานะเท่าที่ดูจากทรงโตมาทำไวทีเล่นท็อปเลน
โอ้โหปโทวิศวะเล่นท็อปเลนคุ้นเลย
So both teams trying to get a little bit fresh here in the fight after the Dragon's already down, but nobody falls. JDG still up 1,500 gold 8 minutes into the game. They're feeling great about this early game.
Yeah, that smite was a pressure as Xiaoshu interrupts the smash.
Okay. Scion ulti again. This is the Scion classic. You fight with him a little bit. Once it looks like you're going to run away. Yeah, he's got to try to make it home. Does still have his flash available, but no, Xiaoshu's not going to pursue any further.
Yeah, he doesn't know where Shun is, so he's a little bit nervous about that. So Bin buys enough time that he won't chase after him. But that was a risky smite. Junja actually smote the dragon down to about 20 HP, and it was an auto attack from Gala that did end up claiming it. So Gala secured that. And could have been pretty bad had they lost that dragon, but you have full bot side prio, you have a very good early game lead. Gala's up almost 1,000 gold already, but very far behind as far as the CS is concerned.
แค่ชื่อเขียวยังไม่มีปัญญาสมัครเป็นพวกหาเช้ากินค่ำทั้งนั้นพวกแรงงาน
โอ้โหพวกแรงงานเลยเหรอแชท
It's a great start for JDG.
โอ้โห
And it is as Ben eats the menacing combo here.
เราก็ต้องมีแรงงานนะครับถ้าเราไม่มีแรงงานแล้วใครจะทำอ่ะมันไม่ใช่เรื่องที่ต้องมาดูถูกกันนะครับ
should have a lead because of how well Scion is going to scale. Jungle is relatively even. Knight and Hongqiu.
คือถ้าคุณแบบดูถูกคนเก็บขยะอย่างเงี้ยแล้วถ้าไม่มีคนเก็บขยะใครจะเก็บขยะมันก็ไม่มีถูกไหมล่ะเพราะฉะนั้นทุกอาชีพสำคัญ
It's about making sure you never ever slip. Caitlyn Lux must continue to play from a lead. I specifically want to see them to continue play around these dragons. Make sure you're there first. The trap lines are a lot of Caitlyn's power. Being able to set up for objectives, make it so things like the banana brush aren't safe. The entry ramps aren't safe. They aren't an available way to get to the fight. And that's what I'm really going to have my eyes on for JDG as this game goes forward.
And I think
พูดดีใช่ครับ
itself to one of their strengths. I talked about how
มันต้องเปลี่ยนนั่นแหละครับ
generally are. So now that they have an advantage,
ถ้าผมเป็นนายกอะผมบอกเลยว่าเปลี่ยนแน่จุดเนี้ย
it is going to be powerful.
เงินเดือนเท่ากันทุกอาชีพ
Trap line just annoying to walk through, but it also pairs very, very well with skill shot champions because even if there is a slight gap, you have to walk around the traps into a potential binding or charm. That makes things really, really difficult.
บอกเลยถ้าผมเป็นนายกอะ
BLG will try to claim space, utilizing their Scion. Shun has Junja behind him, doesn't know it just yet though.
ทุกอาชีพเงินเดือนเท่ากัน
Seeing if maybe they can find anybody passing through this red buff area of the jungle, but not going to happen. Gold lead still hovering around the same area it's been for quite a while now here for JDG at about 1,500. Grubs are available on the map. JDG sending their jungler towards that area, but you can see Bin, with the fact that he has the wave currently pushed out, has the chance to go and ward that top side of the river. So they will see Junja doing this. They won't be able to stop at least the first grub, and you can see Hongqiu already in a defensive position to cover for Junja, who now backs away from the remaining two grubs.
อุ้ยกาโชว์ท่าเซียนตายเองไอออน
Gala gets out of the range. They fire back with a light binding because
nobody
has to stop in the same spot to drop the ulti. And the wombo combo is just way too powerful. The Piltover Peacemaker takes the kill. Not only do they get
บ่นเหมารวมชัดๆนี่หว่า
but JDG claim all three
คุณเอเจนต์
up over 2,000 gold. Game 2 is all JDG all
คุณเอ
the
เจนต์
way.
คุยกับใครอะ
Now the bot lane is going to get even more tough because Gala will have those grubs.
ถ้าไม่มีคนทำขนมปังก็ไม่ได้กินขนมปังใช่ไหมบอส
ใช่ครับถูกต้อง
Smash charged it a little bit long there. Bin goes back in for the ulti as Shun
ต้องมี
shows
คน
up.
ทำขนม
Point
ปัง
blank
ครับ
keeper's verdict finds the double knockup. Decimating smash with a double knockup of its own as Knight appears. Junja drops and there's the second one as well as Xiaoshu falls to Knight. Big play from BLG to keep themselves in this game.
Yeah, Knight appears and JDG vanished. Call it a magic trick. BLG right back into this game now.
บอสจะแก้ปัญหามะพร้าว
บอสพอเมืองไม่มากูไม่มีโดเรื่องแบบนี้ฟังจนเป็นซึมเศร้าจนจะฆ่าตัวตายแล้ว
You know, he flashed
เศร้า
in with
ฆ่า
the
ตัว
pop
ตาย
blossom,
เลยเหรอ
got the double flash, but like you say, when you press pop blossom, you CC yourself, right? You are going to be going straight up, straight down. That's where the binding is going. That's where the trap is going. And that's
แก้ปัญหามะพร้าวราคาตกต่ำยังไง
And Viper now
อันนี้ไม่ยาก
already not a fun lane is that much less fun now as Yuntal is already completed here.
เราก็บังคับคนรวยซื้อ
Triple grubs here, so they are going to be
ทุก
able
คน
to
ต้องกินน้ำมะพร้าว
more damage to this tower. This one's pretty much a lock to be first turret of the game. I don't know that BLG can really do anything.
กินแทนน้ำเปล่า
Yuntal is one of those items. It's like Rod of Ages, right? Considering you have
เรา
to
ก็
stack it the
เพิ่ม
earlier
ราคาน้ำเปล่า
that's the earlier it's going to be at max strength, which will just
คน
continue
ก็จะหันมา
making
กิน
sure
น้ำมะพร้าว
you're
แทน
ahead of the pace of the game. You're playing from that lead like you want to. Second Drake of the game up right now, as you can see, a bunch of blue pings
ไม่
in
ยาก
the bottom side river. BLG thinking about contesting it, has been up here in the top side, does have Thorn Mail fully completed now. Going to make those trades from Xiaoshu that much less scary. Junja does walk down into the river. Now will look to go for this second Drake potentially, but instead just decides to control ward it. There's your
ถ้าแฟนคลับช่องพี่กำลังจะฆ่าตัวตายพี่ห้ามไหมหรือปล่อยก็ต้องห้ามครับ ต้องถามเหตุผลก่อน
I think it's an anime reference, like a German anime reference or something. I don't remember what it was, but I'm so glad that they changed it to whatever it is now that I can't remember off the top of my head for some reason. But JDG.
Is it Final Spark?
Final Spark, that's what it is. I'm pretty sure that's actually what the translation of Finale's Fun Count is.
Okay.
But yeah, the name was definitely harder to remember earlier, even though I remembered it but forgot the real one. Shun, Keeper's Verdict, nice knock, gets rid of the enemy jungler there, wants to try to finish the damage here onto the dragon, and there it is, Mountain Drake secured for BLG. They're going to feel good about that one. As the Vi ulti, he flashes over the wall and he drags Junja with him. I love when players do that against the Vi. Her ulti is a full commit no matter what once it's cast. So considering he drags Junja over the wall, he spends his flash, but he demands a flash in response from Junja.
Yep, going to be able to trade that out.
จะมีนโยบายพกแมกนัมไปโรงเรียนป่ะ
Even with this big
ต้องมีครับ
advantage, not running everything to their liking.
คุณพีท
BLG that are able to grab
คือทุกวันเนี้ย
dragon. It is BLG with slight
ประเทศไทยเป็นยังไงครับ
And this is gonna
โจร
be a game we
มี
already
ปืน
covered, but it's really all about Gala. He has
โจรมีปืนกัน แต่คนดีไม่มีปืน
been able to stabilize thus far on that top side. Xiaoshu's doing his
มันเลยโดน
best,
โจรรังแกไง ทุกวันเนี้ยครับ
Thorn Mail doing plenty of work here for the Scion as he goes in for the point blank ulti, decimating smash
ต้องปรับ
right after. Bin's got the timing to catch him on
ป
the
ระเทศไทย
very
ต้องปรับ
edge, and as the Soul Furnace explodes,
คนดีถือปืนได้ครับ
consumed in the flames. Bin 2-0-1 on the Scion.
And I just don't want to see this matchup anymore, man. It's
so
like
rough.
if Xiaoshu can't do well in this matchup, then what can you do? You know, he was doing great in the 1v1, but all
Team
it takes
game.
is exactly one gank, one play goes bad. It's kind of like the inverse of the Caitlyn matchup, right? Where it's same situation where it looks good until it doesn't because one thing goes Bin's way. Now he's up 600 gold. Look how much armor he has. We talked about this in draft. He doesn't care about the Ahri. He doesn't care about anything the Ahri does, and he never will. And now he has just so much armor.
แล้วสรุปจะพัฒนานโยบายเล่นแอลไหม ถ้าอยากไประดับโลก ก็ต้องเอาอะ
A monstrous gold lead for Gala, but he is going to have to deal with Bin eventually.
จะเข้าโรงเรียนดีๆได้ต้อง Challenger
You feel like in every team fight.
Gala is the gold lead.
พัฒนานะ
1.7k for the Caitlyn, 1.7k for the team as a whole. You can see at the scoreboard at the top. So a lot of pressure on Gala here to make sure that he can really bring this home. It's his job to carry in this one. The Caitlyn must be on point if JDG wants to take this early lead, convert it into a win, turn it into a tied-up series.
I mean, Vampire has a big gold lead himself, but it's not as though this is the solo queue style. He's not going Luden's Shadow Flame. He's not, you know, he's going support items, right? So, you know, Lux with the gold lead is fine, but this is not a Lux that's going to one-shot you. Sometimes, like you see that in solo queue when they really get a lot of gold. He is just playing that supportive style. They're going to try to set up a dive onto Xiaoshu, though. They are bullying this guy.
Yeah, the tackle
ป๊อปปี้เล่นดีจัด ได้ปะ
Where's the rest of
ได้
the
อยู่
damage? Viper
แต่
has
ว่า
to
แรกอย่าง
overcommit
นี้
to
ไม่
get it,
คุ้ม
and
เท่า
that
ไหร่
means he's going to die in a 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, it is a 1-for-1, but honestly, I think you take those because that is gold in Viper's pockets here. You do kill off Xiaoshu. Yes, you give a kill back to
บอส
Junja, but if you could
พี่
just
บอส
trade gold,
MBTI type ไหน คืออะไรครับ MBTI
pushed in. Not the ideal play, but not bad at all. And the Caitlyn Lux have moved mid, but Naya has very good wave clear. So I kind of feel like maybe we need to try to see them get elsewhere on the map, you know, find a lane to really pressure. Knight is going down towards bot side now, so it is going to be back in their favor in the mid lane.
Yeah, Junja jumps towards on there, finds a little bit of damage, but the Nico is just fine. All he's doing is making enough space to guarantee that Shun can grab that crab without there
บอส
being
แก้ปัญหายาขาดแคลนยังไงยาขาดแคลนอะไรครับ
BLG wants control over this top side river. Bin teleports in
ยา
to
อะไร
make
อ่ะ
sure that he's
ยา
here
คู่
for
เหรอ
as well. Does have his Mercury treads completed, making sure that he can get out of the CC when he does get hit by it inevitably as the front line for BLG. But a TP coming in now.
ถ้ายาคู่ก็ต้องไปซื้อ
Rift Herald down to 4,000 HP. JDG wants to fight for this. Viper's away from the rest of the team. Tries to throw out the arc of judgment.
JDG นำอยู่ครับ 2,000
in the jungle. We could see On go for something, but no. JDG hasn't seen him yet. They don't want to go for anything here. Let's see if they can make their way forward now. The Scion ulti leads the charge. Xiaoshu through the Scion to get away. JDG decides they don't want to take any more fights. And honestly, for BLG, when you're almost 2,000 gold behind and you can take the Rift Herald in the face of your opponents with no fight, that feels pretty good.
It feels really good. But again, you know, Caitlyn is one of these difficult champions that if you take
แก้ปัญหาน้ำมันขาดแคลนยังไงอันนี้ผมพูดไปแล้วนะ
is kind of gone, and he's working towards what I'm assuming is going to be an IE second here, and that's where Gala will start to spike a lot. But I really think at this point, for JDG, you're looking towards 3 items because this is the guy with all the gold, and this is the guy who has to deal with Bin.
ช่องแคบมาละกุม
Engage there from Junja and Hongqiu going after Knight. The rebuttal buys a little bit of time for him. Solar Snare underneath the turret.
ปลดล็อกน้ำมันนะครับ
Can do enough damage to make that trade even. So you got the mid jungle combo that Vi Ari from Hongqiu and Junja finds their target.
Yeah, they're going to be able to find their target there. Knight died while channeling the ultimate. Otherwise, maybe he has enough damage to threaten Junja. Probably still would have lived, but this means with that play up on top side, Vampire push up through mid
พี่บอสมีนโยบายให้นางสาวกับพรานไหม
down on that bottom side, which is really
นโยบายนางสาวเหรอ
really try to rush towards those 3 items on Caitlyn. Once you have
ได้ครับเปลี่ยนได้ครับ
you are feeling very good.
ใครอยากเปลี่ยนก็เปลี่ยน
Can utilize that damage so effectively with her range. As long as they can keep her safe, she has a real chance. But the reset timing is so late that it means they're just giving over a free dragon.
Yeah, Hongqiu takes the tier 1 turret in the top side.
ไม่มีปัญหา
They did have to commit both Spirit Rush and the Vi ulti onto that top side play. So BLG knows, all right, they won't be able to play from a position of setup. They won't have strength around this dragon. We've got to take every dragon we can to stop the stacking. So they will at least get that second one. But it's a 3,500 gold lead for JDG.
And JDG wouldn't have wanted to fight even if Hongqiu had his ult because Gala hadn't based. And now he has the IE, so you definitely wouldn't want to force with your AD carry having the entire gold lead in his pockets, right? You've got to spend that up. He has done so now. So now he is out to that Infinity Edge, has the Untull, has the tier 2 boots, going to be really strong. But again, it's about the LDR because Bin is just going to be stacking armor this game. You need to be able to get through him. Poppy's going to go in towards a dead man's next. So there's going to be so much armor, so much frontline power that Gala will have to be able to knock through. And it's all up to him to be able to do it. You get a little bit of help, obviously, from that Black Cleaver maybe. But there's no guarantee that Xiaoshu's ever even hitting Bin in a team
แต่ทีมไฟท์จริงซ้ายโหดกว่านะขวามันต้นเกมหนักไป
แก้นโยบายเด็กเกิดน้อยหน่อยบอส ตอนนี้ทรัพยากรบุคคลไม่เพียงพอ ต้องการเด็ก
ต้องการเด็กเหรอครับโอ้โหแค่นี้กรุงเทพก็เต็มแล้วนะ
I mean, it's so funny sometimes when you look at a pro game, you're like, ah, damn, your AD carry's down 40 CS. He must have farmed really badly. Viper has 10 CS a minute.
Yeah, more, actually. It's just
อุ้ยเปิดไฟใหญ่ว่ะ
BLG are looking for their opportunity to make a
อุ้ย
play.
ใครโดนอ่ะอุ้ยได้ได้อันนี้ก็โตตายอันนี้ก็โตกุไซมัสก็โตตายครับเกมพลิกนะอย่างเงี้ยโอ้พุ่งไม่ได้ด้วยเรียบร้อยฮะปัญหาเด็กเกิดน้อยเหรออันนี้น่าคิดนะครับคือผู้คนสมัยเนี้ยคนไทยมองว่าแบบกรุงเทพมันแออัดเกินไงเกิดมาก็คุณภาพชีวิตไม่ค่อยดีก็เลยไม่ค่อยมีลูกมีหลานกัน
So we're talking about you make that one misstep. If Caitlyn has one bad team fight, you know if they
แก้ปัญหาคนไม่มีลูกอย่างไม่ต้องแก้ปะ
they have got a button up here.
แก้ปัญหาโดยที่ไม่ต้องแก้ก็คือไม่มีลูกก็ไม่มีเลย
But everyone comes in from BLG. The solar snare landed on 2 there from
แค่นี้คนกรุงเทพก็เต็มไปหมดแล้ว
and then they're just fully committing to this.
ล้นแล้วอ่ะตอนเนี้ย
They're going in on it.
ไม่มีดีแล้วครับถ้าฉะนั้น
not involved. We are going to win this fight, and they're able to donate some of that gold straight into Viper's pockets.
And you mentioned Viper completing the second item.
แก้โดยที่ไม่ต้องแก้นะ
The Fiend Hunter bolts Certain items in League of Legends are built by every champion of a class. When you
think
about Infinity Edge, right? Something like that. But something like Fiend Hunter Bolts only fits on a few champs, right? You think about Zeri, you think about Twitch, you think about Yunara, but the champs that it works on, it is so strong with, right? So Viper really going to feel a lot better now that he's got that 2-item power spike. Looking at other 2-item power spikes coming around.
แล้วไหนแก้ปัญหาแล้วมันเป็นปัญหาตรงไหนอ่ะไม่มีลูกมันมีปัญหายังไงอ่ะคุณกลัวตอนแก่ไม่มีคนทำงานอย่างนี้หรอเราก็ไม่ต้องมีระบบเกษียณเลยทั้งนั้นอ่ะแก่แค่ไหนก็ต้องทำงานใครจะขับเคลื่อนประเทศก็นี่ไงอย่างที่ผมบอกไม่มีเกษียณ80-90ก็ต้องทำงานอ่ะคุณกลัวพนักงานขาดแคลน80-90ก็มาเป็นอันนี้กันพนักงานเซเว่น
And you can see here the total gold over the course of the game back at 10 minutes was JDG's biggest lead so far, and now we're back to a game that's not even 1,000 apart.
Yeah, I actually think they're losing at this point despite the 1,000 gold lead. I mean, you're down at Dragon, you look compositionally at how difficult it's going to be to get through Bin. I feel like Bin's job is basically right-click on Gala and close your eyes. You know, you just walk at this guy, you pretend nothing else exists. As long as Gala is hitting Bin, I think it's going to take him so long to get past that front line that the rest of the 4v4 is really, really good, right? As long as Gala can actually access those priority targets, I think it is very difficult. So then it's up to JDG to try to preempt that. You know, you have to be the ones finding the engage. You got to control vision, control space with the traps, really set yourself up well so that you're the ones starting the fight.
แล้วเงินเท่าแล้วอ่ะได้ไฟเดียวตะกี้ได้วายอารีเงินเท่าเลยไอ้ JDG แม่งโยนเลยว่ะ
Does Caitlyn from 1,500 gold lead kill Sion and Poppy faster than a Yunara that you already said was still very relevant in the game, kill Renekton and Vi?
Yeah, a 0-3 Renekton, right? You know, who's going to die faster? Well, often the gold on the Sion is a lot harder to deal with.
Well, the thing for JDG, though, is they're doing exactly what we wanted to see them do around this bottom side dragon. They are there first, as the 4th dragon of the game is about to spawn. They're trying to set up the Caitlyn traps, trying to draw these battle lines nice and early. But as you would expect, BLG will send Bin in first. If he accidentally eats a cupcake, it's not a problem. He'll step straight through the banana brush, but the dragon has already been claimed by JDG, and now Bin's eating a ton of damage. Final spark over the top. Bin already almost dead.
โอ้โหขับรถหนีซิ่งหนีอุ้ยสวยนะออนอันตีเบรกไว้
trade here so far. Xiaoshu tries to get away. You can see Hongq barely any HP left on the Ahri. So both top laner and mid laner from JDG barely hanging on.
ขอขึ้นค่าแรงก็ยากด้วยคืออะไรครับอาชีพอะไรครับเนี่ยคุณเอเจนขอขึ้นค่าแรง
Going to go after at least some plates here in the mid lane tier 1 turret. They'll grab the first 2. TP ready to reinforce. Nice solar snare timing into the radiant.
คุณเอเจนคุยกับใครเนี่ย
So Hongq doesn't get any value out of that one, but JDG will be happy taking the dragon.
Yeah, the amount of CC
didn't get the tackle into the wall. Hongq not quite in the position that Shun was hoping, so he tackles him just to the side of those 2 pine trees sticking out at the front. No extra stun, no extra damage.
Still nice. Shun pushes it back, and that covers Knight to push out the top wave, right? So that is kind of that 2-pronged play. He's not going to be able to kill off Shun. You know, Bin walked in, he ate so much CC, is still able to retreat back, but it looked like JDG was maybe going to run over this fight until On had a really good turn on the Pop Blossom. Catches multiple members, that buys the space for Viper and Knight to get their work done. But I will say I'm super concerned that Gala did not go LDR 3rd. He went rapid fire. And there was just too much armor on Bin. You are not going to hurt this guy.
And now we can see BLG in the enemy jungle yet again. They took him down to about 40% HP, but they're not going to threaten anything lethal. Let's take another look at how BLG approach.
So Bin walk forward. Yes, you are very tanky, but look at all the CC. There is Charm, there is Binding, there is Trap, there is everything hitting him. So with all that damage piling in, they do go. But look at this Pop Blossom, the turnaround here, catching both of the solo laners. And that meant they could not follow up on the Vi. Like, the Vi is going in deep. Both solo laners try to come in. On denies the follow-up. So Viper just focuses down the Vi, and then he can turn his eyes on this Renekton, on this Ahri as well.
And this is the second time this game that we have seen Shun flash towards his team once he sees the Vi ultimate on.
บอสเอากูไปเลี้ยงแทนสายไหมได้ไหมคุณน่ารักหรือเปล่าล่ะอย่างน้อยสายไหมก็น่ารัก
He's saying no, this is how we kill you. You pressed the doom button, and I'm not the one who's doomed.
Yep, man. I am just so concerned that Gala did not buy Last Whisper. Even look at the Poppy. Like, we've been talking so much about the Scion. Look at the Poppy's build now. Poppy has Steel Caps, Deadmans, as well as a lot more armor on top. They're probably both going to go Randuins this game.
Okay, on, going forward with the Pop Blossom. They want the damage here to Junja, but the tackle doesn't hit the wall. On, staying alive for now. Junja dies, but is traded back as Hongq kills on. Now over in the mid lane, it's Gala hit with a decimating smash.
เรียบร้อยครับ BLG คัมแบ็กครับโดนนำ 4,000
Knights on a killing spree. Hongq falls. Xiaoxu wants to get one back on the Shun and he needs it. They
โดน
don't
นำ
let BLG try to get away with taking of Aaron 25 minutes into the game.
ตัวละครต้นเกมล้วน กินอาหารหึ่งเลยมัมมาแล้วใช่ไหมมัมมาแล้วใช่ไหม
in this game. BLG rip the game from their hands. The lead for Gala means nothing. The solo laners again stealing the show, and JDG can do nothing but watch as their hopes in this game just slipped away from them.
Man, let's take another look at how it started here in two different places.
Yeah, so On is looking for aggressive play. They have caught out Junja. Junja's kind of on the run. Vampire comes in, Hongq comes in. They do kill off the support, but you spent a lot to just kill the support.
JDG ดับอย่างโง่โหมันก็ต้นเกมครับผมว่าดับโอเคแต่ว่ามันเล่นต้องห้ามพลาดเลยอะลีนเอ็กตันลักเคสลินอะคือถ้าเล่นแบบไม่พลาดเลยก็ได้อยู่นะ
You make that one mistake and you are punished so heavily. Now Viper is in a really strong spot. You decided.
Oh my God, 3,000 gold lead now.
And it makes the decision to go rapid fire
กลับ
even
มา
worse
นำแล้วครับ
because now you're not actually pushing. Now you're not getting as much.
หมาน่ารักมีเจ้าของแบบนี้ได้ไงอะไรครับ
When is LDR going to finish next game?
ผมไม่ดีตรงไหน
Probably because you were right in what you said earlier, my friend. It's Randuin's Omen now on Bin.
It's going to be
so
double
I guess I
Randuins.
don't really care that you have 75% crit chance on Caitlyn right now, because that means you have a 75% chance to get your damage reduced by Randuin's Omen. Now BLG continuing to push forward here on the tier 2.
ตัวทีมไฟไม่ไหวอะ
Doubled up Baron Cannon
เลือก
minions
แต่
just
ต้นเก
providing
ม
plenty of extra firepower.
ต้นเกม 5 ตัว
Can't even try to defend this. They don't even need the extra range of the Cannon minions because everybody on BLG can step forward, get the job done themselves. 4,500 gold lead. Baron for another 90 seconds. Pressure onto the tier 2 turret in mid lane now as BLG is just easily walking from lane to lane, taking whatever structure they want. And JDG is struggling to find
จะ 3-0 ไหมก็ 3-0 เถอะ
เอากูมาหาพ่อมึงเหรอรำคาญไอสัตว์กูจะนอน มีหน้าที่เช็ดเหี้ยวหาข้าวให้กูแดกพอ
โอ้โหนั่นความคิดสายไหมเหรอรำคาญกูจะนอนมีหน้าที่เช็ดเยี่ยวก็พอโอ้โหแต่ก็จริงนะสายไหมน่าจะคิดอย่างนั้นแหละ
It's got to be basically Viper or bust. And if you ult from really long range and on Viper, he's going to R, Conmay step, he's going to pull you back into the middle of the
ทิ้ง
team.
พ่อทิ้งพ่ออะไรครับผมไม่เคยทิ้งพ่อนะ
All right, BLG, time to crack open the base, and it's not going to be met with much resistance at all. Tier 3 turret falls in the mid lane. As JDG still thinking about, do we even fight for this? Is in-hit number 1 worth it?
ใครมีพ่อก็ต้องดูแลให้ดีนะ
Gets back from the fountain, joins back up with the rest of the team.
พวกคุณน่ะ
Clone in the enemy base there. They throw the light binding at it just in case.
อย่ามาเสียใจในตอนที่เขาไม่อยู่
Here in bottom. Being again though, just that front line you can't do anything about. The Scion is so hard to kill as the third plate drops off of the tier 3 turret. BLG know that they've only got the Baron for about another 10 seconds. As you can see, Bin going for a recall, does have teleport to rejoin the rest of the team if he needs to. Shun though might be caught.
เปิดป๊อปปี้ก็โดนเด็ตัวต้นเกมไม่ไหวนะเจอรถด่วนเลยรถด่วน
And he's ready to put the pressure onto JDG. The Renekton is useless. Decimating smash into Gala. Bin creating all the space in the world as JDG have to head back to the fountain, tail between their legs. And BLG got a 5v3.
บอสไม่เห็นเสียใจเลยเอ้า
First one's about to drop. Bin continuing to keep everybody else on JDG trapped in the fountain steps. As On moves forward, tries to reposition. He will fall. 4v3 for BLG. Shun with the tackle forward. Steadfast presence again. So much value here out of the Poppy W. Hongq dies. Gala dies. Vampire can't do anything. BLG win game 2. Their match point.
It was a great start
BLG
but a much much better finish from BLG
แต่ไม่ไหว G2 นะฟอร์มนี้
was just laughing on him on the
G2
foul
เล่นไม่พลาดเลยครับ
takes about 50
น่าจะ 3-0 นะ 3-0 เถอะผมอยากไปห้างแล้ว
I'm gonna stop autoing he tries to walk past him
วันนี้คุณยะตาโดให้เยอะด้วยจะบิดก็ไม่ได้
I gotta give my player of the game in this one to Shun. I think the Poppy just did so well. So many good angles on those tackles. So much value out of the steadfast presence and the patience from the team as a whole to come back from a game that at one point they were 3,500 gold behind. BLG's looking fierce. JDG's looking down the barrel of a potential clean sweep. Analysts, what do we think?
One game away from a BLG G2 Finals rematch. Actually.
บอสแจมมี่ไปไหนแจมมี่อ่ะไม่รู้เหมือนกันครับ
At the start though, with how far ahead Gala got in the bot lane.
No, yeah, I thought like this 2v2 Kate Lux, it's super powerful. We knew that they were going to have BLG was going to have a tough time dealing with it. They got this early
บอสกูถามจริงตอนคนดู 2,000 เบียวอะไรทำไมไม่มาสตรีม
Lux binding lands
2,200 ก็เหมือนกันแหละครับ
and they did such a
มีคน
good
ดูก็
job
ดีแล้ว
with this early Caitlyn pressure using
มีเยอะไปก็ไม่ดีหรอกครับ
Lux.
ดูแล
They ended
ยาก
up taking down that turret around like 12.5 minutes, rotated to mid, took that down as well. So it was looking good.
Yeah, I mean, we saw On trying to like overforce a couple of times.
300-400 เนี่ยกำลังดี
And this is exactly like if you're drafting Caitlyn Lux, this is how you want the early lane to go. Like you tick the box for what you're hoping for, but they weren't really able to translate that into the rest of the game because you saw topside go very differently.
I mean, it's interesting because we saw game one, they played around topside for Gnar. You think, okay, that's going to hard.
ถ้าไม่มีโดก็ไม่อยู่
not going well.
เหลืออะไรแล้วครับคุณยะตา
around topside for
นี่ต้อง
Sion.
ไปเที่ยวด้วย
But it ends up working out really well, but mainly because they can keep the Renekton down, and then the cashers were talking about this, the difference between one front line versus the other team's damage, and a Yunar with not as much gold versus a weak Renekton ended up being a difference, but they kept finding positive plays through Bin and Shun in the top lane.
Yeah, and he had Knight coming in to assist, didn't really have the damage until he arrived, but it just felt like Xiaoxu, who is so good on the angles, and every time the Poppy is turning up, it feels so bad for him just to always be there.
Yeah, I actually really liked this decision making from Shun, right? Like instead of trying to
จริงนะช่องไม่เลือนแล้วใช่ครับตอนนี้ช่องเราปรับปรุงแล้ว
okay, it's fine. You're still doing all right. It's just that Gala is significantly far ahead of you, and you'll still be able to contribute in team fights. Focus on top side, and this Sion becomes unkillable. Maybe also due to some build decisions from Gala that we won't get too far into, but just know me and Ox might disagree with a little bit.
I love the shots we get of the coaches room there. It looked like Tabe were just doing screenshots of his lecture. He's just constantly talking to everyone because the first two games haven't really gone well, but we do need to look at today's HyperX.
แม่ยังไม่ดูแลเกี่ยวอะไรแม่ผมเนี่ย
The Caitlyn build as well goes Yuntal, i.e. RFC, and then doesn't have damage at the end.
แจมนี่ไปล้างหอยไงกราวิตี้บินลงไง
But I'd say the critical thing is actually the Sion finding the angle onto Gala in the mid lane.
It was such a good angle, and Gala was trying to push the 1v1 advantage over Viper. You know, you build rapid fire, you're not doing much damage to tanks. You want to try and target a squishy, but Bin just found this great angle in, and so much gold is lost when that Caitlyn is dead and taken out the fight.
Yeah, and I mean then BLG are able to clean up the fight, get the Baron. That was the real backbreaker, as we can see
I mean, look at
behind here. Yeah.
For how much gold he had, this is disgustingly low.
Yeah. Also, look at like. I know Sion is your front line,
18,000
deceptively doing a lot of damage.
Yeah, I think maybe misusing some of the funds.
Yeah.
Itemization wasn't ideal. We already talked about that, but I just
ไซออนเนี่ยชนะบ่อยนะเกมไหนมันได้ฟาร์มมันชนะทุกเกมเลยไซออนเนี่ย
to cut through, and especially when you have like a Vi.
แต่คือจริงๆมันแพ้หนักอยู่นะ
Like you get that initial kill, you can move forwards. It felt like there was just such a
มั
big stopper.
นตบไซออนยับอยู่นะ
The depressing thing for me, if this is going to end up being a sweep,
แต่อาจจะเป็นเกมแข่งด้วยมันเลยแบบ
was really sound.
ยาก
They have a way of
ๆ
playing.
ถ้าเป็นในแรงเนี่ยโอ้โหไซออนโดนเละ
They had that 4,000 gold lead. I think a large.
คิดว่า BLG เจอกับ G2 จะเดือดไหมผมว่า G2 ตบยับอะ G2 ตอนนี้มันเวอร์เกินอะ
LBR to item 4, never making it. The RFC
เหมือน
one
มัน
is already
บรรลุ
out.
เมตาเนี้ย
Even the Yuntal early is questionable with how much he can push his early advantage.
Yeah, I think the Yuntal, I feel like the theory was probably some attack speed to cut through the tanks, but the RFC just makes no sense. I will say regarding the draft though, the Poppy Mel that came in to round out the composition, the Poppy into all these dashes that really shuts down the front line trying to push in, and then the Mel as well, we've seen be so good into the Ari, but also a lot of value into the Lux as well. I think just stopped a lot of the pick and engage potential that we saw from JDG.
Yeah, we talked a lot about Bin, but Shun is going to be our player of the game. Really clutch with his Poppy engages, also critical in getting the gold into Bin's hands. To begin with, they played around him the entire time. Deathless, 87% kill participation, just a great game all around, Emily.
Yeah, really, really good. I loved, again, his focus to topside. I thought the 4-5, as you already mentioned, Ox from BLG was really good in the draft. Bin, I mean, his Scion was great.
Got 0?
Wow.
เหมือนนักร้องไทยเลย
People really disagree with us.
I did vote for Bin.
Yeah, Jat voted for Bin.
It's a weird appeal to authority when I'm like, the fans agree with me, but I'm down for it.
Shun, any Bins over here?
Any Bin believers?
You can say Bin. You can disagree with us.
Okay,
no,
apparently
okay.
me and the chat are the only Bin believers.
Jat and the chat are Bin.
Yeah, we'll see if they can end the sweep. We know they played 2 times already in LPL playoffs.
ก็ใช่ไงอ้าวเขาคนไทยเหรอ
First one was 3-1. Will we see the 3-0 and a G2 BLG final tomorrow? We'll find out. Game 3 coming up after short break.
ส้มมาลีหน้าเหมือนเลยครับส้มเชงอ่ะอุ้ยตัวอะไรอ่ะคุณดูมังกรอะไรอ่ะสลามันเดอร์เหรอชาวน่ารีเมค
When I was a player, if I was to like make a misplay, maybe it's my mouse, maybe it's my armrest, something feels wrong. If you were at home, you wouldn't do that.
The infinite precision armrest is part of the larger Circulab on stage standard initiative, aimed to bring your home or training room settings to the tournament stage.
รุ่นใหม่ว่ะ
이제 저뿐만 아니라 다른 선수들도 세팅을 더 원활하게 할 것 같고 가장 편안할 때 더 강력한
มันใช้ดีมากๆสำหรับเก้าอี้อันนี้ Secret Labอ๋อแม่สโมเดอร์เหรอตะกี้เอาตัวใหม่เหรอไม่ใช่ชาวน่าใช่ไหมแม่สโมเดอร์บอสใช้เก้าอี้อะไรเก้าอี้เนี่ย Motion Gray ซื้อมาตอนย้ายเนี่ยเข้าบ้านเนี่ย Motion Gray มันเขียนอยู่ด้านหลังอะบอสสตรีมหน้าเล่นชัยวาน่ามิดดู300เฮ้ยจริงปะได้ดิฟิวล่าเจอกันสตรีมหน้านะชัยวาน่ามิดตัวเมนเลยอะเมนพี่เลยอะตัวถนัดชัยวาน่ามิด
falar se queria ataque no meu lugar. Ele tá de blá blá blá, só isso que ele pode fazer de lá. Meu mano é tipo fuck fuck fuck, yeah. O fim é triste, neguinho.
จดไว้นะครับฟิโอล่าเจอกันสตรีมหน้าคราวหน้าคือ5วันใช่ไหมดูก่อนนะดูงานก่อนงานเช้าอ่ะเท่าที่จำได้ดูงานแป๊บหนึ่งนะดูตารางก่อนถ้าวันไหนทำเช้าก็ไม่มา
在没有打之前，我觉得其实这种东西很难说吧。然后只需要保持好我们自己的状态，迎接好每一场比赛就行了。然后我们整体玩的，其实大家也会比较偏进攻。进攻的话，就需要打野在整体的配合和一些交流上看起来像融合剂吧。然后整体大家配合的也都不错。
แต่หลังจากพรุ่งนี้มาได้
在场内，我觉得我们就是在保持良好的交流嘛，然后大家一致认为都是对面其实没有什么机会能赢，然后我们只需要稳一点打好团战就行了。
Flash will still have a little bit of time left on the cooldown, as will the Mundo. On goes in, flash into the pulverized headbutt backwards onto Cap. The Aurora's already dead, has Bin's in the middle of everybody. Knight staying alive against
พรุ่งนี้นัดจริงเอาจริงไม่ได้พรุ่งนี้นัดจริงเหรอชิบหายละพรุ่งนี้เลยเหรอทำไมมันจบเร็วจังอ่ะมันไม่มีแบบรีรออะไรเลยเหรอถ้างั้นพรุ่งนี้ก็ต้องมา
话一些粉丝们就其实在场馆的时候我看他们都很热情嘛然后我们打的
แต่มันคู่เดียวใช่ไหมถ้าคู่เดียวอาจจะทันอยู่มั้ง
因为我们可能打法会比较激进然后比较多点舔血吧看的会比较
พี่บอสแผนขึ้นแรงนาอันดับ1นี้ยกเลิกไปแล้วใช่ไหมครับ
ยกเลิกแล้วครับซีซั่นนี้
เห็นช่วงหลังๆเล่นกับเยอะเกิน
แรง1 NA เดี๋ยวซีซั่นนี้ไว้ก่อนซีซั่นหน้าเอาใหม่ซีซั่นนี้ไม่ทันแล้วอ่ะ
was close for a little bit and then
BLG dominated.
Game number 2 was a very powerful JDG early and early mid game. And honestly, at one point, Isaac, JDG was up over 3,000 gold, about 3,500, and then it all came crashing down as they lost one big fight. The gold swung about 5,000 the other direction, and BLG still managed to win in under 30 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, BLG armor. It did feel like even though we had this Caitlyn so far ahead.
ถ้ามันคู่เดียวได้อยู่
got put down, it started feeling tough. You
แต่
just
ถ้า
look at
สอง
the
คู่
itemization.
อย่างเงี้ยไม่ทันไป
He was
ทำงาน
very intelligent about his items this game. Stacked infinite armor. The only MR he had was the Merc Treads, and you need tenacity because they have so much CC.
Yeah.
So I felt like he built really, really intelligently. Shun as well. They just had the answer to the Caitlyn, and they played better in the fights.
And you heard when we had the little clip from Shun there before.
แคปนี่รุ่นใหญ่ไหมรุ่นใหญ่นะ
Getting ready to go into game
แคป
number
คืออยู่
3.
G2 มานานแล้วนะครับ
Yeah, we just need to have good communication. We've got to make sure that we're calm and executing on our team fights, and we know we can win. And that's exactly what they did in the last game. They didn't allow themselves to get rattled when the Caitlyn Lux lane got very far ahead. They didn't allow themselves to play sloppy and feel desperate and feel like they had to force
หู
something.
ผึ่งเลยนะพี่ อะไรครับคุณเอเจนต์
Had
อะไร
a
คือหู
moment
ผึ่
of
ง
weakness when they went a little bit too far, when they were able to be picked off. BLG executed, and they deserved the win.
And you got to say, BLG are kind of just on fire at first stand. Their start was a little bit shaky. You know, they went down 1-2 to Fear X.
สตรีมจากที่ทำงานเลยทำไม่ได้ครับ
They 3-0 super stomped G2, and now they're up 2-0 in this series. And if they get to finals, they're playing against G2 again. And G2 has obviously played a lot better these last 2 days. You can't say it's a 1-1 in the series. But still, if I'm BLG and I just 3-0'd this team, I'm probably feeling pretty confident about my chances in finals as well. So if they can get the job done, we'll see if they are going to be one of the big favorites in the finals.
Yeah, BLG's met them plenty of times before. BLG very often comes out on
As
top.
their number, yeah.
So
แกจัดไอเอเจนต์โอ้ยคุณด่าคุณเอเจนต์ทำไมเนี่ย
into champ select for game number 3. JDG have elected for
คุณเอ
first
เจนต์
pick,
เขาไม่ได้
and
แก่
BLG
เขา
have
หนุ่มอยู่
chosen
นะครับ
blue side. Checking out our bands, JDG has got rid of the Gwen, the
แบน
Pantheon,
อะไร
and
อ่ะ
the Lulu. Meanwhile, BLG continuing to remove the Rumble, the Karma, and the
Seraphine
Rise.
Ashe
Seraphine locked in, and like you just said, you would expect Ashe to be her lane partner.
Now the question is, does Viper want to take it away? Do you just want to go Ashe Nautilus or something like that? Because Seraphine is generally seen you know, as kind of like the weaker half of the pairing. You know, it's harder to fit with others. The other duo that people will do though is Seraphine MF, which is also quite.
สมัยแข่งบอสสั่งเตะเพื่อนในทีมได้เลยไหมผมไม่ค่อยสั่งเตะนะส่วนใหญ่ออกกันเองอ่ะถ้ามันไม่ไหวอ่ะไม่ไหวก็ไม่สู้แล้วก็ออก
automatically have the root, or if it's empowered, have a stun, right? So you know you do get that power up there, and that's the question here. This is kind of the inflection point in the draft. Are you going to steal it away? And they're at least considering it, but not necessarily having to go for it. I always think this is really interesting. Anytime a specific 2v2 lane becomes so popular, people have such wildly different opinions on like which half is better, which half should you draft first, should you take the wrong half first. It's like Zyra back in the day. It's like Karma Ezreal earlier in the year. There's a lot of different examples.
And remember that in game number 1, Xin was banned out in the first rotation, so he couldn't be played. Game number 2, BLG had to make the choice: do you want Xin or Sion? They wanted the Sion. Xin gets banned out in the second half. Now in game number 3, Xin gets picked by BLG. And when you're talking about MF, I love Xin into MF because the bullet time, you're just not going to get value against him in the ulti.
And I actually think this is really cool. So what I was going to say is not only are you stealing with the best combo with the Ashe, but Xin is generally considered the best combo with this jungler for Seraphine because you're buffing them up. Guess who else works very well with enchanters? Olaf. Olaf is a great diver here and can really effectively target someone like Ashe. Ashe is relying on Crystal Arrow to stun you. You know, the passive to slow you, to be able to hide away. Exactly. But what happens is Olaf gets buffed up, and then you have Encore going through the Olaf in towards you while Olaf is magic immune, and we're doing a Senna lane. Oh, this is hype. I wonder if this is going to be farming Seraphine. I think it actually might be farming Seraphine and support Senna, and you have really good wave clear and really good poke as far as Seraphine. It might be AD carry action, it might just be standard stuff, but I would actually really like that if it is farming Seraphine, AP Seraphine, and Enchanter Senna. I think could actually go super hard here to be able to buff up this Olaf and go for a real dive comp to super punish the Ashe. But this would actually be a bit of a masterstroke, I feel like, from BLG. Going York, because generally if you go for these Enchanter comps, right, it's all death balls. Group it up, 5v5. York is going to walk down the side lane whether you like it or not.
And the thing is about the Yorick too, you look at Olaf, and you already mentioned, he's magic immune. That's the entire point of Ragnarok. The cage doesn't technically hit Olaf. It just puts him in jail. So he can't actually run at you and accomplish what he's trying to do. So even if he shows up in that side lane, even if he got fed in the fights and he goes to try to stop you, sorry bro, you're in jail, I'm leaving.
Yep, just drop the cage on the Ashe's head. She can walk through it, and Olaf cannot. But I always feel like split push is the best counter to these hardcore just death ball comps. I always think it's so powerful, but you are still early blind picking Yorick, and Yorick can be quite vulnerable, so they have to ban out some of the difficulty champions. Renekton, very, very difficult, that's already gone. Ambessa, difficult, that's already gone. Nar is one of the answers that's not a great answer, but sometimes people will go for it. So they're going to ban out assistance for the side lane, so you can't just go like Camille and then have a TF camp for you. And so I think BLG is actually playing this really, really intelligently. I kind of love their draft, but I also kind of love the response from JDG.
Yeah, I'm having a lot of fun with this. LeBlanc is going to be banned out by JDG, so they want to get rid of the opportunity for her to try to blow up these enchanters before they're able to be the team fight battery they need to be. Akali, so double mid lane assassin bans.
Akali ก็โดนแบน
if they would consider going even more into this kind of Olaf dive with something like a Galio. We also have to remember that Xiaoshu could play the Olaf top, right? It could be jungle or top. You know, it can go either way. I definitely don't think you want to play it in the 1v1 because of the interaction you talked about with Yorick. But damn, Anivia also really, really strong. You can't walk through the wall.
Anivia โดนโอลาฟเปล่า
They're just building walls.
It's how you, and Olaf's going to pay for it. They create these terrain pieces that they're saying,
โอ้ดับไม่ดีเลย BLG อย่าบอกได้มีอีกเกมอ่ะ
rules in League of Legends are you can't walk through a wall. So here's some walls.
Exactly.
BLG ดับไก่
Man, that's got to be annoying for JDG because I feel like what they did was really clever here with the Olaf and the double enchanter bot lane. I mean, maybe it's AD carry center, we don't know. But, you know, I think the theory of it is really, really clever. Like, haha, Ashe has no answers to this. And BLG's just like, haha, we'll build a house around it. Now we're playing Fortnite and Ashe is at the top of the tower. You thought you had a 1v1, and we're getting Tryndamere!
ทินนาเมียมาไงอ่ะ
Tryndamere is a solo queue answer to Yorick, because guess what Tryndamere wants to do? You want to walk down the side lane, but you actually win the 1v1 against Yorick. So it is really good. You can spin out of the cage. You can often win that all in, and a lot of times, if you just don't missed, you can just focus down the maiden and actually just kill off the maiden, and then Yorick can't really do anything in the 1v1. So this game is getting wacky at this point.
This is fun. I love this.
Yeah, and if you're going to go split push, you need to pair it with wave clear. So teams have done that, right? If you're going to go Yorick split push, well, Anivia is going to be your wave clear. And on the other side, the Hwei is supposed to be the wave clear here for the Tryndamere split push. So a lot of really cool stuff happening in draft. These are some crazy cooks, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, this is a lot of fun.
Wait. Is it support Aurora?
It's support.
Oh, support Anivia! It's support Anivia!
Oh, support Anivia with mid lane Aurora.
โอ้โหเรื่องตัวอะไรกันมาเนี่ยซัพพอร์ตนิเวีย
Support is not a thing.
So it's going to be support Anivia here, which On has played once in the LPL.
โอ้โหดาบอะไรของมันวะ
won that game.
น้อง
So, you know, he has brought it out before.
BLG.
People often, if they're going to go for this type of thing, they do it as a pairing with Poppy and whatnot, right? You know, I think it can work in that way.
Yeah, it's the cheese ball, slam them into the wall that you make behind them.
Exactly. And I do
โยนเหรอ
Anivia support, like, it can work. I think it's more of a compositional answer, right? You know, you do have the walls you have later on, but part of the problem is with support Anivia, you don't get a lot of levels. And levels is something that's actually really, really important for Anivia, because not only do you need rank ups in your damaging abilities, Anivia actually does really need rank ups in the wall.
It gets far wider.
Exactly. The wall is not very powerful.
JDG วัดใจเลยหรือ
support, you either have to say, all
วัด
right,
ใจอะไรครับ
max wall, I guess, and have a decent wall, but then deal no damage whatsoever, or you have to accept that the wall is just going to be tiny and easy to subvert. So I'm really interested to see, like, is he still going to try to get gold for Aroa just to have an additional level, an additional skill point? Is he going to go for, like, elixir of skill as far as his actual rune choices to get an extra skill point there? Like, what are the actual answers going to be here? Is he still going to build a tier? You know, I think it's actually really cool.
Because you're going up against a lane as well that has Seraphine in it, which can be totally obnoxious to deal with. So if you're 1 point Flash Frost, 1 point Frostbite, and then all points wall, your trading power is going to be useless almost, I feel like.
So the last time we saw Tryndamere internationally, 2022 Worlds.
ทีมโถมใส่อ๋อ
So Abby played it, and it is going to be Grasp Ignite Tryndamere. So this is pretty powerful. It is going to be just 80.
เฮ้ยเอาหน่ะวิวหนึ่งยังไง
Okay, they do find Gala and Vampire.
โอ้โหไม่โดนได้ยังไงวะ
Seraphine, nice and early. And this is honestly, Azale, one of my favorite things about Season 2026 is the fact that the minions spawn so early, these level 1 plays, you can't just back and heal it all off. They always amount to something much greater than that. So we'll see how much value they can get. Ooh, Flash Frost for the stun there at the very end. Heal now also has to be used. So Vampire, no summoner spells 1 minute into the game.
And so what Honkyu did as a response was actually pretty clever. He pulled the wave. He stacked it and pulled the wave so that more of his melee minions would get denied. So Knight just didn't miss a couple minions. He also missed a couple minions of experience. And the other thing here on this bot side is that there's a ton of sustain from Gala and Vampire. So Knight is sacrificing his lane a little bit to try to put them in an advantageous position, because if you get on the back foot, Seraphine is going to constantly poke you, and you're going to constantly have Senna just shooting Qs through the Seraphine towards you for, you know, the double value of the poke plus the sustain.
ในแข่งมันต้องแบบว่า
I do also want to mention JDG
สามารถแทงให้เพื่อนได้นิดนึงอะ
Tryndamere, and that is one of the first skins I remember hearing.
อ๋อแต่ว่าอันนี้เป็นเซน่าเซราฟีนไง
Talk about how this is a skin
that
actually makes the character feel better because he doesn't have that hop into the air auto attack animation on crits that's easier to auto cancel. It's just a bigger slam. And so I always like to see those little tiny min-maxes on things, as BLG and JDG have brought their creativity here for this game number 3 draft. I'm so excited when we get stuff like this.
I like that skin too, but I just like it because it makes funny sounds.
Okay, fair enough. Sounds are also a good part here, as On tries to stop the blue buff farm from Junja, but is not able to do so.
Junja going to be able to grab this up, and yeah, On just trying to be about as annoying as he possibly can, as Knight, despite giving up that level 1, is doing well.
And as our early game is spicy in this one, remember, you can get the Act 2 battle
โอ้โหโดนรูท
right now. Add a little bit of spice to your own life. Tell them Lolly
ตายไหมน่ะ
sent you, so they'll give us more money. It'll be great as JDG is trying to get some money for themselves. Long range center route there onto On the Anivia.
ยังป่วน
Scrambled eggs.
It doesn't even use the flash, and they did use kind of their own version of this combo where Senna Q does give a slow, so the Senna Q can set up for the beat drop, of course, in that similar way. Not as easy to apply high as an auto attack from Ash or an MFE, but if you do hit that, that is still going to be there with some value. You can see this is going to be the LPL Finals rematch. It was 3-1 for BLG in the LPL Finals. The upper bracket, though, Finals was closer, was 3-2, and now we are set up for the 3-0, so it could be that kind of continuation of improvement from BLG, getting more and more dominant, unless JDG can turn this around and get a little bit closer.
GG อ่ะ BLG ก็คือโดนยกทีม
because of the fact that they're both just champions who want to split push. Sometimes you have champs who can split push but also feel like they can contribute to a team fight, you know, like Jax immediately.
ตอนนี้ที่ไทยกี่โมงครับ
meta champion, but Yorick and Trinamir are both like, I don't want to be in a 5v5.
They know what they are
at all. They're 100% confident in their own identities as champions. They want to be in the side lane. Xiaoshu going in here as he flashes over the cage, forces the flash response from Bin, and this is the thing with the Ignite as well. Bin has to be so respectful of the combat summoner spell.
Very respectful. He'd already used that spin in, so Bin was able to force the flash with the cage, but then the commitment of the Ignite means he does have to base. You do always have to be careful in these matchups, though, as he is now trying to get this wave crashed in, and Shun is behind him.
Yeah, Shun is coming up. Bin very low on health, completely out of mana. Shun gonna try to go after the Tryndamere here. The free talent strike, audacious charge. Wind becomes lightning. Xiaoshu's trying to get a reset here on his spin to get away, but it ain't gonna work. Shun, first blood for BLG.
Nicely done, and now you have no TP. You do have home guards, of course, but this wave.
ถามบ่อยจัดอยากลงใจจะขาด
And that is going to be great for Bin because it means
the
minions is going to push away from you. Junja, though, doing what he can. He's going to take away camps on that bot side. You know that Shun went up towards top side, so he's going to lose both of these small camps, or at least the first one. And now it looks like Viper and Honor are going to try to defend his match.
Meanwhile, Knight going in. Here early on against Tong Q. Responds with a nice point-blank fear. Knight, however, missed the initial twofold hex after he jumped between worlds there, so you're not going to really threaten lethal onto Hongq. Neither flash spent by the mid laners. But a 1-0 game for BLG. They're not even the gold advantage of the first blood ahead, so JDG building some slight leads for themselves in terms of the farm.
Going to be feeling pretty good about that. And one thing I will say for Xiaoshu is this is pretty dicey.
Hongq forced to flash away there, because if you get the twofold hex, that damage plus the additional damage from the electrocute could have potentially been a lethal situation, as On and Viper continuing to just get abused down here in the bottom lane.
Yeah, I mean, Nivea is a range support, but not exactly a lane dominant one, so it is not going to be too fun, but Viper is doing a good job farming.
Yeah.
Maybe force the egg, but we'll be able to res, not really under too much threat, but I was just going to say, I mean, it is good for Xiaoshu that Bin did not get the kill, right? So yes, it sucks that you died. Yes, it sucks you lost some minions, but at the very least, Bin did not get the kill, so it's not going to swing this matchup out of control. But Bin still got a really good early buy here. With the plated steel cap, it's going to be very effective.
Beautiful job from Shun over the wall. I love it when junglers utilize the Raptor Pit gank in the mid lane when the
ซุนเดินดีมากเลยแล้วตอนแรกมันเตะไอ้นี่ออกทีมไปไม่ใช่เหรอ BLG ไอ้ซุนน่ะ
And they accomplish the dive there. It is BLG plus 700 gold, but JDG snags the first Drake for themselves. It is Ocean Drake #1 at 6.5 minutes in, so that's going to feel good for your laning phase.
I mean, it kind of just feels like Shun is just running this series, man. He has been so effective.
แล้วเหมือนซุนไปอยู่ทีมอื่นก็ไม่ได้เดินแบบนี้ด้วย
You know, he's just power farming.
BLG เลนมันแข็งไง
Shun has affected both the soul lanes, right? He's been able to really make a big difference, and that is tough. On is getting low. Remember, he has no egg.
Yeah, he does hit the flash frost there. Close range. Vampire trying to get away, but a nice wall. Flash away from the high note 2. On with the outplay. He spreads his wings wide, and the gusts blow Vampire straight back to the fountain.
Yeah, Viper getting a kill now. Not what you want to see. As JDG, it is now 1.3k in their advantage. You're pushing in on that top side, and you can see the Maiden even harassing down Xiaoshu, who does have that early Vamp Scepter, so we'll see exactly how
บอสมึงเป็นอะไรทำไมลกๆลนๆตำรวจจะมาจับเหรอเปล่าครับ
Oh no. Hongq gets hit by a max range enchanted crystal arrow into the perfect flash frost follow, and between worlds sends him to the underworld. Knight picking up his second kill of the game on Aurora.
I mean, BLG are just too good, man. What can you say? They're doing everything right. The level 1 from Knight to put the bot lane ahead. Then the gank from Shun to put top lane ahead. A gank from Shun to put mid lane ahead. Then Viper gets a 2v2 kill. Uses that prio, gets the ulti down mid lane. Where guess what? Ana's shown up to put Knight even more ahead. It is just this synergistic play of every time they have built themselves some time to get active on the map. They build a little tempo and they just use it to the best possible effect. And it is looking tough. I mean, you never want to call a game this early, but BLG are firmly in the driver's seat.
And I will say that, you say you don't want to call a game too early.
บอสปีนี้กับไทยไหมไม่กลับหรอกครับ
That has these 2 side lane champions. Leads can mean less than they normally would because so much of the game is going to be about which one of those side laners is dominant. And yes, it is control over the wave right now for Bin, but you can see it's only a 200 gold lead. So if JDG can turn things around, enable Shao Shu, the encore misses there.
มันเมาตดเตะซุนแล้วไปเอาตัวอะไรไม่รู้มานั่นเองมันเตะเสร็จและเอากลับมาคืออะไรไม่รู้
As Shun still has
control of the top
side here. He'll pick up the crab. JDG might have got the first Drake, so that means there's no reason for them to really be worried about what's going on in the bottom side river right now. As Junja is going to take his recall, go back, purchase his Phage, and Shun will take the grubs.
I mean, Anivia is so comically slow.
บอกกลับมาเที่ยวก็ดูลมก่อน
But Ana is just playing it really, really well. He looks so comfortable here. And it was a pretty hard force from the JDG bot lane. Gala, I feel like his hand a little bit because he's not even picking up souls. He's walking past the souls to just run straight at the Anivia. And they look for this encore with Ginger behind him, but can't find it. So the flashless, eggless Anivia gets to live another day.
It's just like this champion might as well be a target dummy. It can barely move, no summoner spells, no passive. But on you gotta be kidding me! Viper with his second arrow from a mile away, and it's another kill for Knight. Hits him with the thumbs up. Thanks, buddy.
The Viper's looking like Steph Curry down in that bot lane, brother.
กลับมาออกช่องเสือร้องไห้
Shots after shots.
ออกอะไรครับ
who is unfortunately getting dunked on as a result. And it is Knight now, 3 early kills on the Aurora. And this is not just any Aurora, this is Knight's Aurora. That is terrifying. You know you have to reverse sweep, and now you're going to have to try to do it with some very squishy characters on your team against a very, very, very fed Aurora. He walks back, plays with vision, he shoots it from an area that he knows is going to be out of vision. Just now it's seen, and there's no flash, no real way for him to respond. Hongkyu's behind him, and Shun is coming in on the side. There's just nothing Hongkyu can do.
เยี่ยมพ่อกลับมาเยี่ยมพ่อโอ้พ่อผมอยู่ไหนไม่รู้เลยหลุมศพอะ
Great shot from Viper. Really just enabling his mid laner. And you're talking about, yeah, this is Knight's Aurora. I feel like Aurora is one of those champions that you really see a lot of disparity between good performances and poor performances on it, just because you have to have mastery of the movement that the ulti does.
ไอ้ออนมันเล่นเกียร์จังวะ
Under his tier 2 tower.
This is psychopath behavior from On in the best kind of way. He's like, all right, you're not going back. You don't have tempo. You don't get to control anything here in this game. Shun forces the flash out of Vampire. Honestly, that close to the
กลับมาพัฒนาลีกไทยโอ้ลีกไทยเหรอต้องให้ฟูลเซนต์นะพัฒนา
This is a supported Nivea with
ต้องฝากเด็กรุ่นใหม่ครับ
going behind the tier 1 tower while the mid laner is there to cancel the Olaf
ลีกไทยน่าจะยากอะ
under his tier 2. If that doesn't tell you how the game is going, I don't know what will.
Yeah, this is a little bit wild. As Knight over the 2-fold hex. He does not have enough distance to finish the potential kill onto Hongkyu here just yet. As BLG with a 2,000 gold lead right now. Top lane still mostly even. The majority of the lead so far in this game is Knight and Shun, the beneficiaries of those arrows from Viper into the mid lane.
And I feel like at this point for JDG, this is a game where you're probably going to get one fight. And if that fight goes well, you can claw your way back in. If it goes bad,
แล้วทำไมมึงไม่บอกว่าฝากให้กิฟงั้นฝากพี่กิฟด้วยแล้วกันลีกไทยนะครับ
JDG at least got the first dragon, so
ให้เขาดูแล
stacking this. You know, you get a good roll on Soul. Maybe that could help you out. Cloud Soul, something like that would be super effective, but BLG want to contest.
Okay, JDG decide they're going to commit 4 men to this one. Remember that Tryndamere has no teleport to try to join these things. That's one thing you got to be concerned about, but there's no TP on Bin with the Yorick either. Arrow flies out, but it goes straight between the uprights. Shun wants to steal it away, but
แย่งก่อนได้อีกชิบหาย
Shun in the middle of everybody staying alive for now, but he does eventually fall. Hongkyu's got to be careful. He's trapped inside the glacial storm. Vampire dies to the volley, and Knight's going further forward. He wants to see if he can pick up Gala here too.
พูดเหมือนฟูเซนเก่งเหมือน BKT โอ้โห
We do get a 1-for-1
BKT
in
มัน
kills,
ยุค
and
ตำนาน
the objective stolen away by
อันนั้นมันยุคแบบ
BLG is tragedy for
โหดเลย
JDG.
That really hurts. I mean, Knight gets it, and now they're not even forced to come to these objectives.
แต่ยุคหลังมันมีรีเพย์อะไรให้ดูเยอะครับ
JDG
ศึก
needs
ษา
to
เก
force
ม
them
อะไร
to
พวก
come
นี้
to
ง่ายกว่า
so that they can actually find these fights, find effectiveness with the Olaf. And BLG are kind of just cornering them.
บอสจะลง MLBB ซีซั่น2ไหมเงินรางวัล500 ล้าน500 ล้านเองเหรอ
I do think it was a good angle. The Asher are missed, and you're thinking, all right, maybe they can make it happen. But Knight combos his twofold hex.
ค่าตัวจ้างผมก็ต้องประมาณ1,000 ล้านน่ะ
Finishes it off.
ถ้ากิจงานได้100ผมก็1,000
Then so many low health bars there. Able to pick up a kills, push him back.
ไม่1,000 ล้านไม่ลง
Back to live, pushing Hongkyu out of lane once again, and Shun is threatening him.
Yeah, Hongkyu has to play so afraid now because the wall from On forced his flash in the last fight, or he would have certainly died.
Again,
oh no. And he just, this is the most obnoxious Anivia of all time. And seeing the skill order, thank you so much, observers, for this, because it does kind of show what I was expecting, which is 3 points into the frostbite for the laning power, for the trading capability, and now he's putting points into the wall because he knows, okay,
มึงเป็นโรนัลโดเหรอโหก็ถ้าเทียบกับวงการแอลก็ใช่อะโรนัลโดวงการแอล
You're getting an early Oblivion Orb. You're not doing damage, right?
Right, it's utility Anivia.
Exactly. Utility Anivia. You're trying to be really, really annoying, and now he picks up the Swifty boots, so his job is just going to be running around. And Xiaoshu does have his Hydra, so has that completed. So you're going to have a lot of sustain, you're going to have a lot of wave clear, but the problem is, even if you have a winning matchup in 1v1, when your opponent has winning everything else, they don't have to interact with you. You know, if I'm Ben, I'm saying, no, I'm never going to trade with you. I'm just going to hit the wave. Like, I'm not going to give you a chance to get a solo kill because those are the only real ways that I think JDG get back in top lane.
Okay, they might have a pick onto the bird, though. The punish on the Anivia. Not quite enough, even with the air. On drinks his potion and just walks away with 30 HP. The Anivia annoyance comes on back. This is the most hair-pulling experience if you're JDG. This stupid Anivia is in your jungle.
คนดู400ค่าตัว1,000 ล้านแต่400นี้คุณภาพหมดนะครับ400จบปริญญาตรีหมดทุกคนนะ
Just another day on the Rift. Junja showing up mid lane here, wants to go after Viper. This is what you draft the Olaf for. But immediately, Viper firing back there with the enchanted crystal arrow. Shun shows up, and the bodyguard guarantees the VIP. It's the first 3 letters of his name. Gets away.
Ooh, I like what you did.
I didn't even mean to do that. That was an accident. That felt cool.
Viper and On both have 86, above 86% forward percentage this game, which is pretty insane, as On has just been living in the enemy jungle, which turns out means it's past the halfway point.
Forward percentage, again, for people who aren't super familiar with the more less known stats, is being past the halfway point in the lane. So they're shoved up, they're constantly making
กูโดนไล่ออกตอนอนุบาล
their opponents. Shun's going to secure the Rift Herald now too. So overall, BLG has got most of the objectives here in this game. They secured all 3 grubs, they secured the Herald, they stole away that second Drake from JDG. So 3 out of 4 ain't bad. As Knight now goes in after Hongkyu yet again between worlds, setting it up. Proto Belt to try to knock it down, but Hongkyu, oh no, the weirding flash, beautifully placed from Knight to guarantee that he gets the kill in the enemy mid lane and takes the double buffs along with it. Gala getting stopped by the wall here for a second. Remember that On still has his egg if they want to try to continue chasing. Junja's there, and that's what they got to be cautious of. The Olaf almost has his Junja's going way too far. Overplays gets over Zealous. On taking the blast cone to get away. Flash Frost does stun Junja as he tries to chase after Viper. Flash for flash. Undertow misses. Junja goes for the guess, and he guesses wrong as Viper runs left. The axe flies right, and it's a single kill there. Finally, JDG get a punish for all the aggressive movement from BLG.
Can't blame Shun though, because he did have the most powerful member in the game, the support Anivia behind him.
Support Anivia with Swifty boots and an orb.
Exactly. He was confident that he had the follow-up he needed after seeing the mayhem that On has been putting in on this game.
ทำไมดูเหมือนทีมแมนสู้ไม่ได้มันเลือกมาเคาน์เตอร์เหมือนสู้ไม่ได้เลย
Excuse me there, but we'll just be able to constantly sustain up. Viper though the big winner here knocks down the first tower of the game. So pretty late first tower, but it is, you know, massive for Knight who got another kill on that bot side. And it is nearly 1,000 gold for Viper as well.
They want to try to find on here, but both spells miss.
ปรับแพ้ทั้งคู่ได้ไหมได้ครับ
On is just, he's feeling it, man. He's loving the support of Nivea this game. One thing that I can at least say for JDG though is the gold lead for BLG, although it's slightly larger than it was, 6 minutes ago or so, it's still not growing a ton, so it's not like they're just completely hemorrhaging the game. But the problem is the turrets are low HP. They already lost the one in bottom lane. They're about to lose the one in bottom lane. BLG has control over the bot side river. They're
เรื่องตัวก็รู้แล้วมีทีนาเมียได้ไง
Drake going the BLG direction, and now Bin has fully purchased his Trinity Force.
เกมแข่งมีทีนาเมียไม่ได้
Dealing with the full item Trinity where he was still having components himself because he stopped off for both steel caps, and executioners. That means a really delayed first item power spike. Now he's caught up though, so the Yorick's going to feel that much better.
Yep, is going to be feeling a lot stronger as a result here. So they're just going to send Honkyu up towards that top side for now. Looks like Knight should be able to finish off this tower on bot side though, so that is going to be even more problematic. And I gotta say, this is the Anubis
บอสว่า G2 แชมป์ได้ไหมได้ครับ G2 แชมป์
around the world. It's also a weekend right now, so that means everybody's
queuing up as we speak.
Everybody's not at school.
พี่
Everybody's
เชียร์
not
ทีม
at
ไหน
work. Everybody is
พี่เหรอ
watching first stage.
ไม่ได้เชียร์ไหนเลยครับ
Queue up some support in Nivea.
I should play some support in Nivea and solo invade over and over. That'll go well in my game.
This is what at least one of your teammates is thinking when you press Q up right now. So if you're at the edge of, like a 99 LP type of situation.
Maybe ban Nivea because they could be
กลับมาสตรีมไวลิฟหน่อยเดี๋ยวกลับนะครับเดี๋ยวกลับสตรีมไวลิฟรอเมตามันเปลี่ยนก่อน
Take out this tier 1 turret here in the top lane. Now the gold is starting to run away a little bit more. We're almost 3,500 ahead on the BLG side. It's just about 20 minutes.
ล้มมวยอีกไหมครับล้มนะครับ
Here soon. I don't think that BLG is going to try to rush Baron or anything crazy like that, but we do have 2-item power spike here for Viper, Kraken Slayer and Phantom Dancer, both fully completed now. You can see he cashed in on the Cull for the extra gold infusion. Over on the other side, Gala does have static plus the Hex Optics. Oh, okay. That was going to be the third one if he didn't flash. So all 3 arrows aimed at Honkyu, kill, summoner spell force. These arrows are locked on target.
Yeah, and Honkyu is that target. Is just been bullseye after bullseye there for.
ตอนนี้บอส Challenger ยังครับ Challenger แล้วครับ
couple items completed.
ซีซั่นนี้เรียบร้อย
He's working in towards his Berserker Greaves. This build, when you do get the quick blades, your cooldowns are so low because you're getting the cooldown refund on your spin just from crits.
T1 ไปไหนตอนนี้เหรอ T1 น่าอยู่ร้านหมูกระทะ
You're getting a lot of mobility, a lot of spins to be able to try to chase people down.
ชิวๆตอนนี้
He's just not even getting a chance to really interact.
กินหมูย่างเกาหลี
trades here and there between him and Ben, but the Tryndamere has
เผื่อนักแข่งดีใจด้วยนะ
much of anything. Did have that one kind of
รับเงินเดือนชิวๆอ่ะ
then died to one gank, and then besides that, it's just been a farm fest while the rest of the map loses.
ตอนพี่เล่นป่าเก่งกว่าไอ้ซุนไหมโอ้โหเหลืออะไรล่ะครับน้องพี่เล่นป่าพอๆแคนยอนนะมั้งสตงสเต็ป
Caught on the wrong side of the wall, taking a bunch of damage as Shun goes in, and they kill the Olaf. He can't be immune to the wall. Now Honkyu's in danger because remember he doesn't have a flash. The shield is enough to keep him alive for now. No, but the double kill over to Shun. As now maybe making a triple. Shun taking a lot of damage though. Gala over the wall finds the kill, so at least they get one back. But BLG always gets more.
Yeah, they're just getting more and more here. Jinja was trying to hold on to that Ragnarok for so long, but he just gets walled off.
บอสดูเสร็จจะไปย่างหมูให้เฟเกอร์ใช่ไหมโอ้โหผมเนี่ยนะไปย่างหมูให้เฟเกอร์ต้องย่างหมูให้ผม
Honkyu got a massive combo across multiple members. You hit this Binding Bear, snap them in. Xiao should do anything. No, I mean, he's just gonna have to retreat.
Yeah, Xiaoshu spinning away, tries nope, but again the cage, the placement on these has been great from Bin. He's always catching Xiaoshu just at the very edge, but now Xiaoshu wants to turn it around. He drops the ignite, he's going in after the Yorick, but once again, it's the MVP from BLG, support Anivia, there with the wall to make sure there's no kill for Xiaoshu.
Yeah, there with the wall, there with the stun, as that could have been an angle for Xiaoshu, because even though Bin has flash, that's a long lane, and again I touched on it, such low cooldowns from that spot. But yeah, great combo from Honkyu.
Yeah, Knight with the flash over the wall gets away. He'll be safe for now. 4-0 and 3 on the Aurora, no deaths and 7 out of 9 kill participation. So really great game for him. A lot of that set up thanks to Viper's arrows. really, I don't think I have a complaint how anybody on BLG has been playing this game. Shun had that one play around the enemy blue buff where he jumped in way too deep. That was about the only single mistake. TP coming in now from BLG. They know that the Tryndamere does not have his ulti. This is your chance to punish him, maybe find that kill, spin away over the wall though. Plenty of mobility on this champion. It's one of the things that makes him so obnoxious, but hey, Viper does no wrong with his ultis. The Ash arrows are point and click this game.
Yeah, it's just another day at the range. Bullseye after bullseye after bullseye for Viper. He has been on fire in this game, and I gotta agree with you. BLG Knight is behind them. They don't know Knight's behind them.
Okay, Viper.
Hey, Olaf.
Oh, nice kill coming out there for Junja as Shun puts the pressure into the back line and Vampire dies. Junja going after On, but now the Olaf is isolated. He has no Ragnarok. The cage is there, and Ben sends him straight to jail. Nice pickup there from BLG. Finally lose their AD carry for the first time, but just like last time, BLG gets more.
Exactly. I mean, Knight was in such a good position. It was good that they did go in, but now 23 minutes in, they are on the Baron. Yorick crushes through Baron so quickly. They can do a lot damage, and BLG does not look like they'll be contested. I mean, Junja's dead for a long time, and no one else here is even into the area. So this one is just going to be gone. They're already up 5K. And the Dragon probably not even going to be taken. So we can see them one more time. BLG was laying a trap. You can see Knight was moving over behind them. And they were trying to set up for this pincer from Knight. But JDG find a good angle here. Ragnarok is popped. The wall was placed incorrectly there from On. Couldn't find the right angle to actually wall off this Olaf from him. Knight gets into the back line though, pushes back the Senna, and then Junja is just sectioned off from his team. Ben commits the flash. Don't know that he really needed to, but they wanted to get that kill quick so they could go to Baron.
And Baron they got, my friend. 5,500 gold lead now. The control over this bottom side river means that there's no contest for this Drake. That's 3-1 on the Drake count. Sole point from BLG. Red Bull Baron power play still for the majority of that time, or 2 minutes and 15 seconds, where BLG are going to have all this extra pushing power. They're in the enemy jungle. They're stealing away the blue buff.
แล้วเดี๋ยวจบเกมนี้ผมไปแล้วนะคุณดูนะ
even breathe at this point.
You know, I was saying in draft, you know, is he going
ข
to
อบ
go
คุณโดเนทมากนะครับคุณยะตาวันนี้นะครับ
It's Proto Beltanivia, of course.
Of course. What are you even talking about, Isaac? Why not go?
คนดีๆของสังคมโอ้โดนอีกแล้วอันติแม่นจัดแอช
Not enough to kill him here just yet as the dog
แต่ไหนตาย
a ton of burst down onto the Aurora. That's a huge shutdown onto Knight. But what about On and Viper back towards Junja? They get one in return again. Defensive ulti from Shun to stay alive, but he's rooted up underneath the tower. That last shot will not have enough damage to kill him. Meanwhile, the Yorick split pushing over in mid lane, trying to make sure that BLG maintains multiple points of pressure. The shutdown on Knight was huge, and that's his first death the entire game. But Bin just continues pressuring mid. Hong Q tries to move forward. The severing bolt doesn't
เล่นอย่างอ่อนนะครับ
and it looks like BLG push will be stopped for now, but even after they recall, they still will have a little bit more time to use the Baron.
Yeah, Bin just going armor stacking here. Frozen Heart second.
นี่ที่สองเหรอที่สอง LPL เล่นอย่างนี้เหรอ
Xiaoshu working towards that last whisper.
ดาบอย่างนี้ด้วยนะ
He's ever going to get to a point that's really relevant in this game because Bin is just never going to give him the opportunities to find those all-ins. So we can see this fight one more time. Hong Q gets caught by the arrow. They do have a nice CC chain, but look at the root. It's all about the center root landing onto Knight as he goes forward to get the damage down on the Hong Q. That lands, so all the follow-up is there. The encore from Vampire, the full combo from Hong Q. They do burst him down, and look how long these roots last. As they have the Seraphine route into the
JDG กับ Genji ไหนอ่อนกว่า Genji ดีครับ
through and holding Shun under that tower for a long time. Almost were able to get him, but couldn't.
Genji อ่อนสุดแล้วครับคุณยะตา
Soul point 6K gold lead, and JDG are going to have to find an opportunity to make their move, and it's going to have to be an incredible one to give them a chance of coming back.
น่าให้ทีวันมานะไม่น่าไปแย่งสล็อตทีวันเลย
for Shun. And this is just a problem, man. Xiaoshu, I was talking about how gold leads mean less in a game that has a very high emphasis on split pushing because
บอลให้ใครให้ BLG ครับ
so much of the normal momentum.
หายถูกทุกเกม
is not in a spot where he's able to really do a whole lot. Frozen Heart completed on Bin. Yeah, Junja's just smushed into the terrain. It's kind of a moment where it's so close that he doesn't actually have viable pathing either left or right, so his character just kind of glitches out and stays there.
He has become one with the tower.
Yeah, now I am tower, and tower is me. It's not exactly where you want to be. 6,000 gold lead for BLG as a team. Still no deaths for either Bin on the Yorick or On's powerful Anivia.
Yeah, I mean, the Anivia is definitely the true goal, you know? Elder, Baron, those are okay objectives. Support Anivia, that's the real prize. At this point,
Support Anivia creates objectives around himself. Anywhere Anivia is, that's the objective. Split pushers are down in the side lane now.
จีนเป็นแบบนี้หมดใจง่ายเป็นทุกเกมใช่เหรอเป็นทุกเกมเลยเหรอ
On their champions, obviously the highest leveled in the game because of the state.
คุณจะบอกคนจีนจิตใจอ่อนไหวเหรอ
It has been so rough for him.
ต้องถามคุณเอเจนเรื่องเนี้ย
When you pick a control mage and the enemy team just targets you constantly, especially with things like the enchanted crystal arrow, which are
พูดข้อมูลมั่วๆนะครับ
have to be mindful of. It can become such a problem if they land the shots.
ถ้าเรื่องข้อมูลนี่ต้องคุณเอเจนต์
so far behind.
Yeah, I mean, Viper made a pit stop for the Serpent's Fang because there's tons of shielding, obviously. You know, they're running Shadow, the Seraphine shielding, Wei can shield, Olaf has a shield, but now still has the IE. So even with that, he still gets the IE faster there than Gala and is going to be very, very strong right now. Knight is working in towards that fourth item. This team is ready to go. You can see Shun has an elixir in his pocket, knowing that, hey, if we get Soul, it's probably game. We've probably won the series, and On just going to cycle through that barrier because his flash is back up with Spellbook.
Okay, so we've got the cleanse for On. We've got so much damage on the carries of the BLG squad, and you can see in the inventory of Bin here, he does have the Caulfield,
จบเถอะเพื่อน
so he is getting close to
ยื้อเลยครับ
having his
JDG
third fully completed item. As Xiaoshu just continues clearing waves. This split push state is kind of just locked forever in purgatory, as they'll both just, like you said earlier.
NG เกมตามไม่ยอมเสี่ยงผิดกับ T1 ลองโดนมาเยอะตัวโดนจริงครับผู้เล่นเจนเล่นไม่เสี่ยงเลยอะเจนจีอะ
Their jungler, but it's a lot of damage onto Shun, and he's shut down. Nice kill for Junja. Gala still barely staying alive now as well. 4v5 on the rift. Xiaoshu tries to flash over the Flash Frost. He goes after Viper, but again, it's On with a beautiful wall that the Tryndamere cannot get through. And Arrow to the heart takes his life, as now a flash out from Vampire keeps the rift to 4v4. Baron's gonna spawn in 5 seconds. The Mountain Drake is already up, but Shun is off the map. Finally a route onto the Anivia, but they can't follow up because the wall blocks the entryway. Bin is down to 1/3 HP, but remember, he doesn't have his teleport either, so he's just going to go back into the bottom lane to re-split push. BLG knows that yes, this would be Soul, but even if JDG takes it, they're going to have pressure from Bin at the same time to break into the base.
BMI เกินค่ามาตรฐานของมึงแล้วไอไขมันอุดสมอง
As they fire out another arrow into Hongq, and Knight arrives with a teleport right behind him. He shouldn't have enough damage to take this kill. It ends up sealing the fate of the BLG mid laner instead, but the entire time, Bin is in the enemy base. The damage from the minions should be enough to finish off the tier 3 turret. So the fight actually favors JDG. The arrow play.
ไอ้นายโยนเพื่ออะไรอ่ะคนจะ
trying to kill Hongq, and we'll see if JDG
มันควรจะจบไปเลย
I love it. You gotta flip it. You are behind. You gotta take risks. And Knight is dead with no TP for a long time. This might be their best shot.
Hongq coming around on the flank. Viper and Bin approaching here as well. Hongq has to flash.
สตีลบอลรันเจโรเสียชีวิตตอนสู้กับวาเลนไทน์ตัวร้ายของเรื่องใครที่กำลังดูอยู่บอกไว้เฉยๆ
เฮ้ยใครมันสปอยโจโจ้ภาคใหม่วะไม่สปอยนะครับ
And now the Tryndamere is trapped in the middle of everybody. He's unkillable for now, but he's got to get something, and all he gets is buried in the river. BLG, they're just too far ahead. They stop the Baron attempt. They complete the Baron take themselves, and only Hongq is left standing on JDG, but not if On has anything to say about it. He finally runs out of mana.
Yeah, not going to be able to get him. JDG, it was a valiant effort. They got to kill. They got to drag it.
อย่าสปอยกันนะครับ
That was going to be their
ช่องนี้
moment
ไม่
to
เอาสปอย
try
นะ
to make something happen. But it took
ไม่เอา
so
ส
long
ปอย
for
ไม่เอา
Xiaoshu to
เหยียด
get
นะครับ
there.
ไม่
And
บูลลี่
Gala
นะครับ
without summoners could not stay
อยากให้
alive
อยู่กันแบบ
for
สันติสุข
long enough for that Tryndamere to arrive, for that Tryndamere to really make
รักกัน
a
นะ
difference. And by the time he finally
คน
got
ไทย
there,
ด้วย
he
กัน
just
เราต้อง
gets
รักกัน
CC'd,
นะ
he gets knocked down, and now JDG back against the wall here. Down 8K, they did stop the soul, but they gave over the Baron. We can watch it one more time. This is that initial play. Honku gets pushed out on the side. They just can't buy time. Look at Gala. Gala gets sectioned off, burst down immediately from Shun. Honku was forced to flash thanks to the Anivia, so he's not even involved. So the Olaf is completely sectioned off. By the time Xiaoshu arrives, just look at this. He gets caged in, they pull back, he gets knocked up by the Baron, then stunned by the Anivia. He just doesn't have enough time to do anything.
And even when Honku tried to get back into the fight, On just walls him off again. Honku's contribution to the fight was he managed to hit Spiraling Despair on Olaf that he can't kill, and he Magma Fissured the Baron. That's it. He wasn't really able to do anything else. And so now BLG with an 8,000 gold lead, with everybody back alive again, are once more looking to breach the base. Remember, the bottom lane inhibitor is exposed because of Bin's split push earlier. As we'll see pressure on the mid and top lanes for the time being, as everybody in BLG
เอาไอ้ไนท์โดนอีกแล้ว
gets caught. A big blunder.
โอ้โหมันจะโยนเลยนักหนาวะน้องจบได้ก็ไม่จบจบได้ก็ไม่จบ
He tried to angle it so he could hop over the edge, but instead he face planted into the wall. So he didn't actually get over the wall there. And he had his flash, but at that point he had already been rooted up, so it's too late. He tries to go between worlds, tries to bounce back, gets picked. So what was a pretty flawless game for him. He's gotten picked a few times. Now JDG know, okay, we have a slight advantage on the map. We got to push. We got to try to make something happen. But the Anivia is so annoying at just stalling out any and all of these plays.
I'm really loving, I know we've been joking about it a lot, but I'm actually loving the support Anivia pick in this game.
It has had crazy impact, unironically.
Yeah, it's so good against Tryndamere and Olaf. We've seen how good it is against Honku as well.
So this is what I was calling out. He tries to hop over the edge, but he angles it not
so
it bounces off the wall. And because he had already been hit by a spell, you can see where they are in Viz. You see that little flicker when you hit them with a spell in Viz.
ภาคนี้พระเอกมีพลังอะไรครับใครเข้าใจอธิบายให้ฟังหน่อย
โจโจ้ภาคนี้เหรอ
ไม่ได้ดูอะ Soul's going to be on the table in a minute 20, so that's what you're looking forward to. Something we haven't touched on though, Gala's at 120 souls, and he is closing in on his IE. So if he can get to his range, is getting ridiculous. At a certain point in the game, I mean, we're not there yet, but at a certain point in the game, he doesn't really care about you walling him off because he's just going to shoot over the wall.
Yeah, that's the big problem. His stacking is on point here so far. At 25 minutes, the average amount of stacks in Tier 1 play is about 76. Obviously, we're very far past 25 minutes at this point. So I don't think a lot of times we might not even get to 35 minutes in a game these days. So.
He has a big number, regardless of if it's on pro pace or behind pro pace or ahead of pro pace. That's a big number. 120 is very, very scary. Normally when you look over and you see the Senate's got 100 stacks, you start sweating a little bit because it is just infinite stacking. It's not only additional AD, it is range, which is one of the most powerful stats in the entire game.
Range and move speed. That's the, I know that you and I have had that conversation a lot, but it's just like, yeah, that gives you the opportunity to deal damage when they can't deal damage to you.
Exactly.
So, BLG with control over this bottom side river for now. Again, On just being as obnoxious as possible. 10 seconds until the turret spawns. It is not
no cleanse now from Gala. So he just forced that. That is actually a really big deal. If he gets hit by
any ไม่ได้ดูเลยผมกะดองไว้ดูทีเดียว
Okay. Still just
การ์ตูนอะไรพวกนี้
back and forth, nothing big committed here just yet. Bin is also joined up for the fight. You can see Xiaoshu on the side here as well. The Tryndamere almost level 20. The York is level 20 as the Dragon is started by Viper. The Ashe has a lot of DPS for this, and remember that On is just going to use walls to keep everybody from JDG.
เฮ้ยวอลขวางโคตรเกรียนอ่ะ
For BLG to secure
โอ้โหตอนฟรีตอน4
Xiaoshu wants to go in. He's going after Viper. He tries to spin forward, but the flash over the wall for the AD carry keeps him alive. Flash over the wall from On to try to respond. Killing spree for Shun as they take out the top laner. Junja dies trying to go forward. Now it's a 5v3 for BLG. Gollum barely missing, getting stunned out there by the Flash Frost.
โอ้ติดโดน
Shoots out. Arrow glides. Vampire tries to be the sacrificial lamb for his team.
อาเคนยังดองอยู่ไหมอาเคนดองอยู่ครับรอดูทีเดียวตอนจบอะอาเคน GG ครับจบสักทีโยนกันไปอยู่โยนกันมาอยู่นั่น
And it's a 5v1 push. Gala Senna, there's not enough souls on Summoner's Rift to get you out of this one. Bin will chase him back to the fountain. There's no Summoner spells available. The Nexus turrets will be the next target.
โอเคครับเจอกันใหม่วันพรุ่งนี้ครับคนดู 3-0 คู่ครับวันนี้ฝันดีครับทุกคนขอบคุณมากครับสำหรับโดเนทนะครับไปแล้วครับทุกคน
They just keep getting better, and what a series from On. This